You are now listening to Surprise Bratva Triplets by Melanie Rain. Produced and published by Novel Nectar. Copyright 2025. Enjoy, and don't forget to subscribe for more videos like this. Thank you.
The alarm blares at 5:30 a.m., and I silence it before the first chime finishes. Old habits. My mother taught me that early risers have an advantage. They see things that others miss, and they prepare while others sleep. In my former life, that lesson saved me more than once. I slide out of bed and walk to the window. Henderson is still dark, but a jogger circles the path outside. It's the same guy, same time, every day. Predictable, safe, everything I never used to be. The routine comforts me now to shower, dress, and have breakfast. I select a modest navy blouse and gray slacks from my carefully curated wardrobe of unremarkable clothes. Nothing flashy, nothing memorable, nothing like the designer dresses and custom suits I wore when I was Ivy Stankoven, working marks alongside my mother. My apartment is small but clean, with second-hand furniture I've arranged to maximize the space. The walls are decorated with generic landscapes from the local thrift store. No personal photos, no mementos, nothing that connects Scarlet to Ivy Stankoven. I make coffee and toast, eating at my tiny kitchen table while reviewing the day's schedule. Tuesday means children's story hour, cataloging new arrivals, and helping Mrs. Peterson with her weekly genealogy research. They're simple tasks, honest work. Sometimes I catch myself staring at the park, watching people live their ordinary lives, and wonder if I'll ever stop feeling like an imposter. If the constant vigilance will ever fade. 3 years, I whisper to myself. 3 years clean. 3 years since I walked away from Roland with enough money to disappear. 3 years of building Scarlet piece by piece, the quiet librarian with the unremarkable past and the pleasant smile. 3 years of looking over my shoulder. I wash my dishes, grab my sensible handbag, and lock my door with precision. 3 locks, standard, deadbolt, and chain. Another habit from before. Security isn't paranoia when people have actually been hunting you. I walk the 6 blocks to Henderson County Library. I take the same route every day, noting the same landmarks as always. The bakery opening its doors, the newspaper stand setting up, and the crossing guard taking her position near the elementary school. I nod to each of them. Friendly, but not familiar. The library sits on the corner of Maple and 4th, a 2-story brick building with wide steps and columns that give it a dignified air despite its modest size. I arrive at 7:30 a.m., 30 minutes before opening, and use my key to enter through the staff door. The smell hits me first. Paper, dust, and furniture polish. So different from the sense of my past life of expensive perfume, champagne, and the metallic tang of desperation that clung to the high-stakes poker rooms and exclusive clubs where my mother and I worked. "Morning, Scarlet," calls Doris from the break room. She's the head librarian, 60-something with silver hair and reading glasses that hang from a beaded chain around her neck. "Coffee's fresh." "Thanks, Doris." I hang my coat on the rack and set my bag in my assigned locker. "How was your weekend?" "Oh, lovely. The grandkids came over and we made cookies. Tommy lost another tooth, so that's 3 this month, and Jenny brought her science project. She's doing something with plants and light. Very clever girl." I smile and nod, pouring coffee into the mug Doris gave me last Christmas. It says "Books are magic" in swirling purple letters. I've never had a boss give me a present before, never stayed in one place long enough. "How about you, dear? Do anything exciting?" The question is routine, like everything else in our morning exchange. Doris asks, I give a bland answer, and we move on with our day. "Just the usual. Some reading and cleaned my apartment, tried that new Thai place on Center Street." "Any good?" "Decent pad Thai. A little pricey." Doris nods, satisfied with my ordinary weekend activities. She doesn't need to know I spent Saturday scanning news reports for any mention of Roland or that I practiced picking locks to keep my skills sharp. Old habits. We prepare the library for opening by turning on computers, organizing the return cart, and checking the schedule for the day's events. The work is methodical and soothing in its simplicity. No one's life depends on how quickly I shelve books or how convincingly I recommend the latest mystery novel. At 8 a.m., Mark arrives. He's the newest staff member, a college student working part-time. He nods at me with the awkward deference he's shown since I corrected his shelving technique on his first day. "Morning, Ms. Cole." "Good morning, Mark. The return cart is ready when you are." He takes the cart without complaint, disappearing into the stacks. I watch him go, remembering how it feels to be new, to be learning the rules, though the rules I learned from my mother were very different from proper library protocol. "Don't smile too much," she'd say. A Mark trusts a serious woman more than a friendly one. They think seriousness equals competence. I shake off the memory and turn to the front desk as Doris unlocks the main doors. The library is open for business. The morning passes in a comfortable rhythm. I check out books for the regulars. Mr. Finch with his military histories, Sophia Mendez and her romance novels, and the homeschool mom with a towering stack of educational materials. I answer questions, direct patrons to the right sections, and help an elderly man navigate the online catalog. At 10:30 a.m., I prepare for story hour. The children's section is my favorite part of the library with its bright colors, tiny chairs, and shelves filled with possibilities. I arrange the beanbags in a semicircle and select today's books, The Really Big Bug and Where the Ghosts Are. The children arrive with their parents and caregivers, settling into their spots with varying degrees of enthusiasm. I recognize most of them. They're the Tuesday regulars who come every week. "Good morning, everyone," I say, pitching my voice to be warm but not too animated. Scarlet Cole is pleasant but reserved. Today, we're going to read about a very big bug. As I read, showing the pictures and asking questions, the children's faces light up with wonder. This is real magic, not the sleight of hand my mother taught me for distracting Marks while lifting wallets, but the genuine transformation that happens when a story captures a young imagination. "Ms. Cole, does the bug get a tummy ache from eating so much?" asks Emma, a precocious 4-year-old with pigtails. "What do you think?" I turn the question back to her, encouraging her to engage with the story. "I think yes, because when I eat too much ice cream, my tummy hurts." The other children nod in solemn agreement, and I continue reading. These moments, simple, honest interactions, still surprise me with their normality. No one here is trying to con anyone. No one is calculating angles or planning escapes. After story hour, I help the children with a simple craft of creating paper spiders made from colored circles and clean up while they disperse with their caregivers. Emma's mother lingers, waiting until the others have gone. "Scarlet, I wanted to thank you for recommending that parenting book. It's been really helpful with Emma's sleep issues." "I'm glad it worked for you, Mrs. Taylor." "Please, call me Jennifer." She shifts her weight, seeming nervous. "I was wondering, some of us moms are having a book club next Thursday evening. Nothing fancy, just wine and discussion. Would you like to join us?" The invitation catches me off guard. In 3 years, I've kept my relationships professional and distant. Scarlet Cole doesn't have friends. She has acquaintances, colleagues, and patrons because it's safer that way. "That's very kind of you," I say, buying time. "What book are you reading?" "Long After Midnight." "Have you read it?" "I haven't, but I've heard good things." I hesitate, weighing the risk against the growing isolation I've been feeling. A book club is harmless, isn't it? Just women discussing literature. No one from my past would look for Ivy Stankoven there. "I'll check my schedule and let you know," I say finally, offering a compromise. Jennifer smiles, clearly pleased. "Great. Here's my number. Text me if you can make it." She hands me a slip of paper with her contact information. Such a normal exchange, yet it feels momentous. A potential friendship, a crack in the wall I've built around Scarlet Cole. I tuck the paper into my pocket and return to the front desk for my shift. The library is busier now with the lunch crowd browsing during their breaks. I help a businessman find resources on leadership, direct a teenager to the graphic novels, and process a stack of new acquisitions. At 1 p.m., Mrs. Peterson arrives for genealogy. She's tracing her family history, determined to find a connection to the Mayflower passengers. I set her up at the microfilm reader and show her how to access the digital archives we've recently subscribed to. "You're a godsend, Scarlet," she says, patting my hand, so patient with an old lady and her questions. "It's no trouble, Mrs. Peterson. That's what I'm here for. You know, you remind me of my granddaughter. You're smart, helpful, and too pretty to be spending all your time with books and old people." She winks. "You should come to dinner sometime. My grandson is visiting next month. Handsome boy who just finished his MBA. I smile politely. "That's very kind, but I'm quite busy these days." It's the same response I give to all such invitations. Scarlet Cole doesn't date, doesn't form attachments, doesn't risk exposure. Mrs. Peterson sighs dramatically. "All work and no play, dear. Not healthy for a young woman." If only she knew what play used to mean in my world. High-stakes games, where the losers sometimes disappeared. The memory of my mother's face the last time I saw her flashes through my mind. The fear in her eyes when she realized the Mark had discovered our con. "I'll keep that in mind," I say, retreating to safer ground. "Now let me show you how to filter these search results." The afternoon continues with its predictable pace. I catalog new books, answer reference questions, and help Doris plan next month's programming. The work is straightforward, requiring just enough focus to keep my mind occupied without taxing it. So different from the constant vigilance and quick thinking my previous life demanded. At 4:30 p.m., I take my break, stepping outside for fresh air. The library's small courtyard has a bench beneath an oak tree, offering privacy and shade. I sit, unwrapping the sandwich I brought from home, and watch people pass on the sidewalk beyond the fence. A black SUV with tinted windows idles at the curb across the street. My pulse quickens as old instincts flare. I track it with peripheral vision, counting seconds and assessing threat levels. The vehicle hasn't moved for 3 minutes, too long for a normal drop-off. I force myself to take another bite of my sandwich, appearing casual while cataloging escape routes. The gate to my left leads to the alley behind the library. The staff door requires a key card but can be propped open. The main entrance has too many witnesses, which is good for safety but bad for a quick exit. The SUV's door opens and a woman steps out. She's in a business suit, holds a briefcase, and is talking on her phone. She walks to the building next door, a law office. The SUV pulls away. False alarm. I exhale slowly, my heartbeat gradually returning to normal. This happens less frequently now, but still often enough to remind me that Scarlet Cole is a construct, a character I play. Beneath the sensible clothes and quiet demeanor, Ivy Stankoven remains, watchful, wary, and ready to run if she needs to. As I finish my sandwich, I consider my most lucrative scheme, the one that finally set me free. 3 years ago, I walked into the Bellagio with nothing but a designer dress, a fake identity, and enough cash to buy into a high-stakes poker game. I walked out with over $1 million in assets and a new life waiting to be built. The memory of that night floods back with startling clarity. I'd spent weeks researching Roland Tarasov, his businesses, his habits, and especially his weaknesses. The Russian Mafia boss had a reputation for being untouchable, but every man has vulnerabilities. His happened to be beautiful women who could hold their own at a poker table. I close my eyelids, remembering how I'd positioned myself at his table, wearing a midnight blue dress that clung to every curve. My hair, dyed platinum blonde then, had been styled in loose waves, and my makeup was subtle but flawless. Scarlet Cole would never wear such an outfit. It's too flashy and too noticeable, but Ivy Stankoven? She wore it like armor. "Are you going to bet or admire your cards all night?" Roland had asked, his Russian accent thick and rich like honey. I'd looked up, meeting those piercing blue eyes for the first time. "Patience is a virtue, Mr. Tarasov." "And how do you know my name?" His expression remained neutral, but I detected a hint of intrigue in his voice. "Everyone knows Roland Tarasov." I'd placed my bet, pushing forward twice the amount he'd wagered. "The question is, do you know who I am?" He'd studied me then, his gaze traveling from my face to my hands, lingering on the way I handled my chips. Someone who takes unnecessary risks. I'd won that hand, and his interest along with it. The memory shifts to later that night, after I'd strategically lost just enough money to seem wealthy but not reckless. We'd moved to the bar, where he ordered a premium vodka. "Most women prefer cocktails," he'd said, watching me sip my scotch. "I'm not most women." His laugh was unexpected, being deep and genuine. "No, you are not, miss." "Black," I'd supplied, using the alias I'd created for the job. "Ivy Black." Ivy. He'd tested my name on his tongue, making it sound exotic and dangerous. Like the plant that climbs and consumes. How prophetic those words would prove to be. I shift on the bench, uncomfortable with how vividly I recall every detail, the way his hand brushed mine when he took my glass, the heat that radiated from him when he leaned close to speak over the casino noise, the subtle scent of his cologne, expensive but not overpowering, with notes of aged wood and something smoky. By midnight, we were in his presidential suite, the Las Vegas skyline glittering beyond floor-to-ceiling windows. He'd poured drinks, and we'd talked about art, literature, and travel, all subjects I'd studied specifically for him. Roland might be a criminal, but he was also highly educated and cultured. "You surprise me," he'd said, standing too close. "Most people see the money and the power. They don't care about the man." Perhaps they don't know how to look. I'd reached up, tracing the edge of his jaw with my fingertip. A calculated risk, but one that paid off when his pupils dilated. "And you do?" "I see more than most people realize." His kiss had been unexpected in its gentleness. I'd anticipated dominance, perhaps even roughness from a man of his reputation. Instead, he'd cupped my face like I was something precious, exploring my lips with careful attention. That tenderness had almost made me reconsider my plan. Almost. The memory shifts again, and I'm in his bedroom, watching as he removed his shirt. The tattoos covering his chest and arms told stories of his life in the Bratva, revealed by onion domes of Russian churches, a double-headed eagle, and Cyrillic script that spoke of honor and family. I'd traced them with my fingers, learning his body while he learned mine. "What does this one mean?" I'd asked, touching a small symbol near his heart. "Protection," he'd said, his accent thicker with desire. "For those I care about." His hands had been everywhere then, undressing me with practiced ease, discovering what made me gasp and arch against him. I'd planned to fake my responses, to give a performance convincing enough to distract him. I hadn't expected to enjoy his touch so thoroughly, to crave more with each caress. When he'd finally entered me, I'd cried out in genuine pleasure. His sighs stretched me deliciously, and he moved with deliberate control, watching my face for reactions. I remember digging my nails into his shoulders, urging him deeper, faster. "Patience, little Ivy," he'd murmured against my neck, his accent making the words sound like poetry. "We have all night." And we had used that night well. He'd taken me against the windows, on the plush carpet, and in the marble shower, each time bringing me to climax before finding his own release. By dawn, I was sore, satisfied, and certain he was deeply asleep. That was when I'd slipped from the bed, moving silently through the suite. The signet ring sat on the nightstand, gleaming in the first light of dawn. It was a heavy gold piece with the Tarasov family crest and a stunning blue diamond at its center. I'd hesitated then, looking back at his sleeping form. In slumber, the hardness left his face, making him appear younger, almost vulnerable. For a moment, just a moment, I'd wondered what it would be like to stay, to wake up beside him, and see where this unexpected connection might lead. Then I remembered my mother's face the last time I saw her, the fear in her eyes when she realized a mark had discovered our con, the way she'd told me to run and never look back. I never wanted to be in that position again. I'd taken the ring and disappeared before Roland opened his eyes. Now, sitting on this bench outside the Henderson County Library, I rub my thumb over my bare ring finger. The phantom weight of that stolen signet ring sometimes haunts me, a reminder of what I gained and what I left behind. The black market fence I'd contacted had been impressed with my acquisition. "Tarasov will hunt whoever took this to the ends of the earth," he'd warned while counting out my payment. "He'll never find me," I'd said with more confidence than I felt. And he hasn't in 3 years, not since I used that money to create Scarlet Coal, to build this quiet, unremarkable life far from the glitz and danger of my past. My break time is nearly over. I gather my trash and head back inside, nodding to Mark as I pass the circulation desk. The afternoon stretches ahead with more books to shelve, more patrons to help, and more blessed mundane to embrace. Yet as I work, Roland Tarasov lingers in my thoughts. The memory of his touch distracts me as I catalog new arrivals. The sound of his voice echoes in my mind while I help a student with research materials. By closing time, I'm irritable and on edge, annoyed at myself for this unexpected trip down memory lane. "You okay to lock up?" asks Doris, gathering her things. "You seem distracted today." "I'm fine," I lie smoothly. "Just a headache. Nothing serious." She pats my arm. "Take some aspirin when you get home and maybe have a glass of wine. It's good for the blood, you know." I smile and promise to follow her advice, though alcohol is the last thing I need tonight. What I need is to regain control of my thoughts, to push Roland Tarasov back into the locked box where I keep all memories of Ivy Stankoven. After Doris leaves, I complete the closing procedures with mechanical efficiency, checking the study rooms, shutting down computers, and securing the cash drawer. The library is silent except for the hum of the air conditioning and the occasional creak of settling shelves. I lock the front doors at exactly 8 p.m., then exit through the staff entrance, making sure it locks behind me. The evening air is cool against my skin as I walk home, following the same route I always take. 6 blocks, 3 right turns, 1 left. Predictable, safe. My apartment building comes into view. It's a modest 3-story complex with neat landscaping and adequate security. Nothing fancy, and nothing that would attract attention. I check my mailbox in the lobby, then climb the stairs to the 2nd floor rather than taking the elevator. Another habit from before, which is to always know escape routes. Inside my apartment, I lock the door with all 3 locks and perform my nightly security check. Windows secure, bathroom clear, closets empty except for my carefully organized clothes. No one hides under the bed or behind the shower curtain, no signs of intrusion or surveillance. Only then do I allow myself to relax, slipping off my sensible shoes and changing into comfortable pajamas. I heat leftover pasta in the microwave and eat at my small kitchen table, scrolling through news sites on my tablet. No mentions of Roland Tarasov or any unusual Bratva activity, no indications that anyone is looking for Ivy Stankoven. I should feel relieved. Instead, I feel oddly disappointed. After washing my dishes and completing my nighttime routine, I slide between the cool sheets of my bed. The digital clock on my nightstand reads 10:30 p.m., Another day successfully navigated as Scarlet Coal. Another day farther from my past. So why can't I sleep? I toss and turn, punching my pillow into different shapes, trying to find comfort. My mind refuses to quiet, replaying memories I've kept buried for 3 years. The weight of Roland's body over mine, the heat of his mouth on my skin, the surprising tenderness in his touch. "Stop it," I whisper to the darkness. He was just another mark. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. Roland Tarasov wasn't just another mark, and I've known that from the moment I met him. There was something different about him that made me hesitate before taking his ring, something that's kept him lingering in my thoughts despite my best efforts to forget. I roll onto my back, staring at the ceiling. The truth is, I've never connected with anyone the way I connected with him that night. Not before, not since. For a few hours, I wasn't playing a role or executing a con. I was simply a woman enjoying the company of a fascinating man, a dangerous man, a criminal, a man who would kill me without hesitation if he ever discovered what I'd done. I slide my hand beneath the covers and close my eyes, surrendering to the memory of his touch.
The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. I trace my finger along the edge of the surveillance photo, studying the woman shelving books in the Henderson Public Library. Ivy Stankoven, now calling herself Scarlet Cole. The name doesn't suit her. Nothing about this subdued librarian matches the platinum-haired vixen who slipped into my bed 3 years ago. You're certain it's her? I ask, though I don't need confirmation. I'd recognize those delicate hands anywhere. The curve of her hips. The way she stands with her weight shifted slightly to one side. Kerr moves to stand beside my desk, his reflection appearing in the floor-to-ceiling windows of my office. Outside, the Las Vegas Strip glitters in the distance, a string of jewels against the darkening desert sky. Facial recognition is at 98% positive, Kerr says. Employment records confirm she's been working there for 2 years, 7 months. Lives in a one-bedroom apartment 15 minutes from the library. Drives a 2012 Honda Civic. Pays her rent on time. No social media presence, no dating profile, and no close friends that we've identified. I spread the documents across my mahogany desk, arranging them in chronological order. Property records, employment verification, bank statements, and credit history. The bland paper trail of a woman determined to disappear. Show me the timeline again, I say. Kerr taps the earliest photo in the sequence. 3 years ago, she checks into the Tarasov Casino under her real name, Ivy Stankoven. Spends 3 nights gambling modest amounts. On the 4th night, she approaches you at the bar. The memory surfaces unbidden of her platinum hair, cascading down her back and wearing a red dress that clung to every curve. I can't forget her brown eyes that sparkled with mischief when she asked if the seat next to me was taken. The next morning, she's gone, along with your grandfather's ring. My jaw tightens. The ring itself wasn't particularly valuable once stolen. It's valued at over $1 million, but she got perhaps $50,000 on the black market since it was so distinctive. A trifle compared to the resources I've spent hunting her down. What matters is what it represents. Family legacy, respect, and the unbreakable rule that no one steals from a Tarasov. The next day, she empties her bank account, abandons her apartment in Chicago, and vanishes. Kerr continues, pointing to the next document. She resurfaces 6 months later in Seattle as Sarah Miller. Works as a waitress for 3 months, then disappears again when one of our contacts in the area starts asking questions. I study the Seattle photo. In this one, her hair is dyed black and cut short. She's wearing glasses she doesn't need and is already learning to hide. From there, we lose her until she appears in Henderson as Scarlet Cole. Brown hair, minimal makeup, conservative clothing. She's been there ever since. I pick up the most recent photo, taken yesterday. Ivy Scarlet stands on a small stepladder, reaching for a high shelf. Her hair is pulled back in a simple ponytail. She wears a cardigan over a plain blouse and khaki pants. Nothing like the woman who whispered filthy promises in my ear while straddling my lap. What's her routine, I ask. Predictable. Works Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Grocery shops on Saturdays. Laundry on Sundays. Occasional dinner alone at a small Italian restaurant 2 blocks from her apartment. No visitors, no travel, and no suspicious activity. She's hiding, I say. From you, Kerr agrees. Successfully, until now. I lean back in my leather chair, turning to face the windows. The desert stretches beyond my compound, harsh and unforgiving. I've built my fortress here deliberately because it's close enough to control my interests on the strip, but far enough to maintain privacy. 8-foot walls topped with razor wire keep out unwanted visitors. Security cameras monitor every approach. Armed guards patrol the perimeter. This is just one of the few options I have in Las Vegas. All this protection, and still, a woman with nothing but her wits managed to get close enough to steal from me. What do you want to do with her? A good question. The traditional response would be clear. My father would have made an example of her, sending a message to anyone who might consider crossing the Tarasov family. Quick, brutal, final. I want to see her, I say instead. Kier's reflection in the window shows a raised eyebrow, which is the closest he comes to expressing surprise. See her? Or bring her in? I'll come along. Roland, I need to understand something. Kier knows better than to argue, but his disapproval is evident in the slight tightening of his shoulders. When? As quickly as possible. Arrange it. He nods once, gathering the documents from my desk. Anything else? Leave the photos. When Kier exits, closing the door silently behind him, I turn back to my desk. I pick up the earliest photo again of Ivy at my casino, possibly unaware she was being recorded by security cameras. The image quality is excellent, capturing the confident tilt of her chin and the calculated innocence in her expression. I remember everything about that night. The scent of her perfume, the taste of champagne on her lips, and the way she laughed at my jokes, resting her hand on my arm just long enough to suggest interest without seeming desperate. A perfect con. I recognized it even then. I'm not a man easily manipulated by a beautiful woman. I've had too many try. Yet I invited her upstairs anyway, curious to see how far she would take her game. The sex was unexpected. I'd assumed she would find some excuse to avoid following through, to maintain the illusion of genuine attraction while searching for another angle. Instead, she matched me passion for passion, demand for demand. For hours, she surrendered control in my bed in ways that suggested she rarely surrendered anything to anyone. In the morning, I woke alone. My grandfather's ring was gone, and so was Ivy Stankoven. I should have been furious, and I was at first. Then came grudging admiration. She'd played me perfectly. 3 years of hunting her down. 3 years of imagining what I would do when I found her. 3 years of replaying that night in my mind, trying to separate the genuine from the performance. I pick up the most recent photo again, staring at the librarian persona, Scarlet Cole, a woman so deliberately ordinary she becomes invisible. Is this her true self, or just another role she's playing? Soon I'll find out. The intercom on my desk buzzes. Mr. Tarasov, the Colombians are here for your meeting. I press the button. Send them in. I slide the photos of Ivy into my desk drawer, locking it with a key I keep on my person at all times. Business first. The Colombians represent a significant expansion opportunity for my legitimate enterprises. My father built the Tarasov Empire on blood and fear. I've spent the last decade transforming it, moving capital into legal ventures, and establishing political connections, and becoming the kind of man who can walk into any room in Las Vegas and be welcomed rather than feared. Not that I've abandoned the old ways entirely. Some problems still require traditional solutions. The door opens and 3 men enter. Mateo Herrera, and his 2 lieutenants. I rise to greet them, pushing aside thoughts of Ivy Stankoven. For now. Gentlemen, welcome to my home. The meeting proceeds smoothly. The Colombians are eager to invest in my new hotel development, seeing it as a way to clean their money while establishing a foothold in Nevada. I'm happy to accommodate them for a price. By the time they leave 2 hours later, we've reached an agreement that benefits us both. Kier returns after showing them out. The Colombians seemed pleased. They should be. I'm giving them exactly what they want while taking twice what it's worth. And what about Ivy? What exactly do you plan to do when you see her? I consider the question. What do I want from Ivy Stankoven? Justice? Revenge? Or something else entirely? I want to look her in the eye when she realizes who I am, I say finally. I want to see if she runs or fights. And then I turn back to the windows. Night has fallen completely now, the desert invisible beyond the glow of security lights illuminating the compound walls. Somewhere out there, Ivy Stankoven is living her carefully constructed life, believing she's escaped me. Then I'll decide what happens next. I pour myself a glass of vodka, neat, and carry it back to my desk. The clear liquid catches the light from my desk lamp, creating prisms on the polished mahogany surface. I lift my glass, taking a slow sip, letting the vodka burn a path down my throat. I've found a way to access her. There's a shipment of rare first editions of Russian literature due to the library tomorrow. The library's been waiting 6 months for them. We lucked out on the timing. I nod, appreciating the irony that the books are Russian. She'll be there? According to her schedule, she's the one who handles all special collections. She'll be expecting a standard delivery service. Instead, she'll get your team. I swirl the vodka in my glass. What's the security like? Minimal. Public library. 2 cameras in the receiving area, which we can loop for 20 minutes. 1 ancient security guard, who probably maintains his job out of loyalty or compassion. The delivery entrance is separate from the main building. I study the floor plan Kerr has placed on my desk. The Henderson Public Library is a modern, single-story building with large windows and multiple reading areas. The receiving dock sits at the back, partially hidden from the street by a row of desert landscaping. Perfect. The ring, says Kerr, his voice careful. Will you ask about it? My grandfather's ring. The reason I've spent 3 years and millions of dollars hunting down one woman. The excuse I've given myself and everyone else for this obsession. Eventually, I drain my glass and set it down. First, I want to understand. Understand what? Why she did it? Why she chose me and whether any of it was real. Kerr remains silent, his face impassive. He's known me since we were children and has stood by my side through everything. My father's assassination, my rise to power, and every victory and setback. He knows when not to push. The Colombians are satisfied with the terms, I ask, changing the subject. Very. Their initial investment will be transferred tomorrow. 20 million, as agreed. Good. Make sure the paperwork is clean. I don't want any complications with the Gaming Commission. Already handled. Kerr moves to the window, looking out at the strip glittering in the distance. Rodion would be proud of what you've built. My father's name still evokes complicated emotions, including respect, fear, and resentment. My father would have put a bullet in Ivy Stankoven's head the moment she stole from him. Yes, he would have. The world has changed. We've changed with it. Some things remain the same. Kir turns to face me. Respect must be maintained. Debts must be paid. I stand walking to the bar cart to pour another drink. Are you worried I've gone soft, Kir? Never. His response is immediate and genuine. I'm worried you're too personally involved with this woman. I consider his words as I pour the vodka. He's right, of course. I am too personally involved. From the moment Ivy Stankoven slid onto the bar stool next to mine, something shifted in my world. She was different, sharp, challenging, and unimpressed by my wealth or reputation. Or so I thought. The night she took the ring, I say, keeping my back to Kir, I knew she was running a con. I invited her upstairs anyway. Why? I turn, glass in hand. Curiosity. I wanted to see how far she'd go. What her angle was. And she surprised me. I take another sip, remembering. She got me to lower my guard. Impressive, he says. Very. I can't keep the admiration from my voice. She played me perfectly. No one's done that before. No one's even come close. So this is about your pride? Partly. I return to my desk, studying the most recent photo of Ivy shelving books. Her movements captured in the still image suggest efficiency and purpose. It's also about the whispers. Kir nods, understanding immediately. The Italians. The Italians, the Irish, and even our own people. I tap the photo. Word spread quickly that a woman had stolen from me, that I'd been outsmarted and made vulnerable. My father spent decades building our reputation. I couldn't let that stand. The ring itself is symbolic. I cut him off. My grandfather wore it when he established our family in America. My father wore it when he expanded our territory to Las Vegas. I was wearing it when I took control after his death. It represents continuity, power, the unbroken Tarasov line. I recovered it, but she has to accept the consequences of daring to take it to start with. Kir watches me carefully. What will you do when you see her tomorrow? I consider the question, turning it over in my mind. What do I want from Ivy Stankoven? Answers, but there's something else I'm reluctant to admit, even to myself. I want to see if she's still the woman I met 3 years ago, I say finally. If Scarlet Cole is just another mask, or if she's finally showing her true face. And if she's changed? If the librarian is who she really is now? I shake my head. People like us don't change, Kir. We adapt, we hide, we survive, but our core remains the same. And what was her core as you saw it? The question makes me pause. What did I see in Ivy Stankoven during those brief hours together? A survivor, a strategist, a woman who used every tool at her disposal to get what she wanted. She was like me, I say quietly, willing to do whatever necessary to achieve her goals. That's why she fascinated you. Yes, Kir moves toward the door. I'll make the final arrangements for tomorrow. Thank you. He pauses, hand on the doorknob. Roland, be careful. This woman has already proven she can get under your skin. I smile, appreciating his concern. Don't worry, old friend. I know exactly what I'm doing. When Kir leaves, I return to the window, looking out at my domain. Las Vegas sprawls before me, a city of light and shadow, of fortune and ruin. I've carved out my place here, transformed my father's bloody empire into something more sustainable, more legitimate. The Tarasov name now appears on hotel marquees and charity donor lists, not just in whispered warnings. Yet I've never forgotten where we came from, what we're capable of. The old ways still have their uses. My phone buzzes with a text from Kier. Delivery change confirmed a move from 12:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. Driver has agreed to go along with engine trouble story for $10,000. Was amenable when learned alternative was a different driver. I smile slightly, reading between the lines. The company's driver was willing to take the bribe because he must have realized us swapping out drivers wouldn't have been good for his longevity. Perfect. Tomorrow I'll be face to face with Ivy again. I wonder if she'll run, or if she'll fight. I wonder if she'll look at me with the same heat in her eyes as she did that night in my suite when she arched beneath me, her nails scoring my back, her lips forming my name like a prayer. I returned to my desk and opened the drawer to remove a small velvet box. My grandfather's ring, a heavy gold band with the Tarasov family crest engraved on its face, is inside. I recovered it 6 months ago in Dubai, and I've made sure to wear it to all the right functions in my world. Everyone knows I've recovered the ring. Now I just need to recover the girl who stole it. I slip it on, the weight familiar and right. Tomorrow, I'll reclaim what's mine. Not just the original ring, but the truth about that night. About her.
The fluorescent lights buzz overhead across the empty library. It's 8:15 p.m., and there's still no sign of the courier. I tap my fingernails against the receiving desk. "Come on," I mutter, checking my watch again. 3 years at Henderson Public Library, and I've built a reputation for efficiency and reliability. The kind of employee who never calls in sick, who volunteers for holiday shifts, and who handles the most delicate acquisitions with expert care. The kind of person no one would ever suspect was once Ivy Stankoven, daughter of a notorious con artist, and a pretty successful one herself. The kind of person who definitely didn't steal a priceless ring from Russian Mafia boss Roland Tarasov after a night of passion 3 years ago. I shake away the memory and focus on the task at hand. The rare book collection arriving tonight is a coup for our modest library. It's a set of first-edition classics donated by one of Henderson's wealthiest patrons. I've prepared everything meticulously, with the acid-free containers lined up in perfect rows, white cotton gloves laid out for handling the fragile pages, and climate-controlled display case programmed to the ideal temperature and humidity. My phone sits silently on the desk. The courier called at 5 to say he was back on the road after his van broke down. 8 p.m. sharp, he promised. "Sorry for the inconvenience, Ms. Cole." A distant creak makes me jump, and I laugh nervously at myself. The old building settles at night, its wooden beams contracting as the temperature drops. Nothing sinister, nothing to worry about. Except that the courier is now 17 minutes late, and that's not like secure literary transport. They're professionals and punctual to a fault. I've worked with them before on special acquisitions, and they've never been more than 5 minutes off their scheduled time. I pick up my phone, considering whether to call them, when headlights sweep across the loading dock windows. The bright beams cut through the darkness outside, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. "Finally," I say with relief. I grab my clipboard and head toward the loading dock. Through the small window in the door, I watch the white van back up to the platform, the company logo barely visible in the security lighting. The driver's door opens, and a man steps out. Even from this distance, something seems off. He moves jerkily, swiveling his head as if checking for something or someone. Not the confident, professional demeanor I've come to expect from secure literary transport's employees. My steps slow as I approach the door. Old instincts, ones I've tried hard to suppress, flare to life. The hairs on my arms stand up. Something's wrong. I pause, hand on the door handle, and watch through the window as the driver walks around to the back of the van. He's wearing the company's standard uniform, but he keeps looking over his shoulder, scanning the parking lot. My mother's voice whispers in my memory. "Always trust your gut, Ivy girl." If something feels wrong, it probably is. The same instinct that kept us one step ahead of angry Marks and the occasional law enforcement officer for years is screaming at me now. This isn't right. I step back from the door, considering my options. I could call the company directly to verify the delivery. I could call security, though our night guard is 72-year-old Walter, who's probably dozing in his office right now. Or I could simply not open the door. The driver approaches, peering through the window. He's the regular driver I've dealt with before, but seems unaccountably nervous. He knocks on the door, the sound sharp and insistent. I exhale sharply and open it just a crack. Can I help you? Delivery for Henderson Public Library, rare book collection. His voice is higher than I expected, with a slight tremor. May I see some identification, please? I keep my tone professional, my face neutral. Years of running cons taught me how to mask my suspicions. You know me, he says with a puzzled frown, but fumbles in his pocket, producing an ID card that looks legitimate at first glance. He shifts his weight from foot to foot. Look, I've got a lot of deliveries tonight. Can we get this done? I examine his ID more carefully. The photo matches his face, and the card has all the right security features, but something still doesn't add up. He's not presenting as the calm, competent man I've met in the past. Where's your manifest? I ask. I'll need to verify the inventory before accepting delivery. It's in the van. I'll grab it with the first box. He gestures toward the vehicle. You want to help? Some of these books are heavy. My internal alarm bells ring louder. Secure literary transport never asks clients to help unload. It's against their protocol for insurance reasons. I'll wait here, I say firmly. Bring the manifest first, please. His expression flickers with annoyance or maybe concern. It's gone too quickly to read. Sure, whatever. He turns and walks back to the van, his movements stiffer now. I watch the driver head back to the van, my instincts screaming, something is very wrong. The back doors of the vehicle swing open, and my blood turns to ice as 4 men in black masks pour out of the van like liquid shadow. Not couriers, not delivery men, hunters. My training kicks in before my conscious mind can process what's happening. 3 years of quiet librarian life vanish in an instant, replaced by the street-smart instincts my mother drilled into me since childhood. The clipboard slips from my fingers, clattering to the floor as I pivot on my heel. I don't waste breath screaming. No one's here this late except Walter, and I don't want to get him killed. I sprint down the corridor, glad Scarlet is the type to only wear sensible flats. The emergency exit at the end of the hall is my target, through the children's section, past reference, and then freedom. I only make it 3 strides before I see a detail that stops my heart. One of the men has rolled up his sleeves, revealing intricate tattoos crawling up his forearms. A double-headed eagle with a crown, surrounded by Cyrillic script. Roland Tarasov. I'd recognize those tattoos anywhere. I traced them with my fingertips 3 years ago in a penthouse suite at the Bellagio and memorized every line and curve while he slept beside me, right before I stole his grandfather's signet ring and disappeared. The shock costs me precious seconds. I stumble, regain my footing, and push harder, lungs burning as I race through the stacks. Behind me, heavy footsteps thunder across the loading dock. "She's running!" Someone shouts in accented English. I duck between 2 tall shelves, hoping to lose them in the maze of books. My mind races through possible escape routes. The staff entrance requires a keycard. I could make it there before them, or the fire exit, though it would trigger an alarm. I round the corner into the reference section and slam straight into a solid wall of muscle. Strong arms wrap around me from behind, pinning my own arms to my sides. I kick backward, connecting with a shin, but the grip only tightens. "Enough, little fox," whispers a familiar voice in my ear. "Fighting only makes this worse." Kir Petrovich, Roland's right-hand man. I thrash against his hold, but it's like fighting against steel cables. "Let me go." "Nayet." He expertly maneuvers my wrists behind my back. The cold bite of metal handcuffs clicks into place, and just like that, my options narrow to 0. "You're making a mistake," I say, switching tactics. "I'm just a librarian. My name is Scarlet Cole. You can check my ID." Kerr chuckles. We both know that's not true, Ivy Stankoven. Hearing my real name spoken aloud after 3 years makes me shudder. I go still, the fight draining out of me as reality sinks in. They found me. After all this time, all my precautions and all my careful planning, they found me. The other men surround us now, their black masks making them look like executioners. The tallest one, Roland, steps forward. Even with his face covered, I recognize the way he moves and the confident stride of a predator who knows his prey is cornered. "Bag," he commands in that deep voice that still haunts my dreams. One of the men produces a black hood. I renew my struggles as they bring it toward my face. "No, wait!" The world goes dark as the hood slips over my head. The fabric is thick. I can breathe but barely see shadows through the weave. "Move," orders Kerr, steering me forward with a firm hand on my upper arm. They march me through my own library, past the stacks I've carefully organized and the displays I've lovingly created, past the life I built from nothing after escaping the one I was born into. The cool night air hits me as we exit through the loading dock. I'm lifted bodily into what must be the van, hands still cuffed behind me, the hood still in place. Someone secures my ankles with what feels like zip ties. Doors slam. An engine starts. The van lurches forward. "Please," I try, my voice muffled by the hood. "Whatever you think I did..." "Quiet." Roland's voice is closer than I expected. He must be sitting beside me. "Save your stories for later, Ivy. You'll need them." The use of my real name again silences me more effectively than his command. I slump against the side of the van, mind racing through scenarios, each more terrifying than the last. Is this about the ring? It must be. What else could Roland Tarasov want with me after all this time? Revenge. The word echoes in my mind. The Russian Mafia doesn't forgive, and they never forget. My mother's warnings play on repeat in my head. Never cross someone who has nothing to lose but their pride, Ivy girl. Those are the ones who'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. The van drives for what seems like hours. Without sight, my other senses heighten. The smell of gun oil and leather, the occasional murmur of Russian between the men, the gradual change in the road from smooth highway to something rougher, with curves that throw me against Roland's solid form beside me. We're heading up into the mountains, I realize. Away from the city and away from witnesses. My mouth goes dry. No one knows where I am. No one will miss me until tomorrow morning when I don't show up for work. By then, it might be too late. Finally, the van stops. The engine cuts off and silence falls. Doors open. Hands grab me, pulling me out into the cool night air. It smells different here. Pine and wood smoke instead of the city's exhaust and neon. They guide me up what feels like wooden steps, across a porch, through a door. The temperature changes to be warmer now, with the scent of cedar and expensive furniture polish. A fire crackles nearby. Someone pushes me down into what feels like an armchair. The zip ties around my ankles are cut, but the handcuffs remain. Then, finally, the hood is removed. I blink against the sudden light, my eyesight adjusting slowly. We're in what appears to be a luxury cabin with exposed wooden beams, a stone fireplace, and large windows that would show a spectacular view if it weren't pitch black outside. The decor is masculine and expensive, with leather furniture and animal hide rugs. The men stand around me, still masked except for Kerr, who watches me with those icy eyes I remember too well. He looks exactly the same. He's tall, broad-shouldered, and has short blonde hair, along with a face that could have been carved from granite. Then Roland steps forward and removes his mask. My breath catches. 3 years haven't changed him either. Still dreadfully handsome, with sharp cheekbones, a strong jaw darkened by stubble, and piercing blue eyes that seem to see right through every lie I've ever told. His black hair is shorter than I remember, but styled impeccably. The scar along his left jawline is new. It's a thin white line that only enhances his precarious charm. "Hello, Ivy," he says, his deep voice sending involuntary shivers down my spine. "It's been a while." He turns to his men. "Leave us." The others quickly comply, though Kier remains. When we're alone, I straighten in the chair, summoning what dignity I can with my hands cuffed behind my back. I prefer Scarlet now. A smile curves his lips, not reaching his eyes. And I'd prefer you hadn't stolen from me, yet here we are. There it is, the reason for all this. I swallow hard, mind racing for a way out of this situation. Roland, I'm so sorry about the ring. It was a mistake, a terrible mistake. The words tumble out, practiced in my head 1,000 times for this exact scenario. I was desperate and stupid and young. I wanted to have a normal life, so I made a foolish choice. I sold it years ago through a network of dealers. I don't know where it is now, I swear. He watches me, expression unreadable. Then he does something unexpected. He laughs. The sound is rich and genuine, startling in its warmth. It's not the reaction I anticipated, and it throws me completely off balance. You always were a convincing liar, Ivy, he says, moving to pour himself a drink from a crystal decanter on a nearby table. It's what drew me to you in the first place, that and other obvious attributes. His gaze travels over me, lingering on my face, my body, in a way that makes heat rise to my cheeks despite the dire circumstances. I'm not lying about the ring, I insist. I sold it. It's gone. I know. He takes a sip of his drink, whiskey, from the amber color. I recovered it 6 months ago from a collector in Dubai. It cost me considerably more than its actual worth, but sentiment has its price. My mouth opens, then closes. If he has the ring, then why am I here? Why the elaborate kidnapping? I don't understand, I say finally. If you have the ring, what do you want from me? Roland sets down his glass and approaches, stopping directly in front of my chair. He leans down, placing his hands on the armrests and caging me in. His face is inches from mine, close enough that I can smell the whiskey on his breath and see the flecks of darker blue in his irises. What do I want? He repeats softly. It's quite simple, Ivy. I want you. The words hang in the air between us, loaded with meaning I can't fully decipher. Want me dead? Want me to pay? Want me to work for him? Or something else entirely? Me? I manage to say, my voice embarrassingly weak. You, he confirms, straightening up. The woman who managed to seduce me, steal from me, and disappear without a trace. The woman who's occupied far too much of my thinking for the past 3 years. I told you, I'm sorry about the ring. I'll pay you back. This isn't about the ring anymore. He cuts me off with a dismissive wave. That's merely where our story began. I'm more interested in where it's going. I stare at him, completely lost. I don't understand what you want from me. Understanding will come in time. He nods to Kier, who steps forward with a key and unlocks my handcuffs. I bring my arms around front, rubbing my wrists where the metal chafed. The sudden freedom makes me nervous rather than relieved. What game is he playing? You're not going to kill me? The question slips out before I can stop it. Roland's eyebrows rise. Kill you? Is that what you think of me? You're Roland Tarasov, I say, as if that explains everything, and it should. His reputation in Vegas is legendary as the ruthless Russian who took over his father's empire and expanded it tenfold, eliminating anyone who stood in his way. Yes, I am. He smiles, showing teeth. And you're Ivy Stankoven, daughter of Elise Stankoven, one of the most notorious con women on the West Coast. We all have our reputations, don't we? The mention of my mother sends a pang through me. My mother is dead. Duh. He gestures to Kier. Leave us. Kier gives Roland a questioning look before departing. The door closes behind him, leaving me alone with the man I stole from and have been running from for 3 years.
Be sure to subscribe to the channel so that we can keep bringing you these amazing books. Thank you. I watched the shock ripple across Ivy's face, her carefully constructed librarian persona cracking like thin ice under pressure. The modest sweater, the sensible shoes, and the glasses perched on her nose are all part of a costume she's worn for 3 years. Yet underneath, I see flashes of the woman who captivated me that night in Vegas. "How did you find me?" Her voice trembles slightly, the first genuine emotion she's shown since I walked into her library. I move toward the stone fireplace, running my hand along the rough-hewn mantel. The cabin sits high in the mountains, isolated and secure, and is one of many properties I own that don't appear on any official records. Through the panoramic windows, snow-capped peaks stretch into the distance, bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. Finding people is what I do, Ivy. Or should I call you Scarlet now? I turn to face her. You chose an interesting alias. Her eyes narrow slightly. It seemed appropriate at the time. Scarlet, the color of passion. Of sin, I study her transformed appearance, with the once platinum hair, now a muted brown, which I much prefer, along with the absence of the bold makeup she wore when we met, and the conservative clothes that hide the curves I still remember vividly. You've gone to considerable lengths to disappear. Clearly, not enough. Her chin tilts up slightly in a familiar gesture of assessment and defiance that I recognize from our first meeting. I pour 2 short glasses of vodka from the crystal vessel on the side table, offering her one. She hesitates before accepting it, her fingers careful not to touch mine. You stole something irreplaceable from me, I say, watching her over the rim of my glass. Your grandfather's ring. She takes a small sip, her eyes never leaving mine. Which you've apparently recovered. The ring was just an object. Her eyebrows rise slightly. A priceless family heirloom is just an object. Compared to what else you took? Yes. I drain my glass in one swallow, welcoming the burn. You've been haunting me for 3 years. A flicker of surprise crosses her face before she masks it. I don't understand. Don't you? I set down my empty glass with more force than necessary. You walked into my casino wearing that red dress like you owned the place. You challenged me at my own table. You looked me in the eye when everyone else in Vegas is too afraid to do so. She remains silent, watching me with those intelligent brown eyes. And then you spent the night in my bed, making me believe I'd found someone who really saw me for the first time in my life. The admission cost me something, but I need her to understand. Only to disappear with my grandfather's ring before morning. That was the job, she says quietly. Nothing personal. I laugh, the sound harsh even to my own ears. It became personal the moment you kissed me. Her cheeks flush slightly and she looks away, toward the mountains outside. What do you want from me, Roland? You have your ring back. You found me. Is this about revenge? Are you going to kill me now? If I wanted you dead, we wouldn't be having this conversation. She sets her barely touched drink on the coffee table. Then what? Money. I don't have it. I sold the ring years ago. I know. I move closer to her, close enough to catch the scent of her shampoo. Something floral and simple, but nothing like the exotic perfume she wore that night. I want to understand why I haven't been able to forget you. Her eyes widen slightly. I've tried, I continue, circling her like a predator. God knows I've tried. I've had countless women in my bed since you. Models, actresses, and daughters of other crime families. Women who would do anything to be with me, whether for my money, my protection, or my connections. How fortunate for you, she says dryly. They bore me. I stop directly in front of her. All of them. Their motivations are transparent and their personalities predictable. They either fear me or want something from me, usually both. She crosses her arms, creating a barrier between us. And I didn't? You treated me like an equal. I reach out, not quite touching her face. You challenged me intellectually. You made me genuinely laugh for the first time in years. I was working you, she says, but there's a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Perhaps initially, but there was a moment, Ivy, when it became real. We both know it. Her gaze drops to my lips for a fraction of a second before she looks away. You're delusional. No one has ever outsmarted me before you. I take her chin between my thumb and forefinger, gently turning her face back toward mine. No one has ever seen past the monster to the man underneath. I saw exactly who you are, she whispers. A dangerous man who destroys anyone who crosses him. Yet here you stand, very much undestroyed. Her pulse jumps visibly at her throat. For now. I release her chin and step back, giving her space. I've spent 3 years trying to recreate what happened between us that night, searching for someone who makes me feel alive the way you did. And nothing compares. I walk to the window, looking out at the darkening sky. I've built an empire on understanding people's motivations, on being 3 steps ahead of everyone else. I can read most people within seconds of meeting them. But not me. I turn back to her. You're the only puzzle I've never solved. She laughs, but it's a short, sharp sound. There's nothing to solve, Roland. I'm a con artist who saw an opportunity and took it. End of story. If that were true, you would have taken more than just the ring. I approach her again, watching her reaction carefully. My safe contained cash, other jewelry, and documents worth millions to the right buyers. Yet you took only one item. The one thing of sentimental value. Her expression remains neutral, but I notice the slight tension in her shoulders. The safe was too hard to crack. I snort softly, knowing safe cracking is in her wheelhouse. Why that ring? Why not the diamonds or the cash? It was the most valuable item, she says, but her voice lacks conviction. No, it wasn't. I stop inches from her. The diamonds in my safe were worth 3 times what you could have gotten for the ring, even on the black market. You chose the one item that would hurt me personally. She swallows hard. Maybe I wanted you to remember me. The admission hangs between us, unexpected and raw. I remember everything about that night, I say softly. The way you laughed at the blackjack table, the champagne we drank on my balcony, and how you looked in the moonlight when you thought I wasn't watching. Her breathing quickens slightly. Stop. I remember how your skin felt under my hands. The sounds you made when I said stop. She steps back, putting distance between us. Whatever you think happened between us was an illusion. I created a persona designed to appeal to you. I studied you for weeks. Your habits, your preferences, and your weaknesses. My weakness being intelligent, beautiful women who aren't intimidated by me. Your weakness being your ego. Her eyes flash with something like the old fire I remember. You couldn't resist someone who treated you as an equal rather than a god or a monster. I smile, pleased to see glimpses of the real Ivy emerging from behind her librarian disguise. Perhaps, but that doesn't explain why you've haunted me for 3 years. That's your problem, not mine. Is it? I move to the bar cart, pouring myself another drink. Have you thought of me at all since that night? Her silence is answer enough. You could have disappeared anywhere after taking my ring. Why not leave the country? Instead, you chose to settle less than 20 miles from Las Vegas and me. I turned to face her. Why stay so close to the man you robbed? It was convenient, she says, but the excuse sounds hollow, even to my ears. It was reckless. I take a slow sip of my drink. Unless part of you wanted to be found. Her eyes flash with uncertainty, which she desperately tries to hide. That's ridiculous. Is it? 3 years of living in my shadow, looking over your shoulder, and wondering if today would be the day I found you. I set my glass down and approach her again. That's not freedom. That's purgatory. Better than hell, she mutters. Is it? Living every day in fear, never forming real connections, and always ready to run? I shake my head. You've built a prison for yourself more confining than anything I could have created. She looks away, her jaw tight. What do you want from me, Roland? Just tell me so we can get this over with. I want the truth. I reach out, tucking a strand of her natural shade of hair behind her ear. I want to know if what I felt that night was real, or if I've spent 3 years obsessing over a fantasy. She stares into my eyes, and for a second, I see vulnerability there. Does it matter? We're different people now. Are we? My fingers linger near her face. Or are we just wearing different masks? She steps back from my touch. I'm not that woman anymore. The clever con artist who seduced me? Or the woman who looked at me like I was more than just a monster? Both. Her voice is firm, but her eyes betray her uncertainty. I don't believe you. I move closer, backing her against the stone wall beside the fireplace. I think Scarlet Cole is just another character you're playing, another mask to hide behind. You don't know me, she whispers. I know you better than you think. I place my hands on the wall on either side of her, not touching her, but effectively caging her in. I know you're brilliant, you're adaptable, and you can read people like books and become whatever they need you to be. Her breathing quickens as her chest rises and falls rapidly. I settle into the leather armchair across from her, pouring scotch to replace the vodka and swirling the amber liquid in my crystal glass. The scotch catches the light from the fireplace, creating golden patterns that dance across the surface. Outside, darkness has fallen completely, turning the panoramic windows into perfect mirrors that reflect our tense standoff. You know what fascinates me about you, Ivy? I take a measured sip, letting the smoky flavor linger on my tongue. Your mind, the way it works. She remains perched on the edge of the sofa, ready to flee at any moment. The transformation is remarkable, from the confident seductress in red who challenged me at my casino to this cautious woman in sensible clothes. Yet beneath both personas, I recognize the same sharp intelligence. Most people I encounter are predictable, boring. I set my glass on the side table with a soft clink. They want money, power, or protection, sometimes all three. How disappointing for you. Her voice carries a hint of the sarcasm I remember from our first meeting. Indeed, I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees. Then you walked into my casino wearing that red dress, and you were extraordinary. The admission comes easily, surprising even me. Do you know how rare it is to find someone who sees past the reputation, past the power and the money and the fear? She crosses her arms, creating a barrier between us. I saw exactly who you are. Did you? I pick up my glass again, studying her over the rim. I think you saw more than most. That night wasn't just sex, Ivy. A flush creeps up her neck, but she maintains her composure. What was it then? Connection. I swirl the scotch again, watching the liquid cling to the sides of the glass before sliding back down. Something genuine in a world of artifice. She laughs, and the sound is sharp and disbelieving. We spent one night together after I deliberately seduced you to steal your grandfather's ring. There was nothing genuine about it. Wasn't there? I hold her gaze. The seduction may have been calculated, but what happened between us wasn't. Not entirely. Her eyes drop to her hands, now clasped tightly in her lap. What do you want from me, Roland? The moment has arrived. I set my glass down with deliberate care. I'm willing to forget about the theft of my grandfather's ring, I say, watching her closely. I'm willing to wipe the slate clean between us. Her head snaps up, eyes narrowing with suspicion. In exchange for what? One night. The words hang in the air between us. Spend one more night with me, and we're even. Confusion crosses her face, followed by disbelief. You can't be serious. I'm always serious. You spent 3 years hunting me down. For sex? She stands abruptly, pacing toward the window. That's insane. Not for sex. I remain seated, giving her space. For another chance to experience what we had that night. The connection. The honesty. She turns to face me, silhouetted against the darkness outside. There was no honesty. I lied to you from the moment we met. Not about everything. I rise slowly, approaching her with measured steps. Not when you were in my arms. Not when you looked at me in the moonlight and saw the man beneath the monster. She crosses her arms tighter. So this is about your ego. This is about finding something real in a world of lies. I take another step closer. Something I've only experienced once with you. Her breathing accelerates slightly, but she stands her ground. Let me get this straight. You want me to sleep with you again? And then you'll let me go? No consequences for stealing your ring? That's correct. And if I refuse, I consider my answer carefully. Then you still go free. This catches her off guard. What? You heard me. I move to the bar cart, refilling my glass to give her a moment to process. Regardless of your decision, I've arranged for you to return safely to your life as Scarlet Cole. Suspicion clouds her features. Why would you do that? Why would you let me walk away after all the trouble of finding me? Because forcing you would destroy exactly what I'm trying to recapture. I return to stand before her. What drew me to you was your uniqueness. Taking that by force would extinguish it. She studies me, searching for the trap. Your associates would consider that weakness. I don't answer to them. I shrug one shoulder. I answer to no one. Everyone answers to someone, Roland. Not me. I take a sip of scotch. Not anymore. She turns away, looking out at the mountains shrouded in darkness. This is crazy. You're offering to forget a theft worth $1 million because you want to sleep with me again? The ring was recovered years ago. I move to stand beside her at the window. This isn't about the ring. It never was. Then what is it about? She turns to face me, genuine confusion in her eyes. Obsession, perhaps. I trace the rim of my glass with one finger. You've haunted me for 3 years. I need to know if what I felt that night was real, or if I've spent all this time chasing a ghost. And one night will tell you that. It's a start. I set my glass on the windowsill. I'm not asking for forever, just tonight. You really believe I want this? I believe you're curious, and you've thought about that night as often as I have. Her pupils dilate slightly, but she doesn't move away. You're very sure of yourself. I know desire when I see it. My voice drops lower. And I see it in your eyes right now, the same way I saw it 3 years ago. She steps back, creating distance between us. Even if that were true, which it isn't, why would I agree? You've already said you'll let me go either way. Because you want to know too. I follow her retreat, maintaining the tension between us. You want to know if what you felt was real or just part of the con. Her expression flickers, telling me I've hit the mark. One night of honesty between us. Then you're free, truly free, to go wherever you want. And I'm supposed to trust you? She laughs, the sound brittle. The man who kidnapped me from my workplace? Yes. My answer is simple, direct. Because I could have taken what I wanted by force. I could have exacted revenge for the theft. Instead, I'm giving you a choice. She sinks onto the sofa, the fight seeming to drain from her. Some choice. Sleep with you, or sleep with you. The choice is sleep with me or walk away. I remain standing, giving her space to think. Either way, you leave unharmed, with a new identity and enough money to start over somewhere I won't find you. Her head snaps up. What? You heard me! I move to the fireplace, leaning against the stone mantel. If you choose to walk away, I'll provide you with everything you need to disappear properly this time. New identity, new location, and enough money to establish yourself. Why would you do that? Because I want your decision to be genuine. I watch the flames dance in the fireplace. I want to know that if you stay, it's because you choose to, not because you feel trapped. She studies me, her analytical mind clearly working through every angle, every possible trap. And if I stay, what happens the day after? The same. You leave with a new identity and resources if you want them. I turn to face her fully. The only difference is whether we spend tonight together first. That's it? No strings attached? No further obligations? None. I spread my hands. One night, freely given. That's all I ask. She stands again, restless energy propelling her towards the windows. This makes no sense. You're one of the most powerful men in Las Vegas. You could have anyone. I don't want anyone. I follow her with my gaze. I want you. She turns to face me, her expression unreadable. And if it's not the same, if another night doesn't live up to your memory, then at least I'll know. I push away from the fireplace. At least I can stop wondering, stop searching, and stop seeing your face every time I close my eyes. The vulnerable admission hangs between us. For a moment, neither of us speaks. You really have thought about me all this time? Her voice is softer now, tinged with wonder. Every day. I move toward her slowly. Every night. She watches my approach, no longer retreating. I thought you'd kill me if you ever found me. I considered it, I admit, for about 5 minutes after discovering the theft. Then I remembered the way you laughed at something I said, genuine and unguarded, and I knew I couldn't do it. So you spent 3 years tracking me down instead? I needed answers. I stop a few feet from her. I needed to understand why you, of all people, had such an effect on me. She shakes her head slightly, but I see a glimpse of the woman from 3 years ago. Confident, challenging, and unafraid. One night? One night, I confirm. No expectations beyond that. You have my word. She takes a deep breath, then nods slowly. One night. Then we go our separate ways. Relief and anticipation course through me, though I keep my expression neutral. One night. Tomorrow night. To be exact.
The key to the Wynn hotel room is heavy in my palm, its weight disproportionate to its size. Roland's parting words replay in my mind as I watch the sleek black car pull away from the library curb. Tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock. A car will collect you from your apartment. Don't be late. I stand frozen on the sidewalk long after the taillights disappear around the corner. 3 years of careful anonymity shattered in a single evening. I finally move to go upstairs. My apartment door looks exactly as I left it this morning, the nearly invisible thread I place across the top corner still intact, which is an old trick my mother taught me. I unlock the 3 deadbolts I installed myself, slip inside, and immediately relock everything. I drop my bag on the counter and move to the windows, drawing the blinds tight. The familiar action doesn't bring its usual comfort. The walls that once protected me now seem paper-thin, my carefully constructed sanctuary suddenly transparent. "He found me," I whisper to the empty room. The reality of it crashes over me in waves. Roland found me. After 3 years of hiding, of looking over my shoulder and jumping at shadows, he simply walked into my library and took me, as if I'd been waiting for him all along. I pace the length of my apartment, mind spinning through the evening's events, analyzing every word, every look, every touch. The deal he offered. One night with him in exchange for my freedom. This is insane. I should be terrified and planning my escape. Instead, I'm remembering the heat of his body pressed against mine in that cabin, the intensity in his ice-blue eyes when he said he wanted me, and the unexpected gentleness in his touch when he handed me the key. I stop pacing and stare at the key still clutched in my hand. The Wynn, one of the most exclusive hotels on the Strip. I've been inside exactly once, during a reconnaissance mission for a con my mother was planning. The marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and plush carpets had seemed like something from another world. Tomorrow night, I'll be there with Roland. Unless I run. The thought hits me like a physical blow. I could run, right now. Pack a bag, drain my emergency account, and disappear again. Create a new identity, find a new town, and start over. Again. I move to my closet and pull out the duffel bag I keep ready. Old habits. Always be prepared to leave at a moment's notice. Inside are the essentials: cash, a prepaid phone, a change of clothes, and 3 different IDs my mother had made for me years ago. Everything I need to vanish. My hands hover over the bag, trembling slightly. If I run now, I might get away. Might. Roland found me once. What's to stop him from finding me again? And next time, he might not be so accommodating. I push the bag back into the closet and resume pacing. 7 steps forward, 7 steps back. The walls close in around me as I consider my options. Stay and meet Roland tomorrow night. One night, and then freedom, if he keeps his word. Run and spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, waiting for the day his men catch up to me. Neither option should be particularly appealing, yet the decision seems to have already made itself. Some traitorous part of me doesn't want to run or start over in another anonymous town with another forgettable name. Some part of me wants that night with Roland. This is Stockholm Syndrome, I tell myself firmly, or temporary insanity. I check the locks again, then move to the window and peer through a crack in the blinds. The street below looks normal. No suspicious cars, no men in suits watching my building, but that doesn't mean they're not there. The next evening, I stare at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, barely recognizing the woman looking back at me. 3 years of careful anonymity stripped away in a single night. 3 years of being Scarlet Cole, quiet librarian, forgettable neighbor, and invisible woman, about to be sacrificed for one more night as Ivy Stankoven. The black dress hangs on the back of the bathroom door, simple yet elegant. I bought it 2 years ago for a library fundraiser and wore it exactly once. It reveals nothing while suggesting everything. High neckline, fitted bodice, and a hemline that stops just above the knee. Perfect armor for tonight. My fingers tremble slightly as I apply eyeliner, the familiar motion bringing back memories I've tried to bury. How many times had I done this before a job? How many men had I seduced with these same careful strokes of makeup and these same practiced smiles? None of them had been Roland. I finish my makeup with a sweep of mascara and a touch of deep red lipstick, which is bolder than anything I've worn since becoming Scarlet. The transformation is startling. The bombshell brunette in the mirror isn't the mousy librarian who spends Friday nights reading mystery novels with a cup of tea. She's someone dangerous, who knows how to take what she wants. "Stop it," I mutter to my reflection. "This isn't a con, this is survival." Yet as I pin up my dark brown hair, securing it with pearl-tipped pins, I can't deny the thrill running through me. The excitement mingling with dread at the anticipation of seeing Roland again. It's been 3 years since I felt his hands on my body, his lips against mine. 3 years since I've been touched by anyone at all. The realization stops me cold, hairpins suspended in midair. I haven't been with anyone since Roland. Not a single date, not a casual hookup, nothing. I've told myself it was about maintaining my cover, about not forming attachments that might compromise my new identity, but perhaps the truth is simpler and more complicated all at once. No one else has measured up to that single night with him. I finish pinning up my hair and step back to assess the full effect. My natural brown hair, finally grown out after years of dyeing it blonde for cons, is twisted into an elegant updo that exposes the curve of my neck. The black dress hugs my figure without being overtly sexual. The heels add 3 inches to my height but are practical enough to run in if necessary. Old habits. I move to the bedroom and retrieve the small clutch purse from my dresser. Inside is my wallet with Scarlet Cole's ID, a tube of lipstick, and a small canister of pepper spray. Not that it would do much good against Roland and his men, but the weight of it is reassuring. My phone buzzes with a text message from an unknown number. "Car arriving in 5 minutes." My stomach drops. There's no turning back now. I slip on the heels, grab the clutch, and take one final look around my apartment. Will I ever see this place again? Roland promised me freedom after tonight, a new identity and resources to start over, if I don't want to be Scarlet Cole any longer, but Roland's promises are worth exactly as much as he decides they're worth. The buzzer rings right on time, 7 o'clock exactly. I press the intercom. "Yes? Car for Miss Cole." It's Kerr, sounding gruff but professional. "I'll be right down." I pocket my keys and head for the door. The hallway is empty as I lock my door and make my way to the elevator. Mrs. Patel from 3B usually takes her dog out around this time, but there's no sign of her tonight. The building is unnaturally quiet, as if holding its breath. Outside, a sleek black car idles at the curb. The rear door opens as I approach, and Kerr unfolds his tall frame from the driver's seat. His face is expressionless as always, but his gaze tracks my every movement. "Ms. Stankoven," he nods slightly. "It's Cole now," I correct him, though we both know it's pointless. "Of course." He gestures to the open door. "Mr. Tarasov is expecting you." I hesitate, scanning the street. No other cars and no obvious surveillance, just Keir and the black sedan with its tinted windows. "He's not in the car," says Kerr, reading my hesitation. "He's waiting at the hotel." I nod and slide into the back seat. The leather is butter soft against my bare legs. The interior smells of expensive cologne and new car. Keir closes the door behind me and returns to the driver's seat. "Seatbelt?" he says, meeting my gaze in the rearview mirror. I comply. the mundane safety precaution almost comical given the circumstances, as if a car accident is what I should be worried about tonight. The car pulls away from the curb smoothly. I watch my apartment building recede into the distance through the window. The streets of Henderson give way to the highway, and soon we're heading toward the glittering lights of the Strip. The silence stretches between us, filled only by the soft purr of the engine and the muted sounds of traffic outside. Las Vegas appears on the horizon, a neon oasis in the desert darkness. The familiar skyline sends a jolt of nostalgia through me. I spent 2 years here before meeting Roland, running small cons with my mother and learning the rhythms of the city, the casinos, the hotels, and the endless flow of visitors looking for excitement or escape. I was good at giving them both. The car turns onto the Strip, joining the parade of taxis and limousines. The sidewalks are crowded with tourists, their faces upturned to the dazzling lights. They move in packs, laughing and shouting, drunk on overpriced cocktails and the promise of easy money. We pass the Bellagio, its famous fountains dancing in synchronized patterns, the Venetian with its indoor canals, and the Paris and its half-scale Eiffel Tower. Each hotel is more extravagant than the last, with each promising a fantasy for the right price. The Wynn rises ahead, elegant and imposing. Unlike the themed excess of its neighbors, the Wynn exudes understated luxury. No pirates or pyramids here, just pure, refined opulence. Keir pulls into the private entrance, away from the main valet stand. A uniformed attendant opens my door before the car has fully stopped. "Welcome to the Wynn, miss." I step out, smoothing my dress. The night air is warm, carrying the scent of desert heat and chlorine from nearby pools. Keir remains in the car, watching as the attendant escorts me toward the private elevator. "Mr. Tarasov has arranged for your direct access to the tower suites," the attendant explains, swiping a key card at the elevator. "Floor 60. The elevator doors open silently. I step inside as the attendant swipes his card again, presses the button for the 60th floor, and steps back with a practiced smile. "Have a pleasant evening, miss." The doors close, and I'm alone. The elevator rises swiftly, my stomach dipping slightly at the rapid ascent. 60 floors, nearly the top of the hotel. Of course, Roland would take the highest possible position, looking down on the city below. I check my reflection in the mirrored wall. My lipstick is still perfect, my hair still neatly pinned, and my expression is carefully composed to reveal nothing of the turmoil inside. The elevator slows, then stops. A soft chime announces my arrival at the 60th floor. The doors slide open to reveal a private foyer, elegantly appointed with fresh flowers and original artwork. A single door waits at the end of the short hallway, and it's incredibly difficult to take the first step in its direction.
The knock at the door comes at exactly 8 o'clock. I check my watch. Punctuality has always been a virtue I respect. 3 years ago, she was 15 minutes late to our first meeting, claiming traffic had held her up. I knew it was a calculated move even then, designed to make me wait, to establish some illusion of control. Tonight, there's no such game. I open the door to find Ivy standing in the hallway, her posture rigid, her eyes darting past me to survey the presidential suite. The woman before me is a stark contrast to the one who sauntered into my casino 3 years ago. "You came." I step aside, gesturing for her to enter. She hesitates for a fraction of a second before crossing the threshold, her movements precise and measured. I said I would. I close the door behind her, watching as she takes in the opulence of the Wynn's presidential suite. Long windows showcase the glittering Las Vegas skyline, while custom furniture in creams and golds adorns the space, with each piece selected for both comfort and status. Fresh flower arrangements, orchids, roses, and lilies, perfume the air with their subtle fragrance. Drink? I move toward the bar, where crystal decanters catch the light. No. Her response is immediate, then she pauses. Actually, yes. Whiskey. Neat. I pour 2 fingers of 18-year-old Macallan into a crystal tumbler. Her choice surprises me. 3 years ago, she drank only champagne, claiming whiskey was too harsh for her delicate palate. Another lie, it seems. Hungry? I hand her the glass, careful not to let our fingers touch. I've arranged dinner. Her gaze flicks to the dining table, set with fine china and crystal. A bottle of Dom Perignon chills in a silver bucket. The meal awaits under silver domes, kept warm by hidden heating elements. I didn't come here to eat. She takes a sip of whiskey, her throat working as she swallows. I study her while she pretends not to notice my scrutiny. She wears a simple black dress, elegant but understated. No designer labels visible, and no flashy jewelry. Just a woman who wants to blend in rather than stand out. The only remnant of the Ivy I met 3 years ago is her physical beauty, which remains undimmed despite her obvious attempts to downplay it. You've changed, I say, taking my own drink and moving towards the windows. People do that. She remains near the door, maintaining distance between us. Her eyes continue their methodical scan of the room, noting exits, potential weapons, escape routes, the behavior of prey, not a predator. Some more dramatically than others. I gesture toward the seating area. Please sit. I promise this isn't a trap. A bitter smile crosses her face. Everything with you is a trap, Roland. That's who you are. And who are you? I counter, watching her closely. The woman who seduced me 3 years ago? The thief who stole my grandfather's ring? Or the librarian hiding in Henderson? Her fingers tighten around the whiskey glass. I'm whoever I need to be to survive. And who do you need to be tonight? She takes another sip, longer this time. Someone who makes a deal with the devil and lives to tell about it. My laugh echoes in the vast space. Is that how you see me? The devil? What would you call a man who kidnaps a woman from her workplace and holds her against her will? I'd call him someone moderating his response when revenge is what should drive him. I move to the dining table, lifting one of the silver domes to reveal perfectly seared scallops. The food will get cold. She remains standing, her posture tense. I'm not hungry. Your stomach growled twice since you entered the room. Pride is a luxury for those who can afford it, Ivy. Her eyes narrow at the use of her real name. Don't call me that. That person doesn't exist anymore. She's standing right in front of me. I replace the dome and turn to face her fully, though I admit she's wearing quite the convincing disguise. Ivy, or Scarlet, as she prefers to be called now, takes 3 careful steps into the room, placing her glass on a side table. Let's be clear about something. I'm here because you offered me a deal. 1 night, and then I'm free. No more looking over my shoulder. No more wondering when you'll show up to destroy what little life I've managed to build. Those were the terms. Then let's get on with it. She reaches for the zipper at the back of her dress. Stop! My voice cuts through the room, sharper than intended. Her hand freezes, eyes widening slightly. That's not what this is about. I move toward her, stopping when I notice how she tenses. If I wanted just your body, I could have taken it at the cabin. Then what do you want? Confusion clouds her expression. Sit down, Ivy. Eat something. We have all night. I pull out a chair for her at the dining table, watching as she hesitates before finally sitting down. Her movements are carefully calculated and so different from the confident woman who once slid into the seat across from me at my casino's high-stakes poker table. You don't need to play waiter, she says, smoothing her dress beneath her as she sits. Old habits. I take the seat opposite her, removing the silver domes from our plates. Steam rises from perfectly seared scallops arranged over risotto, the aroma rich with butter and herbs. My mother insisted on proper manners, even in our household. Ivy's eyebrows rise slightly. The notorious Tarasov family had etiquette lessons? Especially the Tarasov family. I pour champagne into her flute, then mine. Power requires refinement. My father believed that strongly. She picks up her fork but doesn't eat, studying the food as if searching for hidden dangers. I take a bite of my own meal, hoping to reassure her. It's not poisoned. Scarlet, she corrects automatically, then sighs. Though I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. Which do you prefer? She considers this while finally taking a small bite of scallop. Scarlet feels safer, but tonight, she bites her lip before saying, tonight isn't about safety. I nod. Ivy, it is then. We eat in silence for several minutes. The tension between us shifts, not disappearing but transforming into something less hostile. Her shoulders relax incrementally as she continues to eat, hunger apparently winning over caution. This is good, she says after finishing her first scallop. The Win chef is exceptional. I meant the champagne. A ghost of a smile crosses her face. The food's adequate. I laugh, surprised by her attempt at humor. High standards for someone who's been living on a librarian's salary. Her expression shudders immediately, and I regret the comment. Sorry, that was unnecessary. She shrugs, taking another sip of champagne. It's true. I've been eating a lot of ramen noodles. By choice or necessity? Both. She sets down her glass. I needed to stay under the radar. That meant living modestly and working a job that wouldn't attract attention. And did you enjoy it? Being a librarian? Something softens in her expression. Actually, yes. Books are safe, predictable. Each one stays exactly where you put it, organized by a system everyone agrees on. There's something comforting about that kind of order. I study her face, seeing genuine emotion there. You never struck me as someone who craved order. You never knew me at all, Roland. She meets my gaze directly. You met a character I was playing. Tell me about the real one then. I refill her champagne. Tell me about the girl before she became Ivy Stankoven, master thief. She laughs, the sound sharp and brittle. There was no before. I was born into this life. Everyone has a beginning. She takes another bite, chewing slowly as if considering how much to reveal. My first memory is of my mother teaching me to forge her signature when I was 4. By 6, I could copy anyone's handwriting. By 8, I was creating fake IDs. Your mother taught you this? She said I had natural talent. Ivy twirls her champagne flute between her fingers. We moved constantly. New city, new names, and new schools every few months. I learned to adapt quickly, to become whoever we needed to be for the next con. That sounds difficult for a child. It was exciting, actually, like playing pretend, except the stakes were real. She pauses, her expression distant, until it wasn't fun anymore. I lean forward slightly. What changed? I grew up, started seeing the consequences. She pushes away her plate, half finished. My mother specialized in targeting wealthy, powerful men who couldn't go to the police because they were usually involved in something illegal themselves. Men like me? Her eyes snap to mine. Yes, Men like you. Is that why you chose me? Because I fit the profile? You were perfect. She doesn't flinch from the admission. Wealthy, connected to organized crime, and arrogant enough to think you couldn't be conned. I should be angry at her bluntness, but I find myself appreciating it instead. And yet, you're the one sitting in my hotel suite now. Touché. She raises her glass in mock salute. Though to be fair, I did successfully con you. I just didn't anticipate your persistence. Few do. I cut another piece of scallop. So your mother taught you everything you know about the con game? Everything except how to get out of it. Scarlet's expression darkens. That I had to figure out on my own. You wanted out? Since I was 16, and the son of a man my mother was scamming decided I was fair game. Shadows darken her eyes as she pushes a piece of risotto around her plate. When he was finished, I went to my mother for comfort, and she told me to use it to get a payout. It was then I realized what swindling a different dangerous man every few months had done to her over time. She'd become hollow. All about the con, even when I was the one hurt that time. She just saw money, and she convinced her lover to pay for what his son had done to me. After that, she started teaching me seduction. She trails off, swallowing hard. I wanted out, she says again in a hard voice. What happened to her? I ask, genuinely curious and more than a little angry at the woman Ivy describes. Her hand still's on her fork. She disappeared when I was 18. A job went very wrong. The target figured out what she was doing, and she swallows hard. I never found her body, but I know she's dead. I'm sorry. Don't be. She made her choices. Her voice is flat, but I see the pain she's trying to hide. After that, I kept running the same cons she taught me, but I was saving every penny. I needed enough money to disappear completely, to build a new identity so solid that no one from my past could ever find me. Until I did. She nods, meeting my gaze. Until you did. I push aside my empty plate and lean back in my chair. And my grandfather's signet ring? That was to be your final score? It was perfect. Something like regret crosses her face. Small enough to transport easily, valuable enough to complete the fund for my new life, and distinctive enough I knew you'd never report it stolen. Because of its connection to my family's less legitimate businesses. Exactly. She takes another sip of champagne. I never expected you to hunt me down. Most men just accept the loss and move on. I'm not most men. Clearly. A server enters with dessert, interrupting our conversation. He places 2 plates of chocolate soufflé before us, the rich aroma filling the air between us. When he leaves, the tension has shifted again, becoming something more charged and intimate. She takes a bite of the soufflé, closing her eyes briefly at the taste. This is definitely better than adequate. I smile, watching her enjoy the dessert. Tell me something. If you could go back, would you choose a different mark? Someone easier to con? She considers this, licking chocolate from her spoon in a way that draws my attention to her mouth. The challenge was part of the appeal. And now? What appeals to you now? Stability. She says it without hesitation. A normal life where I don't have to look over my shoulder or remember which name I'm using. Sounds boring. Boring can be beautiful when you've lived your whole life on the edge. She sets down her spoon. What about you? What does the great Roland Tarasov want that he doesn't already have? The question catches me off guard. Few people dare ask me such personal things. Something genuine, I admit, surprising myself with my honesty. In my world, everything is a transaction. Loyalty is purchased, respect is enforced, and relationships are strategic. Nothing is real. And that night with me? Was that real? Parts of it. I hold her gaze. More than either of us intended, I think. She doesn't deny it, which tells me more than any confession could. Instead, she takes another sip of champagne, her third glass now. So what happens after tonight? You said I'd be free to go, with a new identity if I want it. That was our agreement. And you'll honor it? Even though I tried to steal from you? I'm many things, Scarlet, but I keep my word. I finish my dessert and push aside the plate. I'm curious what you'll do with your freedom. She shrugs, the movement elegant despite her obvious tension. Probably be Scarlet for now. Alone? It's safer that way. I stand moving around the table toward her. Is it? Or is it just familiar? She watches me approach, tensing slightly. What are you suggesting? That perhaps there are other options. I extend my hand to her. Options we could explore together. Her eyes widen slightly. You can't be serious. I rarely joke about important matters. I'm a thief who tried to con you. You're intelligent, resourceful, and fascinating. I keep my hand extended, and I believe we have unfinished business. She stares at my hand for a long moment before slowly placing hers in mine. I help her to her feet, and our bodies are now inches apart. The real reason you're here tonight is to finish what we started all those years ago. Her breath catches slightly. One night, that was the deal. One night, I agree, leading her towards the bedroom, though I make no promises about what might come after. As we walk, her hand trembles slightly in mine. When she sets down her champagne glass on a side table, the tremor is more pronounced. I wonder if it's fear causing this reaction, or anticipation, or perhaps, like me, she's experiencing the disorienting sensation that tonight represents both an ending and a beginning. The bedroom door stands open before us, the king-sized bed visible beyond. I pause at the threshold, turning to face her. Are you afraid? I ask quietly. She lifts her chin, defiance flashing in her eyes. No. Your hands are shaking. She glances down at her trembling fingers, then back to my face. It's not fear. What is it then? I don't know. Her honesty surprises me. Everything about this situation is unexpected. I reach up slowly, giving her time to pull away, and brush a strand of hair from her face. We can stop. No. She catches my wrist, holding my hand against her cheek. I don't want to stop. The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. I step through the doors of my compound, the security system beeping softly when I enter. The familiar burden of responsibility settles on my shoulders. But today it feels different, somehow heavier and more constricting. My home spans over 10,000 square feet of prime Las Vegas real estate, surrounded by walls and security that would make most government facilities envious. Yet after spending the night with Ivy in that hotel suite, this place seems cavernous and empty. The shower I took before leaving the Wynn did nothing to erase the memory of her. I still catch hints of her perfume on my skin. Something light and floral that doesn't match the bold woman I first met, but perfectly suits the librarian she's become. Or perhaps it's just my imagination, my brain conjuring her presence because I'm not ready to let her go. Welcome back, sir. My housekeeper, Anya, appears in the foyer, her gray hair pulled back in its usual severe bun. She wears one of her black jumpsuits with a crisp white collar, which is her version of a uniform. Her eyes, sharp despite her 60-plus years, scan my face with the practiced assessment of someone who's known me since childhood. Would you like breakfast prepared? I have some fresh berries that would make an excellent smoothie. No. The word comes out harsher than intended. I moderate my tone. Coffee in my office. She nods, her expression neutral but understanding. Very strong and very black, as usual. She turns and disappears down the hallway as silently as she appeared, her comfortable shoes making no sound on the marble floor. Anya has worked for my family since I was a child, since long before my father was assassinated and I took over the empire. She can read my moods better than anyone, knows when I need space, when I need food despite my protests, and when I need nothing but caffeine and solitude. Right now, it's definitely the latter. I make my way to my office, a room designed to project power and authority. Walls of windows overlook the Las Vegas skyline, and the glass is specially treated to be bulletproof. My desk, a massive slab of black marble, dominates the center of the room. The walls are lined with books, and some are for show, but many are well-read. It's a space where I've made decisions that have shaped the Tarasov Empire, signed deals worth millions, and ordered actions that have eliminated threats. Today, it feels like a cage. I sit at my desk, staring at the stack of reports waiting for my attention, including casino profits, real estate acquisitions, and security assessments. It's all part of the daily business of a criminal empire disguised as legitimate enterprise. My phone buzzes with a text from Kerr. Morning briefing in 15? I type back a quick affirmative and try to focus on the quarterly report from our flagship casino. The numbers blur together. Instead of profit margins, I see Ivy's face as she came apart beneath me. Fuck, I mutter, pushing away the papers. I stand and walk to the window, looking out at my domain. From here, I can see the Strip glittering even in daylight, a monument to excess and indulgence. Somewhere out there, Ivy is... what? Going back to her apartment? Returning to the library to shelve books as if nothing happened? Is she thinking about me, too? The door opens and Kier enters with a tablet in hand. We've known each other since childhood. He was raised to serve the Tarasov family just as his father served mine. The difference is that Kier and I became friends, brothers in all but blood. The Colombians confirmed the deal, he says without preamble, setting the tablet on my desk. They've agreed to your fee. I turn from the window and nod, returning to my desk. What I need is to immerse myself in business, which is usually clear and straightforward. What else? Kier swipes through screens on his tablet. The situation with the triads has stabilized. Our offer of shared territory in Chinatown was accepted. The casino renovation is on schedule. Excellent. Kier makes a note, then looks up at me with a slight frown. Is everything all right? Why wouldn't it be? You seem distracted. I reach for my coffee, buying time. Kier knows me too well. I'm fine. He doesn't push, instead continuing with his briefing, but he's streamlined it. Only the most critical information, only decisions that need immediate attention. He's adjusting to my mood, making allowances I don't deserve. The new security system for the north entrance will be installed next week, he says, and the background check on the potential new chef came back clean. I nod, making appropriate responses and signing documents when required. My mind keeps drifting back to Ivy and the way she looked at me when I suggested seeing her again. The mixture of desire and wariness in her eyes leaves me unsure if I should hope for more or consider the matter closed. That's all for now, he says, gathering his tablet. He pauses at the door. Unless there's something else you need? The question hangs between us. He knows about Ivy and our night together. He arranged the hotel, the security, her transportation, everything. What he doesn't know is how deeply she's gotten under my skin. Number, that's all. He nods and leaves, closing the door quietly behind him. Alone again, I pull out my phone, staring at the screen. I could have her watched. It would be easy to assign someone to monitor her movements, to report back on what she does and who she sees. I have the resources and the personnel. I put down the phone. That's not what I want. Not anymore. Last night changed things between us. We reached an understanding. She would come to me willingly or not at all. Having her followed now would violate that trust, fragile as it is. I stand and walk to the bar in the corner of my office, pouring myself a shot of vodka. It's barely noon, but the rules of normal society have never applied to me. I drink it neat, feeling the burn down my throat. My compound houses over a dozen staff, including security personnel, housekeepers, a chef, and assistants. Yet today it feels empty, as if Ivy's brief presence in my world has highlighted the absence of something genuine in my life. I think about calling her, then dismiss the idea. Too soon. Too eager. I'm Roland Tarasov, and I don't chase women. They come to me, drawn by power, money, or danger, but Ivy isn't like other women. She's seen the worst of my world and walked away. She came back on her own terms, and the deal we negotiated is complete. I might never see her again, but try to ignore that thought. Distracting myself with work, I stare at the map spread across my desk, tracing the routes with my finger. Red marks indicate the locations of recent attacks on my shipments, a pattern emerging along the Arizona border. $2 million in modified AK-47s gone. 6 men executed with precision headshots. The Verlard cartel's signature. They're moving northeast, I say aloud to myself, following the I-40 corridor. As though my words summoned him, the door to my office opens, and Keir enters again, carrying a thick folder. His face is grim, and his movements are stiff. Not good news, then. The preliminary report on the Flagstaff incident, he says, placing the folder on my desk. Forensics confirmed what we suspected. 9mm rounds, execution style. Clean and professional. I open the folder, scanning the photographs inside. My men, laid out in the dirt beside the highway, each with a single bullet hole in the back of the head. The truck emptied, and its valuable cargo vanished. The Verlards were never this bold, I say, closing the folder. The images burn into my memory alongside thoughts of Ivy. Not even at their peak. This is personal. The Verlarda cartel had been a significant player in the Southwest until 4 years ago, when they seemingly imploded overnight. Intelligence at the time suggested an internal power struggle. Gaspar Verlarda, the more flamboyant of the twin brothers who ran the organization, had been executed after a weapons deal went wrong. His brother Salo disappeared, and the cartel fractured into competing factions. Now they're back, unified under Salo's leadership, and targeting my operations with surgical precision. "What do we know about Salo Verlard?" I ask, moving to the bar and pouring myself a glass of vodka. The smooth burn does nothing to ease the tension in my shoulders. Keir consults his notes. 37 years old, twin brother to the late Gaspar Verlard. Cold, calculating, and methodical, apparently the opposite of his brother in temperament. Disappeared after Gaspar's death, presumed to be regrouping in Mexico. Resurfaced 6 months ago, systematically eliminating rivals and consolidating power. "Now, he's coming after us," says Kerr, his voice flat. "The question is why?" I return to my desk, vodka in hand. We never had direct conflict with the Verlard. My father maintained a respectful distance from their territory, as did I. "Could it be about resources? Market share?" Keir suggests. "No," I say firmly. "This is targeted, specific. He's not just expanding, he's coming after me personally." The room falls silent as we all consider the reasons. The Tarasov organization is powerful, with deep connections throughout Las Vegas and beyond. We're not an easy target. For Salo Verlard to risk open conflict, he must have a compelling reason. "I want everything we have on the Verlard," I say, draining my glass. Every report, every rumor, and every whisper from the last 5 years. Something triggered this. Keir nods. "I'll compile a complete dossier." He pauses. "And increase security on all shipments? Double the men and change the routes?" Number? That's what he'll expect. Instead, I want to set a trap. Give him something too tempting to resist, then be waiting when he takes the bait. Keir raises an eyebrow. "Risky." "Calculated. Salo thinks he knows our patterns, our weaknesses. Let's use that against him. Prepare a shipment. Make it look valuable, but not too obvious. I want tracking devices embedded in the cargo, not just on the truck. And I want our best men on standby, not with the shipment." Kerr makes notes, scratching his pen against paper. "When?" 3 days. Or out it through Kingman. That's where they'll expect us to be most vulnerable based on their previous attacks. Kerr studies me, his expression unreadable. He knows me well enough to sense when I'm distracted. "Are you sure this is the right move? We could gather more intelligence first." "We don't have time," I say sharply. "Every day we wait, Verlarda grows stronger. We need to send a message. The truth is, I need this resolved quickly. The Verlard situation is a complication I don't need right now when I'm trying to figure out what to do about Ivy. The woman has occupied too much of my thoughts since our night together." After Keir leaves, I return to the window, looking out at the Las Vegas skyline. The city glitters in the afternoon sun. The intercom on my desk buzzes. "Mr. Tarasov, your 3 o'clock is here." I press the button. "Send him in." Business continues. The Verlard problem requires immediate attention. The trap must be set, the bait prepared, but even as I focus on the tactical details, part of my mind remains fixed on Ivy. The door opens, admitting Lev Azarov, one of my lieutenants who oversees distribution in the Southwest. He's a bear of a man, 6'5" with hands like sledgehammers, but his mind is sharp as a razor. "You wanted to see me, boss?" His voice rumbles like distant thunder. "Lev!" I gesture to the chair across from my desk. "Tell me about our Arizona operations. Every detail." As Lev begins his report, I listen intently, searching for any clue or connection that might explain why Salo Verlard has chosen to focus on me. But nothing Lev shares clears it up, either. Is he coming for me because I have the most territory? Or is there something more personal to his campaign? I still don't know. So I let my thoughts turn to Ivy and last night, as he leaves. Will I see her again? I hope so, because if she doesn't reach out, I'm suddenly not confident I'll be able to abide by our deal of one night only, followed by going separate ways.
The library doors slide open with their familiar pneumatic hiss, and I step inside, breathing in the scent of paper and binding glue. 3 weeks since my night with Roland, and I'm still looking over my shoulder, expecting to see his imposing figure materializing between the stacks. Hoping to? Part of me can't deny that. He said I was free to do whatever, but each time I consider leaving Henderson and Scarlet Cole behind, I don't. "Morning, Scarlet," calls Doris from behind the circulation desk, her silver-streaked hair pulled into its usual neat bun. I raise my hand in greeting, forcing my lips into what I hope passes for a smile. "Morning." The fluorescent lights hum overhead as I make my way to the staff room, nodding at the regulars who've already claimed their favorite spots among the reading tables. Mr. Gunderson is with the newspapers spread across the table near the window, Mrs. Parker and her knitting circle set up in the corner nook. The college students with their laptops are huddled near the outlets, whispering quietly about their study topic. They're all exactly where they should be. Everything is normal. Except me. I hang my purse in my locker and slip on my name badge. Scarlet Cole, reference librarian. The plastic feels heavier today, the lie of my identity pressing against my chest like a stone. Scarlet hasn't fit me since Roland came back into my life, but nothing else seems right either. "You look tired," says Doris when I join her at the desk. "Not sleeping well?" "Just stayed up too late reading," I lie, pulling a stack of return slips toward me. The truth is, I haven't slept properly since that night at the Wynn. Every creak in my apartment has me looking around, and every car that slows outside my window makes my heart stutter. Every unknown number on my phone screen freezes the blood in my veins. "Pace yourself with those thrillers," says Doris with a wink. "We need you bright-eyed for the children's reading hour tomorrow." I nod, grateful when she turns to help a patron, leaving me to sort through the morning returns. The routine of checking in books, sorting them onto carts, and preparing them for reshelving should be comforting. I've done this hundreds of times. Yet today, like every day since seeing Roland, it feels like I'm playing a part in someone else's life. The morning passes in a blur of reference questions and catalog searches. I help a high school student find resources for her history paper before I show an elderly man how to use the new e-reader lending program. Then I recommend romance novels to a woman who wants something spicy but not too explicit. It's all so mundane, so normal, so unlike the life I lived before or the night I spent with Roland. By lunchtime, a headache throbs behind my eyes. I retreat to the break room, unwrapping the sandwich I packed this morning, but finding I have no appetite. The calendar on the wall catches my eye, and I freeze mid-bite. 5 weeks. It's been 5 weeks since my last period, and 3 weeks since I spent the night with Roland, which would put ovulation neatly around the right time for my irresponsible bout of amazing sex. The sandwich drops from my fingers as I count the days again, quietly groaning. No, that can't be right. I'm always regular, always on time. Except now, my stomach twists with a new kind of dread. Not the fear of discovery or the anxiety of waiting for Roland to appear. This is something else entirely. I spend the rest of my shift in a fog, going through the motions while my mind races. It could be stress, it could be my irregular eating habits lately, it could be anything. But I know what it probably is. The minute my shift ends, I drive 20 minutes to a pharmacy in the next town over. No way am I buying pregnancy tests where someone might recognize me. I grab 3 different brands, adding a bottle of vitamins and some shampoo to make it look less obvious. The cashier barely glances at me, but my cheeks burn as I pay in cash and hurry out. My apartment feels smaller than usual when I return, the walls pressing in as I pace the bathroom. The 3 pregnancy test boxes sit on the counter, their cheerful packaging mocking me. "This isn't happening," I mutter. "This can't be happening." Deep down, I know it is. The fatigue, the sensitivity to smells, and the missed period. All the signs are there. I tear open the first box, reading the instructions 3 times, since I've never had to take one of these before, and then following them with shaking hands. 3 minutes. I have to wait 3 minutes. I set the test on the bathroom counter and walk out, unable to stare at it while I wait. My apartment is spotless. Cleaning has been my therapy these past weeks, but I straighten the books on my shelf anyway, aligning their spines with military precision. When I can't stand it anymore, I check my watch. 4 minutes have passed. I force myself back to the bathroom, eyes closed as I reach for the test. "Just look," I tell myself. "Just look and deal with it." I open my eyes. The digital display is unmistakable. PREGNANT. My legs give out, and I sink to the floor, the test clutched in my hand. This can't be real. I've always been careful. Always. Except that night with Roland. There had been no time for precautions, and no pause in our desperate need for each other. Just heat and hunger and the intoxicating feeling of being truly seen for the first time in years. I take the second test, and then the third. Both are also positive. My carefully constructed life as Scarlet coal crumbles around me. 3 years of hiding, of building this quiet existence far from my past, have all been undone by one night of weakness with Roland. A baby, Roland's baby, the most dangerous man I've ever known, is now permanently tied to me through this child. Sleep eludes me that night. I stare at my ceiling, one hand resting on my still flat stomach, trying to process the reality of my situation. By morning, I've made a decision. I need to be sure, absolutely sure, before I figure out what to do next. I call the library at 7 a.m., sure Doris will be there this early. The line rings 3 times before she answers. Henderson Library, Doris speaking. "Hi, Doris," I say, forcing a weak, raspy quality into my voice. "It's Ivy. I'm so sorry, but I've come down with some awful bug. I don't think I can make it in today." "Oh, sweetheart." Genuine concern fills her voice. "You poor thing. This is going around, you know. Mrs. Henriksen's grandson just had it last week." I sink deeper into my couch, guilt pressing down on my shoulders. The head librarian has been nothing but kind to me since I started working at the library. "Is there anything you need? I could swing by after my shift with some chicken soup from that deli you like on Charleston." "No, really, I'll be fine," I insist, glancing at the pregnancy test still sitting on my bathroom counter. "I just need to rest." "You take care of yourself. Don't worry about a thing here." "Thanks, Doris. I'll see you tomorrow." I hang up and drop my phone onto the cushion beside me. Another lie. Another person who trusts me when they shouldn't. The irony doesn't escape me. I came to Henderson to escape lying for a living, yet here I am, building my new life on a foundation of deception. The nearest clinic that will see me without an appointment is in Las Vegas proper, which is preferable to visiting a local clinic and risking seeing a patron, and I need answers today. I dress carefully in clothes Scarlet would never wear, dark jeans, a fitted black top, oversized sunglasses, and my hair pulled back in a tight ponytail. The woman in my mirror looks more like Ivy than I've allowed myself to appear in years. The drive to Las Vegas takes 40 minutes, with each mile increasing my anxiety. I park 3 blocks from the clinic and walk the rest of the way, scanning faces, checking reflections in windows, and watching for any sign I'm being followed. The clinic waiting room is half full when I arrive. I give them a fake name, Jane Smith, how original, and take a seat in the corner, where I can see both the entrance and the back exit. Old habits. "Jane Smith?" calls a nurse after 20 minutes. I follow her to an exam room, where she takes my vitals and asks the standard questions. "Last period? Any symptoms? Sexually active?" I answer truthfully except when she asks for my name and address before sending in the doctor. Dr. Evers is a middle-aged man with kind eyes and a no-nonsense manner. He reviews my chart, then looks up at me. So you think you might be pregnant? I hope not, I say, my voice steadier than I expected. I took 3 home tests yesterday, all positive. He nods. Those tests are pretty accurate these days, but we'll confirm with our own. When was your last period? I tell him the date, watching as he calculates. Any nausea, breast tenderness, fatigue? Some fatigue. No nausea yet. I clear my throat. Conception was definitely 3 weeks ago. We calculate from LMP, but I'll note that you estimate 5 weeks, going from your last period. I nod, not bothering to counter that it's more than an estimate. If I'm more than 5 weeks pregnant, going by their weird system, it had to be immaculate conception, and I'm the last type anyone would pick for that role. Morning sickness hits most women by now, but if you're only 5 weeks, it should be starting soon. The nurse returns with a plastic cup, and I dutifully provide a sample. 20 minutes later, Dr. Evers confirms what I already know. The test is positive. Congratulations, you're pregnant. The word hangs in the air between us, pregnant with Roland Tarasov's child. The man could destroy me with a snap of his fingers. I'd like to run some blood work, I say, surprising myself with the request, just to be sure everything's normal. Dr. Evers studies me for a moment, probably wondering why a woman who's already taken 4 positive pregnancy tests needs further confirmation. Something in my expression must convey my desperation because he nods. We can do that. It'll take a couple of days to get the results back. The blood test will also give us more precise information about your HCG levels, which can help date the pregnancy more accurately. I nod, relieved, and don't bother to remind him I know the exact date of conception. Thank you. The nurse returns to draw my blood, and I watch the dark red liquid fill the vial. Part of me, part of Roland, growing inside me. The reality of it hits me all over again. Dr. Evers gives me prenatal vitamins and some pamphlets about early pregnancy care. He talks about scheduling an ultrasound in a few weeks and finding an OB/GYN for regular care. I nod and smile and pretend I'm a normal woman excited about her pregnancy, not a former con artist carrying the child of a Russian Mafia boss who doesn't know. Yet. Do you have any questions? He asks as our appointment wraps up. 1,000. How do I tell a dangerous man I'm carrying his child? How do I disappear again? How do I raise a baby on the run? No, I say instead, not right now. He hands me his card. Call if you think of any. We'll contact you when the blood work results are in. I thank him and leave, clutching the pamphlets and vitamins in my purse. The Las Vegas sun is blinding after the dim clinic, and I slip my sunglasses back on, scanning the street before stepping fully outside. No sign of Roland or his men. No black SUVs idling at the curb. No one is watching me from across the street. I exhale slowly and start walking back to my car, my mind racing with possibilities. I could run again, create a new identity, move to a new city, and raise this child far from Roland's reach. But how long before he found me? He tracked me down once already, and this time I'd have a child with me, his child. If he ever found out, I have no doubt he'd follow us to the ends of the earth. I could tell him. Face him directly, lay out the truth, and deal with the consequences. But what would those consequences be? Would he let me go, or would he keep me? Keep us. Under his control forever? Or I could. That option isn't on the table, not for me, not for this baby. By the time I reach my car, my hands have stopped shaking. The initial shock is wearing off, replaced by a strange, calm clarity. I've survived worse situations. I've outsmarted dangerous men before. I can figure this out too. I drive back to Henderson, taking a circuitous route and checking frequently for tails. The pregnancy pamphlets sit on the passenger seat, their cheerful covers at odds with the turmoil in my mind. My apartment feels different when I return, smaller and more temporary. I've always known I might need to leave at a moment's notice, but now the thought fills me with a new kind of dread. It's not just me anymore. It's us. I place the prenatal vitamins on my bathroom counter and stare at the bottle. Such a normal thing. Such an extraordinary circumstance. I press my palm against my stomach, still flat and unchanged. "What am I going to do with you?" I whisper. No answer comes, of course, just the ticking of my kitchen clock and the distant sound of my neighbor's television through the wall. Normal sounds, everyday life continuing while mine hangs in the balance. I move to my living room window, peering through the blinds at the quiet street below. No suspicious cars or watching eyes. For now, at least, we're safe. But for how long? I return to the library the next day, moving through my routine like a ghost while my mind spins with unanswered questions. What am I going to do about this baby? What am I going to do about Roland? "Scarlet, can you help Mrs. Donovan find that mystery series she likes, the one with the bakery owner?" asks Doris from the circulation desk. I nod, pasting on a smile. Of course. The day crawls by. I take my lunch break alone in the staff room, picking at a sandwich I have no appetite for. The nausea hasn't hit yet. A small mercy. But the fatigue drags at my limbs like lead weights. By closing time, I'm running on autopilot. Doris leaves early for her grandson's baseball game, leaving me to lock up. I move through the building, turning off computers and straightening chairs, and checking that the bathrooms are empty. The parking lot is nearly empty when I step outside. Just my car and a black SUV with tinted windows I hadn't noticed before. Something about it raises the hairs on my neck. It's too clean and too expensive for this neighborhood, too much like the vehicles Roland's men drive. I grip my keys tighter, sliding one between my fingers as a makeshift weapon. The evening air carries the scent of desert heat and car exhaust. No sound except the distant hum of traffic from the main road. I'm halfway to my car when a figure steps out from behind a concrete pillar. Male, medium height, and slim build. His stance appears casual, but his eyes are cold, calculating, and familiar in the worst possible way. I shudder and freeze. Salo Verlard. 4 years, 3 identities, and thousands of miles haven't changed him. Still the same sharp features, the same perfectly tailored clothes, and the same predatory stillness that always made him the more dangerous of the Verlard twins. "Ivy Stankoven," he says, his accent rolling the syllables of my real name. "Or do you prefer Scarlet Cole these days?" I stop, keeping 15 feet between us. My car keys dig into my palm. "How did you find me?" He smiles, a thin curve of lips that never reaches his eyes. "Fate has a sense of humor, no? I've been looking for you for years, and then I find you by accident." "What do you want?" My voice remains steady despite the terror clawing up my throat. Salo takes a step forward. I take one back. "What do I want?" He spreads his hands in a gesture of mock confusion. "You stole something from my family, something valuable." "That was a long time ago." "Not so long. 4 years, 2 months, and 16 days. His precision sends ice through my veins. "The night you seduced my brother after stringing him along for 2 weeks and disappeared with our black diamonds." The memory flashes through my mind of Gaspar Verlard, drunk on champagne and his own ego, showing me the velvet pouch of black diamonds. Nearly flawless gems worth millions, and meant to secure an arms deal with South African weapons dealers. "Those diamonds were meant to expand our reach into the weapons trade," Salo continues, his voice soft yet carrying across the empty parking lot. "When you took them, when Gaspar couldn't deliver what was promised, our business partners were displeased. I know what that means. The Verlardes' reputation for violence pales compared to the South African arms dealers they'd been courting. They executed my brother." Salo's voice remains eerily calm. "Cut him into pieces while he was still alive, sent those pieces to my father one by one." A cold smile slashes his face. "I took great pleasure in doing the same to them. The leader, he had a wife and a teenage son, I made him watch." My stomach churns and I hold up a hand. "Stop." I'd heard rumors of Gaspar's death, but not the details, not this horror of what they did to him and what Salo did in retribution. He arches a brow but falls silent for a second. "I'm sorry about your brother," I say, meaning it despite everything. I particularly feel sorry for the innocents dragged in, and for Gaspar, who wouldn't have been in that position if I hadn't stolen the diamonds. Sorry about it all, but I don't have the diamonds anymore. I sold them years ago. Through a broker in Antwerp. Yes, I know. Salo takes another step forward. The diamonds are gone, but you're still here. I glance toward my car, calculating my chances of reaching it before he does. Slim to none. I've been rebuilding what you destroyed, he says. Slowly, carefully. Then I heard whispers about a Russian operation moving into adjacent territory. The Tarasov organization. He watches my face closely. Imagine my surprise when I discovered they had surveillance on a small library in Henderson. On you. My heart pounds as my hands shake. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, Ivy, we're past lies. Salo gestures toward the street. Tarasov's men have been watching you for weeks. Not very subtle, but effective enough. I simply followed them to find you. What do you want from me? I ask again, though I already know the answer. Initially, your life. Salo's casual tone makes the words more terrifying. A simple exchange for my brothers taken piece by piece, but now... He smiles again, this time with genuine pleasure. Now, I see a better opportunity. He begins to circle me slowly like a shark scenting blood. You have a connection to Tarasov, a personal one, from what my sources tell me, the kind of connection that makes a man vulnerable. I think of Roland's hands on my skin, his lips against mine, and his child growing inside me. The kind of connection that makes a man vulnerable. Yes. I don't know what you think you know. I know everything. Salo cuts me off. I know you stole from him 3 years ago, and he found you recently. I know you spent the night with him at the Wynn. His eyes narrow. What I don't know is why he let you live. Tarasov isn't known for his forgiveness. I say nothing, unwilling to give him any more information than he already has. It doesn't matter, he says after a moment. What matters is that you're valuable to him, which makes you valuable to me. Nausea churns in my gut, forcing me to swallow hard. You want to use me against Roland? Smart girl. Salo nods approvingly. Tarasov is into arms trafficking. He's arranged a major shipment coming through next month. With your help, I'll intercept it. I won't help you. You misunderstand, I'm not asking. Salo reaches into his jacket, and I tense, expecting a gun. Instead, he pulls out a phone. I have men watching your apartment building, your neighbors, and that coffee shop you visit every Sunday morning. He shows me the screen, photos of me going about my daily routine, oblivious to the surveillance. You'll help me, or people will die, starting with the old woman at the circulation desk. Doris, isn't it? My blood turns to ice. Leave her out of this. That's entirely up to you. He tucks away the phone. I need information on Tarasov's operation, shipment dates, routes, and security protocols. You're going to get it for me. How? I'm not part of his organization. Salo's smile turns predatory. But you're in his bed. Men talk when they're satisfied. They let their guard down. The suggestion makes my skin crawl. I won't spy for you. Then you'll die after watching everyone you care about die first. His voice remains conversational, as if discussing the weather. Or you can cooperate, and when this is over, perhaps I'll let you live. A life for a life. Yours for my brothers. Almost poetic, don't you think? My mind races, searching for options, for escape routes, but finding none. If I run, Doris dies. If I refuse, I die. If I agree, what exactly do you want me to do? I ask, buying time. Contact Tarasov. Tell him you want to see him. Get close to him again by whatever means. I don't care. Salo steps close enough that I can smell his cologne, something expensive and cloying that stirs another surge of nausea. Find out about the weapons shipment coming through next month. Everything. And if I do this, you'll leave me alone? Leave the people I care about alone? You have my word. His smile tells me exactly how much that's worth. I think of Roland's baby growing inside me. Neither Salo nor Roland knows about it yet. Another life at stake. I need time to think. You have until tomorrow night. Salo reaches into his pocket and pulls out a burner phone, holding it out to me. I'll call you at 8 p.m. If you don't answer, I'll assume you've chosen the hard way. I take the phone, careful not to let our fingers touch. He steps back, gesturing toward my car. You're free to go. For now. My legs feel wooden as I walk to my car, every instinct screaming at me to run. But where would I go? How far could I get before Salo's men caught up with me? I unlock my car with shaking hands, sliding into the driver's seat and locking the doors immediately. Through the windshield, I watch Salo stroll casually back to the black SUV. He gives me a small wave before climbing inside. The SUV's engine starts, its headlights cutting through the growing darkness. It pulls out of the parking lot, turning onto the main road and disappearing from view. I sit frozen, keys in the ignition but unable to start the car. The burner phone is heavy in my pocket, like a ticking time bomb. 24 hours to decide. Betray Roland and risk his vengeance, or refuse Salo and guarantee death for myself and others. Maybe run, and hope I can disappear before either man finds me. None of the options protect the life growing inside me. The carefully constructed walls of my new identity crumble around me. Scarlet Cole, the quiet librarian with the ordinary life, was always an illusion. Now, that illusion has shattered, leaving me exposed to Salo's vengeance. I press my hand against my still flat stomach. I'm sorry, I whisper to the baby who can't hear me yet. I'm so sorry I brought you into this mess. The parking lot lights flicker on as darkness falls completely. I finally start my car, the engines rumble, breaking the silence. I need to go home to think. I need a plan. As I pull out of the parking lot, I check my rearview mirror obsessively, searching for headlights following me. The burner phone in my pocket seems to blister against my thigh, a constant reminder of the choice I have to make. 24 hours to decide which dangerous man I'll cross, which threat I'll face, and figure out how to protect my child from a world I thought I'd left behind.
I tap my pen against the polished surface of my desk, watching the Mexican distribution partners across from me. They're nervous, which is exactly how I want them. The pen makes a rhythmic click with each tap, and I notice how the shorter one, Ernesto, flinches slightly at each sound. So you're telling me the shipment will be delayed by 2 weeks? I keep my voice level and controlled. Ernesto nods, sweat beading on his upper lip. The border security has increased. We need to find alternative routes. 2 weeks is unacceptable. I set down the pen and lean forward. My clients expect their deliveries on time. That's why they work with me and not the competition. The taller one, Marco, clears his throat. Mr. Tarasov, we understand your concern, but the door to my office swings open without a knock. Only one person would dare interrupt me during a meeting. Keir stands in the doorway, his expression tight. He holds a tablet in his hand, screen facing his chest. I need to speak with you, now. The urgency in his voice makes me straighten. Keir doesn't overreact. If he's interrupting, it's important. Gentlemen, excuse me for a moment. I rise from my chair. Consider your options while I'm gone. 2 weeks is not an answer I'm willing to accept. I follow Keir into the hallway, closing the door behind me. This better be important. It is. He hands me the tablet, swiping to unlock the screen. The surveillance team just sent this. It was taken 5 minutes ago at the library. The image shows Ivy in the parking lot, standing next to her car. Her hair is pulled back in that simple ponytail she wears for work. She's wearing a navy blue cardigan over a white blouse. The same outfit from yesterday's surveillance report. Nothing unusual. Then I notice the man approaching her. Slim build, black hair, and expensive clothes that don't quite fit right on his frame. His face is partially turned away from the camera, but I recognize him immediately. Salo Verlard. The name tastes bitter on my tongue. Yes. Kerr swipes to the next photo, which shows Ivy's face. She looks surprised, then afraid. They're talking now. The team is recording audio, but it's too far to pick up clearly. I study the images as cold fury builds inside me. What is Verlard doing in my territory? And why is he approaching Ivy? Unknown. We've had reports of Verlard cartel activity increasing along the border, but we've kept clear of their territory. Kerr's expression remains neutral, but I see the concern in his eyes. The question is, why Ivy specifically? I think back to our night together 3 weeks ago. The way she melted into my arms and the connection that went beyond physical, and the vulnerability in her eyes when she left in the morning. I'd instructed Kerr to set up surveillance immediately after, telling myself it was for security purposes, that I needed to ensure she wasn't working with competitors. The truth was simpler and more complicated. I couldn't bear the thought of losing track of her again. Get the car ready. I straighten my tie. I want to be at the library in 15 minutes. Kerr nods. And Ivy? What about her? Are you going to tell her about the surveillance? I pause, considering. Not yet. For now, I just need to get her away from Verlard. She won't like it. I don't care what she likes. The words come out harsher than intended. I care about keeping her safe. That's all. Kerr doesn't respond to that, but his silence speaks volumes. He's known me long enough to recognize when I'm lying to myself. Have Danir and Kolya meet us there, I continue, and tell the surveillance team to maintain visual contact, but not to intervene, unless Verlard becomes physical. Already done. Kerr taps something into his phone. Car will be ready in 3 minutes. I glance at the tablet again, at Ivy's face frozen in an expression of fear. Something protective and possessive rises within me. Verlard has no right to approach her, to frighten her. Whatever his game is, he's made a critical error by targeting someone under my protection. One more thing, I say to Kerr. I want everything we have on Verlard's recent activities, every rumor and every whisper. I want to know why he's talking to Ivy. I'll have it compiled by the time we reach the library. I nod and turn back toward my office. Give me 2 minutes to dismiss our guests. Inside, Marco and Ernesto sit exactly where I left them, though they've leaned their heads together in whispered conversation. They straighten when I enter. Gentlemen, something urgent has come up that requires my immediate attention. I remain standing, making it clear the meeting is over. We'll reschedule for tomorrow morning. About the shipment, Marco begins. The shipment will arrive on time. I cut him off. That's not a request. It's a requirement for our continued partnership. They exchange glances, then nod reluctantly. We'll make it happen, says Ernesto. Good choice. I gesture toward the door. Kerr will see you out. As they leave, I move to my private bathroom and splash cold water on my face. The image of Ivy with Verlard burns in my mind. What possible connection could they have? Ivy has been living quietly as a librarian for years. Verlard deals in drugs, weapons, and human trafficking along the Mexican border. Though he has some territorial pathways cutting through Vegas, used mostly to transport. He must know I have a formal claim to the area, but maybe he's planning to assert one too. As far as I know, none of his business happens in Henderson, so their paths shouldn't cross. Unless a thought occurs to me I don't like. Ivy's past is full of cons and schemes. What if she had crossed paths with the Verlard cartel before? What if this isn't their first meeting? I dry my face with a towel and study my reflection in the mirror. My eyes are hard, my jaw tight. I've spent 3 weeks watching Ivy from a distance. I've read daily reports about her life while keeping my distance, telling myself I was giving her space to decide what she wanted. The truth is, I've been afraid that if I approached her again, she would run. Afraid that the connection I felt was one-sided. Afraid that the woman who has occupied my thoughts for 3 years would disappear from my life again. Now Verlard has forced my hand. Leaving the bathroom, I scoop up the tablet again to stare at the surveillance footage, the pieces clicking together in my mind. Ivy and Salo Verlard. The connection is so obvious now that I want to curse myself for not seeing it sooner. Ignoring the car that's surely waiting by now, I say, pull up everything we have on Gaspar Verlard's execution, to Keir, who starts typing rapidly on his laptop. I'm accessing the archived files now, he says. There were rumors 4 years ago about a woman who conned Gaspar before his death. The office around us fades into the background as I focus on the screen. My private office at the Tarasov compound is soundproofed and secure, allowing us to speak freely. The dark wood paneling and minimal furnishings reflect my preference for function over ostentation. What kind of con, I ask, though I already suspect the answer. Keir turns his laptop toward me. According to our intelligence, Gaspar was preparing for a major weapons deal that would have expanded the Verlard cartel's influence significantly. The deal required a substantial down payment of black market diamonds worth millions. I scan the report. And the diamonds disappeared, along with a woman? Yes, the description is vague. Blonde, petite, and charming. No name was ever confirmed in our reports. Keir pauses, his expression carefully neutral. The timing matches when Ivy would have been active in her previous life. Show me the surveillance footage again. It's on the tablet, but I want to see it on the bigger monitors so I can better examine it. Keir pulls up the video from the library parking lot. The camera angle captures Ivy's face clearly as Salo approaches her. I watch her expression change from surprise to recognition to fear. Their conversation is brief but intense. Salo does most of the talking, leaning in close at one point. Ivy's body language is defensive, arms crossed tightly across her chest. When Salo finally walks away, Ivy remains rooted to the spot, visibly shaken. She leans against her car, one hand pressed to her stomach. He's threatening her, I say, the realization igniting a cold fury inside me. The Verlard attacks on our weapons shipments, the increased activity at the border, it's all connected to her. It appears so. If Ivy is the woman who stole from Gaspar, then Salo has a powerful motive for revenge. The theft of those diamonds led directly to Gaspar's execution when the arms dealers came to collect their payment. I stand up, pacing the length of my office. Salo's rebuilding the cartel. He needs weapons, so he'll take them where he can get them, but he's targeting our shipments because of Ivy. And now he's found her, Keir says. She could be in immediate danger. That's why I'm going to get her. My phone rings, interrupting our conversation. I glance at the screen, surprised to see Ivy's number. She's never called my private line. I answer immediately. Ivy. Roland. Her voice is strained, almost a whisper. I need help. The vulnerability in those 3 words triggers something primal in me. Concern, anger, and possessiveness surge through my veins, threatening to overwhelm my usually cool demeanor. Come to me now, I respond without hesitation. Where are you? At home. My apartment. She pauses and I hear her take a shaky breath. Salo Verlard found me. I know. My men saw him approach you at the library. I don't bother hiding the surveillance. There's no time for that now. Did he threaten you? A moment of silence. You've been watching me? We'll discuss that later. Right now, I need to know what Salo said to you. He knows what I did. Her voice drops even lower. He wants revenge for his brother. Gaspar, I say, confirming what I already suspected. You stole diamonds from him. Another pause, longer this time. Yes. Pack a bag, essentials only. I'm coming to get you right now. Roland, there's more. Tell me when you're safe. I cut her off, not wanting to risk Salo having her place bugged. 15 minutes, Ivy. Be ready. I end the call and turn to Kier. Take Kolya and Danir with you. Full security protocol. If Salo or any of his men are watching her place, I want to know. Understood. Kier slides his gun into his shoulder holster. And if they interfere? Make it clear she's under my protection now. My voice hardens. But don't kill anyone unless absolutely necessary. I need Salo alive to find out what he's planning.
The moment Salo disappears around the corner, my body goes into full survival mode. My heart hammers, and my lungs can't seem to pull in enough air. I need to get somewhere safe. Now I sprint to my car, fumbling with my keys. The parking lot suddenly feels too exposed, too open. Every shadow might be one of Salo's men, every passing car a potential threat. I finally manage to unlock the door and throw myself inside, immediately hitting the lock button. The familiar click of the locks engaging provides minimal comfort as I drive like a bat out of hell, heading toward my apartment. I don't slow down, running 2 red lights without incident, until I turn the corner to my street. Once I'm in the parking garage, I inhale and exhale several times, still in my vehicle. Salo probably knows where I live, so I'm not any safer inside my apartment than I am out here or at the library. A sob escapes me, and fear wells, leading me to an impulsive decision. I reach for my phone, but my hands tremble so violently I drop it between the seats. Cursing, I retrieve it and try to steady my breathing. My gaze darts constantly, scanning for any sign of Salo returning. The parking garage remains quiet, but that doesn't mean I'm safe. Men like Salo never operate alone. I pull up Roland's contact information. My thumb hovers over his name for a split second. Calling him means admitting I need help, which is something I've avoided my entire life. Independence has been my shield, my only constant. But with Salo's threats hanging over me and my baby, pride no longer matters. Besides, the thought of betraying Roland again after our most recent night together, and with his baby in my stomach, I shake my head, unable to do it. I press call and hold the phone to my ear, counting each ring. 1, 2, 3. Tarasov. His deep voice sends an unexpected wave of relief through me. I open my mouth, but the words stick in my throat. Roland. My voice comes out strained. I need help. The line goes silent for a heartbeat, and I wonder if he can hear the desperation in those 3 simple words. Come to me now, he responds without hesitation. Where are you? At home. My apartment close enough. I'll be in my apartment in a minute, as soon as I find the courage to leave my car. I pause, trying to control my breathing. Salo Verlard found me. I know. My men saw him approach you at the library. His tone remains controlled and matter-of-fact. Did he threaten you? The revelation hits me like a physical blow. You've been watching me. We'll discuss that later. Right now, I need to know what Salo said to you. I continue scanning the parking garage as I speak. He knows who I am, what I did. I lower my voice further. He wants revenge for his brother. Gaspar, says Roland, confirming he knows something if not everything. You stole diamonds from him. I close my eyes briefly. Yes. Pack a bag. Essentials only. I'm coming to get you right now. I hear movement on his end of the line. He'll be there in 15 minutes. Don't open the door for anyone else. My hand instinctively moves to my stomach. Roland, there's more. Tell me when you're safe. He cuts me off abruptly. 15 minutes, Ivy. Be ready. The line goes dead. I stare at the phone for a moment, then spring into action. 15 minutes isn't much time, but it's enough if I move quickly. I leave the car and rush to the elevator. My gaze never stops moving, checking every corner, every parked car, and every person within sight. The walk feels like crossing an open battlefield, and I don't breathe again until the elevator doors close behind me. Once inside my apartment, I grab the pre-packed emergency bag from the back of my closet. A habit from my former life that I never abandoned. Inside are basic necessities, $5,000 in cash, 2 fake IDs, and a prepaid phone. I add a few more items, including my laptop, chargers, the prenatal vitamins, and the small wooden box containing the only photo I have of my mother. My mind races through contingency plans as I pack. If Salo found me once, he can find me again. I mentally catalog my escape routes, safe houses, and contacts who owe me favors. Old instincts, never truly forgotten, resurface with practiced precision. I could take my emergency bag and disappear before Kir arrives. Start fresh somewhere new, somewhere neither Salo nor Roland could find me, but the thought of facing this alone, pregnant and hunted, makes my decision clear. Running isn't an option anymore with a baby to protect. I check my watch. 7 minutes have passed since Roland's call. I use the remaining time to secure my apartment, closing blinds and checking locks. I retrieve the small handgun hidden beneath my bathroom sink. Another relic from my past life. And tuck it into my bag. I leave the bathroom and stand in the center of my apartment, taking one final look around the space that has been my refuge for nearly 3 years. The pale blue walls, the second-hand furniture I carefully selected, and the small collection of books all represent the life I built as Scarlet Cole, a life that's about to vanish. I trail my fingers across the kitchen counter, where I've prepared countless meals for one. The living room window where I've spent hours watching the world go by, always vigilant, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. The bedroom doorway, beyond which lies the bathroom, where I first learned I was carrying Roland's child. Will I ever see this place again? Or is this the beginning of another transformation, from Scarlet Cole back to Ivy Stankoven, or perhaps into someone new altogether? A sharp knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. I grab my bag and open the door to find Kerr standing there, filling the doorway. "Ready?" he asks, his voice low. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. The reality of what's happening hits me all at once. I'm leaving everything behind. Again. Kir steps aside, revealing another man standing behind him. He's all and broad-shouldered with dark hair cut military short. "This is Kolya," Kir says, "and Danir is with the SUV. He'll be driving us." Kolya nods once, his expression impassive. "Ms. Cole." I lock my apartment door, knowing the gesture is largely symbolic. If Salo wants to get inside, a lock won't stop him. I slip the key into my pocket rather than leaving it under the mat for the landlord in a small act of defiance or perhaps hope. The men flank me as we walk to the elevator, their bodies creating a protective barrier. The hallway suddenly seems too narrow. I've spent years avoiding men like these, who move with lethal precision, scan rooms for threats before entering, and carry guns beneath their tailored jackets. "The SUV is parked out front," says Kerr as we descend. "We'll take you directly to Roland." "Where is he?" I ask, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "Lake Mead. We have a property there. It's more remote than his compound and is secure." The elevator doors open to the lobby, and Kolya moves ahead, checking the area before motioning us forward. A black SUV with tinted windows waits at the curb, engine running. Kolya opens the rear door, and I slide inside with Kir following close behind me. The interior smells of leather and something else. Gun oil, maybe. The windows are so darkly tinted that the world outside appears in muted shades of gray. Kolya takes the passenger seat, and a man I assume is Danir is in the driver's seat. We pull away from the curb in seconds. I watch my apartment building recede in the side mirror until it disappears around a corner. Just like that, Scarlet Cole's life is over. "How long have you been watching me?" I ask Keir, unable to contain the question any longer. His expression remains neutral. "We can discuss that when we reach Roland." "No." I turn to face him fully. "You've been monitoring me. For how long?" Keir's eyes meet mine, assessing. "Since that night." The words land like a physical blow. 3 weeks? You've been watching me for 3 weeks? Roland wanted to ensure your safety. I laugh, the sound sharp and bitter. My safety? Or did he just want to keep tabs on me? Both, Keir admits with surprising candor. Roland has his reasons. He'll explain them himself. I turn away, staring out the window as we merge onto the highway heading east. The familiar Las Vegas landscape gives way to desert scrub as we drive toward Lake Mead. The drive takes less than an hour, but it feels like crossing into another world. We turn off the main road onto a private drive that winds through rocky terrain. The lake appears in the distance, a brilliant blue against the brown landscape. The property Keir mentioned materializes before us as we round the final curve of the private drive. It's not the fortress-like compound I'd imagined, but a stunning modern houseboat anchored at the shoreline. A floating palace of glass and steel that catches the harsh desert sunlight and transforms it into something magical. "That's where we're staying?" I ask, pressing my fingertips against the car window. "One of Roland's more private retreats," says Keir, turning to gauge my reaction. The structure seems to hover between land and water, impossibly balanced on the rocky shore. Walls of windows wrap around the upper level, reflecting the brilliant blue of Lake Mead against the barren landscape. Geometric angles of brushed metal frame the glass, giving it an almost sculptural quality. A wooden dock extends from the shoreline into the crystalline water, where a gleaming white speedboat bobs gently with the ripples. The vessel looks fast and expensive. It's clearly an escape vehicle disguised as a pleasure craft. I search for words that won't reveal how impressed I am. "Secure," Keir finishes for me, misreading my hesitation. "Defendable position, clear sightlines in all directions, and multiple exit routes." Of course, that's what he'd focus on, not the architectural marvel or the breathtaking views, but its tactical advantages. Danir parks near the entrance and performs another perimeter check before opening my door. The heat hits me immediately. Dry, intense desert heat that makes the air shimmer above the ground. "This way," says Keir, leading me toward the houseboat. The space feels both exposed and impenetrable. Nowhere to hide, but no way for others to approach unseen. And there, standing by the windows with his back to us, is Roland. He turns as we enter, and I gasp. He wears dark slacks and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing muscular forearms. The casual attire does nothing to diminish his authority. "Ivy, you're safe now." Keir and Kolya withdraw silently, making me realize Danir never came in, leaving us alone. The glass door slides shut behind them with a soft click. "Am I?" I ask, dropping my bag on the floor. "Safe with you, or from you?" A slight smile touches his lips. "Both, I hope?" He gestures to a seating area overlooking the lake. "Please, sit. You must be tired." I remain standing. "How long have you known about the Verlard? About what I did?" "Just a short time." He moves to a sideboard and pours water into 2 glasses. It wasn't difficult to connect the dots once I knew what to look for. "And what exactly do you think I did?" He hands me a glass, which I accept, despite myself. The cool water soothes my dry throat. 4 years ago, you seduced Gaspar Verlard and stole a set of black market diamonds meant for an arms deal. Roland's voice is matter-of-fact, clinical. The diamonds were worth millions and were crucial to expanding the cartel's weapon trade. Your theft led to Gaspar's execution by the arms dealers they had promised to pay. The glass nearly slips from my fingers. "How do you know all this?" I make it my business to know things, Ivy, especially about people who interest me. And I interest you. You always have. He takes a sip of his water. Roland moves closer, his presence filling the space between us. And now, Salo Verlard has found you. He's rebuilding the cartel, and he wants revenge for his brother's death. How long have you known he was looking for me? Only since today. His eyes narrow slightly. Keir saw Salo approach you at the library. What did he say to you? The memory of Salo's threats makes my stomach clench. He wants information about your operations, an arms shipment. He gave me 24 hours to decide whether to help him or die. Roland's expression hardens. He won't touch you, I promise you that. The certainty in his voice should be reassuring, but instead, it makes me feel trapped. Caught between two dangerous men with their own agendas. I stare at Roland, my mind racing with all the implications of what he's just said. Salo won't touch me. The certainty in his voice should be comforting, but it only reminds me of all the other people who aren't under Roland's protection. It's not just me, I say, setting my water glass down on the nearest surface. Salo threatened other people in my life too. Roland's expression shifts subtly. What do you mean? I pace across the polished floor, the lake shimmering beyond the windows. He did his research. He knows where I work, who I interact with. My hands tremble slightly as I push my hair back from my face. He specifically mentioned Doris. She's the head librarian at Henderson. She's in her 60s, Roland. She wears glasses on a chain and brings homemade cookies to staff meetings. The memory of Doris's kind face makes my stomach twist. She hired me without asking too many questions, gave me a chance when I needed one most. Who else? Asks Roland, his voice calm but his eyes sharp. My neighbors in the apartment complex, the regular patrons at the library. I wrap my arms around myself. He even mentioned the coffee shop across the street who makes my tea every morning. Roland watches me pace, his expression thoughtful. Salo is trying to manipulate you through fear. It's a common tactic. It's working, I snap. These are innocent people. They have no idea what's happening. They don't deserve to be caught in the crossfire of my mistakes. They won't be. I stop pacing and face him directly. How can you be so sure? You don't know Salo like I do. I've seen what he's capable of. I know men like him, Roland says. They make threats to control people through fear, but they're also pragmatic. Once Salo realizes you've come to me instead of helping him, he'll focus his resources on reaching you here, not wasting time with librarians and neighbors. His logic makes sense, but it doesn't ease the knot of worry in my stomach. And if you're wrong? Roland studies me for a moment, then pulls out his phone. Keir, he says after a moment, I need surveillance on several civilians. Ivy will text you a list of names and addresses. He pauses, listening. No, they're not to know they're being watched. This is purely precautionary. He hands the phone to me. Text Keir the names and addresses of everyone you're concerned about. I take the phone, surprised by his immediate action. Thank you. I protect what's mine, he says simply. The possessive statement should irritate me, but instead it sends a strange warmth through my body. I focus on typing out the names and addresses of everyone I can think of who might be at risk. Doris, my neighbors, the regular library patrons, and even the barista who knows my order by heart. When I finish, I hand the phone back to Roland. He glances at the screen, then speaks to Keir again. Have teams in place within the hour, rotate shifts to avoid detection, report any suspicious activity immediately. He ends the call and turns back to me. They'll be safe. They won't even know they're being protected, I say, relief washing through me. That's the point. The best security is invisible. I sink onto one of the sleek couches, suddenly exhausted. The adrenaline that's been keeping me going since Salo's appearance begins to fade, leaving me drained. I never wanted to drag anyone else into this. Roland sits beside me, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. You didn't. Salo did. Because of what I did to his brother. Because of his own choices, Roland corrects. You didn't force Gaspar to make that deal. You didn't order his execution." "I might as well have," I whisper. I knew what those diamonds meant to the cartel. I knew there would be consequences if they didn't make that arms deal. "Did you know they would kill him?" I shake my head. "Number, I thought they'd just lose money and influence. I didn't think they'd—" The memory of what Salo told me had happened to Gaspar makes me ill. "Then you're not responsible for his death," Roland says firmly. "Gaspar knew the risks of his business, so does Salo." His words offer little comfort. That doesn't change my guilt. The nausea surges stronger, reminding me there's still something left to tell him. "There's something else you should know," I say, the words tumbling out before I can reconsider. "I'm pregnant, and it's yours." The room goes completely still. Roland's face betrays nothing for a long moment, his gaze fixed on mine. Then he sets down his glass with deliberate care. "I wouldn't assume otherwise," he says finally, his voice controlled. I blink, surprised by his response. "That's it? That's all you have to say?" "What would you like me to say, Ivy?" "That this changes everything?" "It does." He steps closer. "You're carrying my child. That means you stay with me, where you and our baby can be safe and under constant supervision." The military precision in his voice leaves no room for argument. This isn't a request or even a suggestion. It's an order. "I don't need a keeper, Roland. I need help dealing with Salo." "And you'll have it, but not on your terms." His gaze is unyielding. "You've spent your life running, Ivy. That ends now, not just for your sake, but for our child's." I turn away from him, moving to the windows that overlook the lake. The water stretches out before me, vast and blue and deceptively peaceful. I press my palm against the cool glass, grounding myself. "I spent years trying to escape this world," I say quietly. "The cons, the danger, the constant looking over my shoulder. I built normal a life for myself." "A life built on lies," Roland points out. "Scarlet cold doesn't exist." "She was real to me." I turn back to face him. She had a job, an apartment, and friends. She paid taxes and had a library card and favorite coffee shop. She was building something stable. "And now?" "And now I'm being pulled backward into the undertow of a world I barely escaped the first time." I laugh without humor. In the blink of an eye, I'm being thrust back into everything I spent years running from. Roland watches me, his expression softening slightly. "It doesn't have to be the same." "Doesn't it? Look at us." I gesture around the houseboat. Hidden away in a secure location, discussing cartels and diamonds and threats. This is exactly what I wanted to leave behind. "Some things we can't outrun," he says. "Our pasts, our natures." He steps closer, not touching me, but near enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. Our connections to each other. The irony isn't lost on me. I thought the Tarasov ring was my ticket to freedom, but now it seems like it was merely the first link in a chain binding me to Roland and the dangerous world he inhabits. "What happens now?" I ask, hating the uncertainty in my voice. "Now we deal with Salo Verlard." Roland's tone shifts, becoming the voice of a man accustomed to giving orders and having them obeyed. "Then we figure out the rest." "Just like that?" "Just like that." He reaches out, his fingers hovering near my face without touching me. "You came to me for help, so let me help you." I step back, needing distance. "On your terms." "Yes." No apology, no compromise. On my terms. I move away from the windows, retrieving my bag from where I dropped it. The weight reminds me of how little I have left. A few clothes, some cash, and fake IDs that are now useless since Roland knows exactly who I am. "I somewhat regret my hasty decision to turn to you for help," I admit. "No, you don't." Roland's certainty is infuriating. "You're angry and frightened, but you don't regret coming to me. You know I'm the only one who can protect you from Salo. I've spent my entire adult life protecting myself. And now you're protecting someone else, too." His gaze drops to my stomach, still flat beneath my shirt. Our child changes everything. The words hang between us, undeniable in their truth. I've spent so long alone, relying on no one other than myself to keep going, vowing to never return to my past. Now I have someone else to consider who deserves better than a life on the run.
I push open the door to the guest cabin, gesturing for Ivy to step inside. The room is compact but well appointed. One of the smaller spaces on my houseboat, but still luxurious by most standards. Polished teak walls gleam under recessed lighting, and a queen-sized bed with navy silk sheets dominates the space. A small sitting area with a leather armchair faces a window overlooking Lake Mead. "This will be your room," I say, watching Ivy's reaction carefully. She steps inside, her blonde hair catching the light as she turns to take in the space. Her eyes linger on the bed, then move to the window with its view of the water, rippling under the afternoon sun. "The bathroom is through there." I point to a door in the corner. "It's small, but private. You won't have to share." Ivy walks to the bathroom door and peers inside. The marble-tiled space contains a glass-walled shower, a sink with brass fixtures, and necessary amenities. "It's nice," she says, her voice neutral. She runs her hand along the edge of the dresser, her fingers tracing the wood grain. "How long do you expect me to stay here?" I cross my arms, leaning against the doorframe. "Until I'm certain Salo Verlard is no longer a threat." "And how long will that take?" "As long as necessary." Ivy turns to face me, her brown eyes challenging. "I had a life, you know, a job, an apartment." "A life built on lies," I remind her. "Scarlet Cole doesn't exist." "She existed for 3 years," Ivy counters. "That's longer than most of my identities." I study her face, the stubborn set of her jaw, the wariness in her eyes. She's a survivor, this woman. A chameleon who adapts to whatever environment she finds herself in. Now she's in my world, carrying my child, and I'm still processing what that means. "Your clothes and personal items will be brought here tomorrow. Kier has arranged for someone to pack up your apartment." "Just like that? You're deciding everything for me?" "Yes." I straighten, moving away from the doorframe. "You'll be safe here. That's what matters now." Ivy opens her mouth as if to argue, then closes it again. Her hand moves unconsciously to her stomach in a gesture so subtle she probably doesn't realize she's doing it. The sight of it hits me with unexpected force. "I'll leave you to get settled," I say, my voice rougher than intended. "Dinner will be ready in an hour." I turn and walk out before she can respond, closing the door behind me. In the hallway, I pause. The pregnancy news has thrown me off balance, which is something I'm not accustomed to feeling. I need space to think, to strategize, and to understand what this means for my future. I make my way to the main cabin where Anya is unpacking groceries in the kitchen. Her silver hair is pulled back in its usual bun, and she wears a black sleeveless top with yoga capris, her summer uniform. She looks up when I enter, her experienced eyes reading my expression. "So, she's staying with us?" asks Anya, placing a carton of eggs in the refrigerator. "For now." "And you're going to tell me who she is? Or do I have to guess?" I move to the bar and pour myself vodka. The first sip burns pleasantly down my throat. "Her name is Ivy Stankoven. She's in trouble." "Must be serious trouble if you brought her here." Anya continues unpacking groceries. "This is your sanctuary." "Salo Verlard is after her." Anya's hands pause. "The cartel leader?" "Yes." "Why?" I take another sip of vodka. It's complicated. With you, it always is. Anya resumes her work, sorting vegetables into the crisper drawer. What should I make for dinner? Something simple. She's probably not hungry. Everyone needs to eat. Anya pulls out a cutting board. I'll make my chicken piccata and a salad. Fine. I move to the window, looking out at the lake. The sun is beginning its descent, casting long shadows across the water. She's pregnant. Behind me, I hear Anya stop moving. The silence stretches for several seconds before she speaks. Yours? Yes. More silence, then the sound of Anya's footsteps crossing the kitchen. She appears beside me, her expression unreadable. How do you feel about that? I drain my glass. I don't know. That's not like you. You always know how you feel about everything. This is different. Anya studies my face, then nods once. Yes, it is. She returns to the kitchen. I'll need to make a grocery list. Pregnant women need proper nutrition, lots of vegetables, lean protein, and calcium. Anya, and no more of that. She points to my empty glass. Not around her. Not while she's carrying your child. I set down the glass, a smile tugging at my lips despite everything. Anya has been giving me orders since I was a boy. One of the few people who can speak to me this way without consequences. I don't bother to tell her alcohol fumes can't harm the baby. I need you to prepare the master suite as well, I say. Make sure it's stocked with everything she might need. Planning to move her from the guest cabin already? Eventually, when she's ready. Anya raises an eyebrow but doesn't comment. She returns to her cooking preparations, pulling herbs from the refrigerator. Go make yourself useful somewhere else. I need space to work. I nod and leave the kitchen, grateful for the dismissal. My mind is racing, thoughts colliding like billiard balls. A child. My child. The concept is so foreign it's almost abstract. I've known other men in my position who fathered children. Some acknowledge them, bringing them into the family business. Others pay for silence and distance, setting up trust funds in exchange for never having to see the child or mother again. My own father was present, but distant, more boss than parent, grooming me to take over the family empire. What kind of father would I be? The question has never occurred to me before. My life is dangerous, complicated, and filled with enemies and allies whose loyalties shift like sand. Not a life for a child. Yet something about Ivy carrying my child awakens something primal in me. A fierce protectiveness I didn't know I possessed. The thought of Salo threatening her or my unborn child makes my blood boil. I spend the next hour in my office making calls, checking security protocols, and ensuring the houseboat is impenetrable. No one knows we're here except my most trusted men. The boat is registered under a shell company, untraceable to me. We're safe for now. When dinner is ready, I go to fetch Ivy. I knock on her door, waiting for her response before entering. She's sitting in the armchair by the window, staring out at the darkening lake. Dinner's ready, I say. She turns to look at me, her expression guarded. I'm not hungry. You need to eat. For the baby. Her hand moves to her stomach again, that unconscious protective gesture. Fine. She stands and follows me to the dining area, where Anya has set the table with china and crystal. It's far more formal than our usual meals on the houseboat. Ivy raises an eyebrow at the elaborate setting, but says nothing. Anya brings out the food. Chicken piccata, roasted vegetables, fresh bread. The aroma fills the cabin, rich and inviting. I pull out a chair for Ivy and she sits, her movements cautious. "This is Anya," I say as Anya places a glass of water beside Ivy's plate. "She's my housekeeper." "Among other things," Anya adds with a smile. "Welcome, Miss Stankoven." Ivy looks surprised at the use of her real name. "Thank you. If you need anything, just ask. I prepared the master suite for you, as well, for when you're ready to move there." Ivy glances at me, her expression hardening. "I'm fine in the guest cabin." "For now," I agree, taking my seat across from her. Anya serves the food, then retreats to the kitchen, giving us privacy. Ivy picks at her meal, taking small bites. I watch her, noting how she avoids my gaze. I don't mention the baby as Anya serves dinner. The chicken piccata sits between us, steam rising from the perfectly browned cutlets. The scent of lemon and capers fills the air, mingling with the subtle perfume Ivy wears. My mind races with strategies and contingencies, none of them satisfactory. "The food is excellent," says Ivy, breaking the silence. She takes another small bite, her fork scraping delicately against the china. Anya is talented. I cut into my chicken, watching Ivy carefully. She's been with my family since I was a child. Ivy nods, her eyes darting to the window where darkness has settled over Lake Mead. The water reflects the lights from distant boats, tiny constellations mirroring the night sky above. "We need to discuss Salo Verlard," I say, setting down my fork. Her shoulders tense immediately. "What about him?" "His attacks on my operations have been systematic and precise. This isn't just about you anymore." I reach for my water glass, wishing it contained something stronger. "The Verlards have targeted my weapons shipments, gambling establishments, protection clients. They've even approached some of my men with bribes or threats." Ivy's eyes widen slightly. "I didn't realize it had gone that far." "It started months ago. Small incidents at first. A hijacked truck here, a vandalized business there. Nothing that seemed coordinated until recently." "He's escalated, I take it?" I nod, about to answer, when my phone buzzes again. I pull it out, scanning the message from Kier. "Verlard men spotted at 3 locations. Watching and waiting. No direct engagement yet." "I need to make a call," I tell Ivy, standing from the table. "Eat. You need the strength." I step into my office, closing the door before dialing Kier's number. He answers immediately. "Where are they?" I ask without preamble. 2 men outside her apartment building, 3 more at the library, another group at the casino. Kier's voice is calm, methodical. "They're searching for her, but maintaining distance from our people." "Set up a meeting with Salo." A pause. "Are you sure that's wise?" "No, but it's necessary. Tell him I want to discuss a mutually beneficial resolution." "He'll see it as weakness." "Let him." I move to the window, looking out at the dark water. Sometimes appearing weak creates opportunity. "What's your play here, Roland?" "I'll explain later. Just set it up. Neutral location, equal security arrangements. Make it happen." "Consider it done." Kier hesitates. "How is she?" I glance toward the dining room where Ivy sits alone at the table. "Complicated." "And the baby?" "Also complicated. Handle the meeting, Kier. I'll be in touch." I end the call and return to the dining room. Ivy has eaten more of her dinner, though she still pushes food around her plate distractedly. I take my seat across from her. I've instructed Kier to arrange a meeting with Salo. Her fork clatters against the plate. "You're going to meet with him personally?" "Yes." "That's insane. He wants you dead. He wants his diamonds, or at minimum compensation for what they represented." I resume eating, maintaining a calm exterior despite the tension building inside me. If there's a chance to resolve this without bloodshed, I need to take it. And if there isn't, then I'll handle it another way. My tone leaves no room for discussion on what that might entail. Ivy studies me, her brown eyes searching my face. You've changed, Roland. How so? The man I met 3 years ago wouldn't negotiate. He'd eliminate the threat without hesitation. That man didn't have as much to lose. My phone buzzes again. I check it quickly, but it's just another update from the security team, and nothing urgent. Is that why you're doing this? Because of the baby? I consider my answer carefully. The baby complicates things, yes, but this isn't just about that. The Tarasov Empire has faced threats before, but never one so personally entangled with my own life. Because of me. Because of us. I set my phone on the table. Your past and my present have collided in ways neither of us anticipated. Ivy falls silent, dropping her gaze to her plate. The quiet stretches between us, filled only with the gentle hum of the boat's generators and the distant lapping of water against the hull. How far along are you, I ask. 5 weeks, she sets down her fork. I only found out yesterday. I went to urgent care and am still waiting for lab results, but I'm pregnant. Hard to doubt 4 tests, she says with a long exhalation. 4? That seems excessive? Certain. She gives me a wan smile as we both reach for the breadbasket simultaneously. Our fingers brush, and an electric current runs through me at the contact. Ivy pulls back quickly, but not before I see the flash of awareness in her eyes. Despite everything, the danger, the complications, and the uncertain future, that connection remains, powerful and undeniable. Sorry, she murmurs, withdrawing her hand. I push the basket toward her. Take what you need. The double meaning hangs in the air between us. Ivy takes a piece of bread, breaking it apart without eating it. What happens if Salo refuses to negotiate, she asks. Then we move to more aggressive strategies. War, if necessary. I finish my water, wishing again it was something stronger. But that's a last resort. Wars are expensive and unpredictable, even when you win. And if you lose, I don't lose. The statement isn't bravado. It's simple fact. In my world, losing means death. I've survived this long by ensuring victory, whatever the cost. Ivy looks unconvinced. Everyone loses eventually, Roland. Not me. Not with this. I lean forward, holding her gaze. I protect what's mine, Ivy. Always. She doesn't flinch from my intensity. And what exactly is yours in this situation? Before I can answer, my phone buzzes again, more insistently this time. I check the screen and stand immediately. What is it? Ivy asks, alarm crossing her face. Kier has arranged the meeting. She trembles. I have a bad feeling about this. I know, but the meeting will happen because it must. I hope to prevent bloodshed, but if blood must spill, it will be Salo's, not mine, and certainly not the blood of the mother of my child.
I grip my phone tightly, pacing the small confines of Roland's guest cabin. The call connects after 3 rings. Henderson Public Library? Doris speaking. Doris, it's Scarlet. I press my forehead against the cool glass of the bulletproof window, watching the gentle ripple of Lake Mead's waters outside. I need to take some family leave. It's an emergency. Family leave? Doris's voice rises with concern. Scarlet, dear, I didn't know you had any family. I close my eyes. 3 years of carefully constructed lies, and now they're crumbling faster than I can patch them. My aunt in Phoenix. She's had a stroke. The lie rolls off my tongue with practiced ease, though I hate deceiving Doris. She's been nothing but kind to me since I started at the library. Oh, I'm so sorry. How long will you need? I'm not sure. At least a couple weeks. I watch a security guard patrol the dock below, assault rifle slung across his chest. Maybe longer. Take whatever time you need. I'll handle the paperwork. Thank you, Doris. I'll call when I know more. I end the call and stare at my phone. 3 years of building a normal life gone in an instant. My modest apartment with its mismatched furniture and overflowing bookshelves, my regular coffee shop where the barista knows my order, the library with its comforting smell of old books and Doris's motherly concern, all replaced by this floating fortress. A knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. Ms. Stankoven? Anya's voice filters through. I've brought you some breakfast. I open the door to find Roland's housekeeper holding a tray laden with fresh fruit, yogurt, whole-grain toast, and a steaming mug of herbal tea. Thank you, but I'm not hungry. My stomach growls, betraying me. Anya raises an eyebrow, her silver bun immaculate even at this early hour. The baby needs nutrition, even if you don't think you do. She bustles past me, setting the tray on the small table by the window. Mr. Tarasov asked me to show you around once you've eaten. I sigh, knowing resistance is futile. Fine. Good girl. Anya straightens, adjusting her black jumpsuit with its crisp white collar. Eat everything. You're too skinny. After she leaves, I pick at the food, surprised when I finish every bite. I change into jeans and a t-shirt from the small collection of clothes Roland's men retrieved from my apartment yesterday. The familiar fabric feels like armor against this unfamiliar world. Anya returns precisely 30 minutes later, punctual as a Swiss watch. Ready for the tour? I nod, following her out of the guest cabin and into the main area of the houseboat. This is the main salon, she says, gesturing to a spacious living area with large windows overlooking the lake. Modern furniture in shades of gray and blue complements the water views. Mr. Tarasov entertains business associates here occasionally. I imagine men in expensive suits discussing illegal arms deals while sipping scotch and suppress a shudder. Through here is the dining room. She leads me to an adjacent space with a glass table that could seat 12. And this, she pushes open a swinging door, is my domain. The kitchen is a chef's dream of gleaming stainless steel appliances, marble countertops, and enough gadgets to stock a Williams-Sonoma. Anya runs her hand lovingly over an industrial-sized mixer. No one touches anything in here without my permission, she says, not even Mr. Tarasov. Noted. I make a mental note to stick to bottled water and prepackaged snacks. We continue through the boat, which is larger than any houseboat has a right to be. 3 guest cabins in addition to mine, a home office with multiple monitors and communications equipment, a small gym with a treadmill and weights. The master suite is through there. Anya points to a closed door at the end of a hallway, Mr. Tarasov's private quarters. I wonder if he expects me to share them eventually. The thought sends an unwelcome flutter through my stomach. And this, Anya says with a flourish, opening another door, might interest you particularly. My breath catches as we step into a library, not just any library, a bibliophile's fantasy. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves line 3 walls filled with leather-bound volumes. A rolling ladder provides access to the highest shelves. A plush reading chair sits in one corner beside a small table and reading lamp. First editions, I murmur, approaching the nearest shelf. My fingers hover over the spines, not quite touching. Hemingway, Fitzgerald, Steinbeck. Mr. Tarasov is a collector, Anya says with pride. He has original Russian texts as well. I spot a glass case containing what appears to be an ancient manuscript. Is that a page from a 15th century illuminated manuscript? Yes. Anya smiles at my expression. He acquired it at auction last year. The Henderson Public Library's rare book collection, my pride and joy for 3 years, suddenly seems pitiful in comparison. You're welcome to use this space whenever you like, she says. Mr. Tarasov rarely comes in here during the day. Thank you. I'm genuinely grateful for this sanctuary. We exit the houseboat onto a covered deck that connects to a larger compound on shore. Men with earpieces and concealed weapons patrol the perimeter. One nods at Anya but eyes me with suspicion. That's Dmitri, Anya explains. He's been with the Tarasov family for 20 years. Don't mind his staring. They're all curious about you. The woman who stole from the boss and lived to tell about it? I ask dryly. Anya's lips twitch. Something like that. Though now they know you're carrying his child, the dynamic has shifted. The compound includes an Olympic-sized swimming pool, another gym larger than the one on the boat, and several outbuildings that Anya identifies as staff quarters with a vague wave. The entire property is secured, she explains as we walk. Motion sensors, cameras, armed guards. No one gets in without Mr. Tarasov's approval. Or out? I ask quietly. Anya gives me a sharp look. The security is for your protection, Ms. Stankoven. Please call me Ivy. The name feels strange on my tongue after 3 years as Scarlet. Ivy, then. Anya's expression softens slightly. I know this transition is difficult, but Mr. Tarasov only wants to keep you and the baby safe. By keeping me prisoner? By keeping you alive. Anya's tone brooks no argument. Now let's head back. You should rest before lunch. Back in my cabin, I lie on the bed, running my hands over silk sheets that probably cost more than a month's rent at my apartment. The mattress molds perfectly to my body, and the pillows are cloud soft. Everything speaks of luxury and wealth. And danger. The bulletproof windows, the biometric lock on my door that only opens to my fingerprint and Roland's, and the armed men patrolling outside are all reminders that this isn't a vacation, it's protective custody. I make my way to the library, seeking comfort among the books. Through the now clear windows, I watch the armed guards patrolling the perimeter, the security cameras tracking every movement, and the bulletproof glass separating me from the world outside. I'm safer than I've ever been, yet I've never felt more trapped. I've spent a week on Roland's houseboat, and every day I wrestle with the urge to run. The old Ivy would have found a way to slip past the guards, steal a boat, and disappear into a new identity before anyone noticed. But the old Ivy wasn't pregnant. Every morning I place my hand on my still flat stomach and remind myself why I'm here. This baby changes everything. My choices aren't just about me anymore. I stand at the window of the library watching Roland on the dock below. He's speaking with 3 of his lieutenants, men in expensive suits who nod respectfully as he talks. His posture is relaxed but commanding, one hand in his pocket while the other gestures to emphasize a point. Even from this distance, I can see the authority he carries. More tea, Miss Stankoven? I turn to find Anya in the doorway holding a steaming mug. Thank you. I accept the ginger tea she's been bringing me every morning to help with the nausea. And please, call me Ivy. Of course. She places a plate of plain crackers beside me. The morning sickness will pass soon enough. I sip the tea, returning my gaze to the window. Does he always work on Saturdays? Mr. Tarasov doesn't recognize weekends. Anya straightens a row of books that don't need straightening. Business is business, regardless of the day. Through the window, I watch as Kier approaches the group, tablet in hand. He shows something to Roland, whose expression darkens. The lieutenants are dismissed with a nod, and Roland and Kier walk toward the main building, heads bent in conversation. What exactly does Roland do all day? I ask, trying to sound casual. Anya gives me a knowing look. He manages his interests, import, export, and real estate investments. And the illegal stuff? I prepare meals and maintain the household, Ivy. I don't ask questions about business matters. I raise an eyebrow. You've worked for him since he was a boy. You must know more than you're letting on. A hint of a smile crosses her face. Perhaps, perhaps not. She moves toward the door. Lunch will be served at 1. Mr. Tarasov asked me to tell you he'll join you. After she leaves, I select a book from the shelves, a first edition of The Great Gatsby, and settle into the reading chair. The familiar story is comforting, though Gatsby's obsession with recreating the past hits a little too close to home. At 1 o'clock, I make my way to the dining room. Roland is already seated, reading something on his tablet. He stands when I enter. "Ivy." He pulls out my chair. "You look well today." "The morning sickness is better." I sit, placing my napkin in my lap. Anya's tea helps. Roland takes his seat as Anya brings in our lunch. Grilled salmon, roasted vegetables, and quinoa, healthy food for the pregnant woman. "I saw you working on the dock this morning," I say as Anya leaves us alone. "Observing me?" Roland cuts into his salmon with precision. "Hard not to when I'm confined to your property." He looks up, gaze sharp. "You're not confined. You're protected." "Is there a difference?" "Yes." He sets down his fork. "One implies imprisonment. The other implies value." I take a bite of salmon to avoid responding. The distinction matters little when the result is the same. I can't leave. "I have a meeting in Henderson this afternoon," says Roland after a moment. "Keir will remain here with additional security." "What kind of meeting?" "Business." "With Salo?" Roland's expression hardens. "Number that meeting is soon. When you do meet him, what will you offer?" "I might offer him something, but my hope is to give him nothing." Roland takes a sip of water. "Saulo Verlard will be told to cease his activities against my interests and to forget any grudge against you. And if he refuses, then he will be dealt with accordingly." The calm way he says this sends a chill through me. I've always known what Roland is capable of, but hearing it stated so matter-of-factly is different. "I don't want anyone else hurt because of me," I say quietly. Roland studies me. "Your compassion is misplaced. Saulo would kill you without hesitation." "I know. I push a piece of quinoa around my plate. I'm tired of people dying." Something softens in Roland's expression. "I prefer peaceful resolutions when possible. Violence is inefficient and draws unwanted attention." This surprises me. I thought the Russian Mafia thrived on violence. Hollywood exaggerates. Smart business is conducted quietly with minimal disruption. He refills my water glass. "My father taught me that respect and fear aren't the same thing. One lasts longer than the other." We finish lunch in companionable silence. As Anya clears the plates, he checks his watch. "I need to prepare for my meeting." He stands. "Is there anything you need before I go?" I think of my apartment, my job, and my independence. All the things I've lost. "Number, I'm fine." He nods, then hesitates. "The indoor pool is available if you'd like to swim. It's located in an adjacent building here in the compound. Kerr will ensure your privacy." The offer of physical activity perks me up. "I'd like that." "Good." He touches my shoulder briefly. "I'll return by evening." After he leaves, I return to the library, but I'm restless. I've spent a week exploring every inch of the houseboat, reading books from Roland's collection, and watching the security team patrol the perimeter. The idea of swimming, of movement and water washing away my thoughts is too tempting to resist. I find a black one-piece swimsuit in my dresser, courtesy of Roland's shopping service. It fits perfectly, which is both convenient and unsettling. How did he know my size? Who picked this out? The questions add to the growing list of things I don't understand about my new life. The indoor pool is located in the main compound building. Keir escorts me there, speaking into his wrist mic to ensure the area is secured before we enter. "The pool will be private for the next 2 hours, he says, holding the door for me. "Guards are stationed outside. Press this if you need anything." He hands me a small device with a single button. "Thank you, Keir." He nods and leaves me alone in the cavernous space. The Olympic-sized pool gleams under recessed lighting. Floor-to-ceiling windows line one wall, offering views of Lake Mead, though I notice the glass is tinted to prevent anyone from seeing inside. Privacy and security, always. I slip into the water, the temperature perfect against my skin. For the first time in days, I feel free. I push off from the wall and begin swimming laps, cutting through the water with practiced strokes. The rhythmic movement clears my mind, focusing my thoughts on nothing but breath and motion. I lose track of time, swimming until my muscles burn pleasantly. When I finally pause at the edge of the pool, I'm surprised to see Roland standing by the windows watching me. He's still in his business suit, though he's removed his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. "How long have you been there?" I ask, treading water. "Not long." He approaches the edge of the pool. "Your form is excellent." I was on the swim team in high school for a whole year before we had to move again. It was one of the few normal things my mother allowed. "You never mentioned that." I shrug, water rippling around my shoulders. "There's a lot we don't know about each other." "True." He loosens his tie. "My meeting ended early." "Good news or bad?" "Neither. Routine business." He sits on one of the lounge chairs, his gaze never leaving me. "You seem more relaxed today." I swim to the ladder and climb out, water streaming down my body. The air is cool against my wet skin, raising goosebumps. I'm acutely aware of Roland's gaze following my movements as I walk to the towel rack. Swimming helps me think. I wrap a towel around my shoulders, and I've had a lot to think about lately. Such as? I sit on the lounge chair opposite him. "Your operation, for one. I've been watching you this week." I noticed. "You run things differently than I expected." His eyebrow raises. "How so?" "You turned down that deal yesterday, the one with the pharmaceutical company. Keir said it would have been profitable. It would have involved counterfeit medications." Roland's expression hardens. "I don't traffic in products that harm innocent people." "But weapons are okay?" "Weapons go to people who choose to use them. They know the risks." He leans forward, elbows on his knees. "I don't sell to terrorists or those who target civilians. I don't deal in human trafficking. I don't distribute drugs in schools or neighborhoods. You have a code. Everyone should." I pull the towel tighter around me. "Even thieves?" A smile touches his lips. "Especially thieves. You had a code, didn't you? You stole from people who could afford it. People who often deserved it." "How do you know that?" "I've spent 3 years learning everything about you, Ivy. Your targets were carefully chosen. Wealthy men with secrets to hide. Men like me." The realization that he's studied me so thoroughly is unsettling. "You make it sound noble, but it wasn't. I was just trying to survive." "We all are." He stands and moves to sit beside me on my lounge chair. "But how we choose to survive matters." His proximity sends a rush of heat through me that has nothing to do with the temperature. Water drips from my hair onto his expensive shirt, darkening the fabric. "You're getting wet," I murmur. "I don't mind." His hand comes up to brush a strand of hair from my face. "You're beautiful like this."
The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. I adjust my cufflinks as I stand in my office. The security monitors display every angle of the compound. The main gate, the perimeter fence, the dock where 3 of my men patrol. Everything appears normal. Yet the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with the ceramic blade concealed in my boot. The Bellagio confirms the room is ready, Keir says, entering without knocking. Only he has that privilege. Their security team completed the final sweep 30 minutes ago. Our people verified it's clean. I nod, studying the detailed floor plan spread across my desk. And Verlard's men? Limited to 6, as agreed. They'll arrive separately through the service entrance. We vetted each one. Former military mostly, one ex-cartel enforcer with ties to the Sinaloa family. Weapons? Checked at the door, metal detectors, pat-downs, the works. Keir moves beside me, pointing to the marked exits on the blueprint. We have 3 extraction routes if things go sideways. The primary through the kitchen, secondary through the casino floor, and emergency through the underground parking structure. I trace the routes with my finger, committing them to memory. Contingencies. Team stationed at all 3 points. Vehicles ready. If we don't check in every 15 minutes, they move in. If we use any of the code words, they move in. Kir pauses, and Dmitri has a sniper position with line of sight to the conference room windows. Good. I straighten, rolling my shoulders to release the tension. What's your read on Verlard's mental state? Kir's expression remains neutral, but I catch the slight tightening around his eyes. Unstable. Our sources say he's been erratic since his brother's execution. Unpredictable. This could be a genuine peace talk or an elaborate trap. It's both, I say, buttoning my suit jacket. He wants something from us, or he wouldn't have agreed to meet. The question is whether he plans to walk out alive. And do we? I meet Kir's gaze directly. That depends entirely on him. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have considered negotiating with someone like Salo Verlard. I would have eliminated the threat swiftly, decisively. But now I have more to consider than just business. I have Ivy. I have our child growing inside her. The car is ready, Kir says, checking his watch. We should leave in 10 minutes to stay on schedule. I need to see Ivy first. Kir nods, understanding without words. He's known me long enough to read the shifts in my priorities, subtle as they may be. 5 minutes. I'll wait by the car. I find Ivy in our bedroom, standing by the window that overlooks the lake. I look for a telltale swell of her belly, but at 10 weeks pregnant, there's no visible sign. She turns at the sound of my footsteps, her expression carefully composed, but I see the worry in her eyes. She's trying to hide it, which should come easily to a woman who has spent her life concealing her true feelings. You look dangerous, she says, her gaze traveling over my tailored black suit. That's the point. I cross the room to her, noting how she unconsciously touches her stomach in a protective gesture she's developed recently. The more dangerous I appear, the less likely Verlard is to try something stupid. Is that how it works in your world? Intimidation as prevention? Sometimes. I reach out to touch her cheek. Other times, it's just about being prepared for every possibility. Her gaze dropped to my boots, where she knows I usually carry a ceramic blade. As always, it's there and well hidden. And are you prepared? Yes. I lift her chin gently, forcing her to meet my gaze. This is routine, Ivy, a conversation between businessmen with competing interests. Businessmen don't usually need escape routes and snipers for their meetings. I smile slightly. She misses nothing. You've been talking to Kir. He thinks I should know the risks. She steps back, crossing her arms. Unlike you, I've never lied to you about the dangers. No, you just omit the details. Her voice remains steady, but I detect the underlying strain. Like the fact that Salo Verlarde has killed 3 of your distributors in the past month. 4, I correct her automatically, then regret it when she pales. This meeting is necessary. If I don't establish boundaries now, he'll continue testing them. She turns away, moving back to the window. And if it doesn't go as planned, if he's not interested in peace, then I'll handle it differently. I join her at the window, standing close enough to feel her warmth without touching her. But that's not your concern. Not my concern? She spins to face me, eyes flashing. You're the father of my child. Your safety is absolutely my concern. The words hit me with unexpected force. In all my years running the Tarasov Empire, no one has ever worried about my safety as anything more than a business asset, except Kir. My father taught me early that sentiment was weakness. That attachment made you vulnerable. Yet here she stands, fierce in her concern, making demands on my survival, not for what I provide, but for who I am to her. I'll come back, I say, the promise more sincere than any I've made before. You can't guarantee that. I can. I step closer, eliminating the space between us, because I have something to come back to now. Her expression softens slightly, the anger giving way to something more complex. Just be careful. Salo isn't like your other enemies. This is personal for him. It's personal for me, too. I place my hand over hers on her stomach. Everything changed the moment you told me about our child, my priorities, my plans, my future. Roland! I silence her with a kiss, gentle at first, then deepening as she responds. This kiss feels different from our others, less about passion and more about connection, an agreement without a single word spoken. When I pull back, her eyelids remain closed for a moment, as though she's memorizing the sensation. I need to go, I say, reluctant to break the moment, but aware of Kur waiting. She nods, composing herself. I'll be here when you get back. I know. I touch her cheek one last time, then turn to leave. Roland, she calls as I reach the door. I pause, looking back at her. Remember what you're fighting for now. The words follow me when I join Kur in the armored SUV. He doesn't ask about Ivy, respecting the boundary between my personal and professional lives. But I see the question in his eyes. She's worried, I say, while we pull away from the compound. Smart woman. Kur checks his phone, scrolling through updates. The Bellagio reports Verlard's advance team has arrived, everything proceeding according to schedule. I watch the landscape pass outside the window, the lights of Las Vegas growing brighter as we approach the city. Tell me about Verlard's mental state again. Kur puts away his phone, giving me his full attention. Unpredictable. Since his brother's execution, he's been obsessed with rebuilding the cartel's reputation. The attacks on our distribution network weren't just business. They were messages. He wants recognition, respect. He wants revenge. I suspect he wants Ivy, which is a request I'll not grant, I say softly, and we complete the rest of the drive in silence. I straighten my custom Italian suit as our car pulls up to the Bellagio's discreet side entrance. The platinum watch on my wrist catches the light, a subtle display of power in a world where appearances matter almost as much as actions. In my line of business, perception often determines whether you leave a room alive. Our men are in position, Kur says, checking his earpiece. Dmitri confirms visual on the conference room. I adjust my cufflinks, centering the platinum squares precisely. And our exit strategies? All clear. 3 routes, 3 teams. The code word is Siberia if we need immediate extraction. The valet opens my door and I step out into the dry Las Vegas heat. 2 of the Bellagio's security staff approach, men I recognize from previous arrangements. They nod respectfully, maintaining a professional distance. Mr. Tarasov, this way, please. We follow them through a service corridor, bypassing the casino floor with its flashing lights and constant symphony of slot machines. The hallway smells of industrial cleaner and fresh paint, nothing like the perfumed air pumped into the main areas to keep gamblers awake and spending. Verlard arrived 10 minutes ago, Kur murmurs. 6 men, as agreed. Weapons checked at the door. I nod, processing this information while keeping my expression neutral. And our people inside? 2 posing as hotel staff, 1 at the bar, 1 by the service entrance. The security guards lead us to an unmarked door at the end of the corridor. One swipes a keycard, and the lock disengages with a soft click. The door swings open to reveal a mahogany-paneled conference room, elegant and discreet. The kind of space where billions change hands without public notice. Salo Verlard sits at the far end of the polished table, flanked by two men in dark suits. He doesn't stand when I enter. A deliberate discourtesy. I take my time assessing him. Slimmer than I expected, with sharp features and cold, calculating eyes. His tailored suit speaks of new money, too flashy for true power. The heavy gold watch on his wrist is ostentatious, designed to impress rather than simply indicate wealth. Tarasov, he says, his accent thickening the R in my name. Finally, we meet, face to face. I move to the opposite end of the table, Kir positioning himself slightly behind my right shoulder. I remain standing, forcing Verlard to look up at me. You've been quite persistent in getting my attention, Verlard, attacking my shipments and killing my distributors, not the actions of someone interested in peaceful coexistence. A thin smile spreads across his face. Sometimes one must speak loudly to be heard. I'm listening now. He gestures to the chair. Please sit. We are businessmen, after all. I consider refusing, maintaining the power position, but decide to play along for now. I take the seat, unbuttoning my jacket as I do. A casual movement that also gives me easier access to the weapon holstered at my side. I appreciate you agreeing to this meeting, I say, keeping my tone measured. It's time we resolved our misunderstanding. Verlard laughs, a sharp, humorless sound. Misunderstanding? Is that what you call it when a woman steals from my family, destroys my brother, and then finds protection under your roof? I maintain my composure, though his directness surprises me. I expected more circling before he revealed his true purpose. I requested this meeting to discuss territory and distribution rights, and I say, not personal vendettas. They are one and the same. Verlard leans forward, placing his hands flat on the table. I have a simple proposal for you, Tarasov. One offer, no negotiation. The room grows still. Even the air conditioning seems to pause. I'm listening. Give me Ivy Stankoven, and I'll stop targeting your shipments. I will rebuild the Verlard cartel's empire another way, focusing on other families and other territories. His eyes never leave mine. This is my only offer. The rage builds inside me, hot and immediate, but I keep it contained. My face reveals nothing as I consider his words. The audacity of this man, thinking he can demand Ivy from me, thinking I would ever hand her over to him. No, I say, the words simple and final. Verlard doesn't react immediately. He studies me, perhaps waiting for elaboration or a counter-offer. When none comes, his expression hardens. You misunderstand, Tarasov. This isn't a negotiation. It's an ultimatum. Then we have nothing more to discuss. I remain seated, refusing to show how deeply his demand has affected me. Ivy is under my protection. That's not changing. She's a thief and a liar, spits out Verlard. She seduced my brother, stole diamonds worth millions, and left him to die. Why protect such a woman? I considered telling him about the baby to try to make him understand Ivy is now family, not just a woman under my protection. The thought vanishes as quickly as it forms. Salo Verlard would only see the child as another target. My reasons are my own, I say instead. Your brother made his choices and Ivy made hers. Now, we're making ours. Verlard's face darkens. You choose poorly, Tarasov. Very poorly. Perhaps, but it's my choice to make. He stands abruptly, scraping his chair against the floor. His men tense, hands moving toward concealed weapons before remembering they were checked at the door. This won't end well for you, he says, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Or for her. The diamonds she stole were meant to secure our future in the arms trade. My brother died because of her. My family's empire crumbled because of her. And now you're rebuilding, I say calmly. Focus on that, Verlard, not on revenge. Revenge is rebuilding. He straightens his jacket, composing himself. You had your chance for peace. Remember that in the days to come. He moves toward the door, his men falling in behind him. At the threshold, he pauses, turning back to face me. When this ends, and it will end, remember you chose this path. You chose her over peace. The door closes behind them with a soft click, leaving me alone with Kir in the suddenly quiet room. The threat hangs in the air. That went about as expected, says Kir, moving to check the room for any devices Verlard might have left behind. I remain seated, staring at my reflection in the polished table surface. The man looking back at me appears calm and controlled, but inside I'm calculating every possible move in this new war Verlard has declared. He'll target Ivy directly now, I say. Increase security at the compound. No one enters or leaves without my explicit authorization. Kir nods, already typing instructions into his phone. What about our shipment from Mexico next week? Double the security detail. Change the route and put our people inside Verlard's organization on high alert. I want to know his next move before he makes it. The reflection in the table shows a man who has made his choice. A man who has willingly entered a fight to the death rather than sacrifice the woman he loves. I've never backed down from a challenge or surrendered what's mine. I won't start now when the stakes include Ivy and our unborn child. He'll expect us to be defensive, I say, rising from my chair. So we'll be offensive instead. Identify his vulnerabilities, his supply chains, his allies, and his finances. Find me pressure points. Already working on it, Kir says. Our intelligence suggests his rebuild is still fragile. The right push could collapse it entirely. Then we push. I button my jacket, straightening the lines of my suit. We exit the conference room, moving swiftly through the service corridors toward our extraction point. The hotel staff avoid eye contact as we pass, trained to be invisible to guests like us, who value discretion above all else. Should we move Ivy to a more secure location? Asks Kir as we approach the exit. The lake house is isolated, but that makes it vulnerable. I consider this as we step outside into the bright Nevada sun. The heat hits like a physical force after the air-conditioned interior. Not yet. I slide into the waiting SUV, Kir taking the seat beside me. Don't tell her about Verlard's demand. Not yet. She's worried enough about the pregnancy. Kir nods, understanding without needing further explanation. Ivy carries enough guilt about her past without adding this new burden. As our vehicle pulls away from the Bellagio, I watch the gleaming tower recede in the window. I've made powerful enemies before, survived attempts on my life, and rebuilt after betrayals. But this is different. This time, I'm not just fighting for territory or respect or profit. I'm fighting for my family, for Ivy, and the child she carries. I've never lost a war I was determined to win, and I don't intend to start now.
The armored SUV glides through the Las Vegas streets, its tinted windows shielding me from the outside world. I sit in the back. The vehicle's interior smells of expensive leather and the faint trace of gun oil, a scent I've come to associate with safety in this strange new life. "Almost there, Miss Ivy," says Danier from the driver's seat, his accent thickening his words. His gaze meets mine in the rearview mirror, professional yet watchful. I nod, trying to ignore the flutter of anxiety in my stomach. It's not the doctor's appointment making me nervous. It's knowing that while I'm getting an ultrasound, Roland is sitting across from Salo, the man who wants me dead. Roland has arranged everything, Kolya adds, his massive frame taking up more than his fair share of the back seat. The doctor is the best. Very discreet. "I'm sure she is," I say, watching the city blur past us. One of Roland's compounds appears ahead. It's a nondescript building with security that would make most government facilities envious. The gate slides open as we approach, recognizing the vehicle, and we pull into an underground garage where two more of Roland's men wait, standing at attention. "This way, Miss Ivy," says Danier, opening my door and scanning the area before allowing me to exit. The medical wing is on the second floor, accessible by a private elevator that requires a keycard. The space looks nothing like a hospital. It's more like a luxury spa with muted lighting, plush seating, and artwork on the walls. There's no antiseptic smell, no beeping machines in the hallways, and no harried nurses rushing past. A woman in her 50s approaches us, her silver-streaked dark hair pulled back in a neat bun. She wears a tailored pantsuit rather than scrubs or a white coat, but the stethoscope around her neck marks her profession. "Ms. Stankoven, I'm Dr. Miller," she says, extending her hand. Her grip is firm and her Swiss accent precise. "Mr. Tarasov asked me to oversee your care personally." I shake her hand, appreciating her direct gaze and no-nonsense demeanor. There's no judgment or curiosity about why a woman under the protection of a Russian crime boss needs medical attention, just professional competence. "Thank you for seeing me on such short notice," I say. "Of course. Please follow me." Danier and Kolya take positions outside the examination room door as Dr. Muller leads me inside. The room contains state-of-the-art equipment that looks brand new, as if purchased specifically for this appointment. "Please change into this gown." She hands me a soft cotton garment that feels nothing like the paper-thin hospital gowns I've encountered before. "The bathroom is through that door. Leave your clothes on the hooks." When I emerge, she's preparing the ultrasound machine, typing information into a computer. "Mr. Tarasov mentioned you're approximately 7 weeks along," she says, gesturing for me to lie on the examination table. "Any symptoms so far? Morning sickness, fatigue, or breast tenderness?" "Some nausea in the mornings." I settle onto the padded table. "And I'm tired all the time." "All normal," she assures me, washing her hands thoroughly at a sink in the corner. "I understand you've been under significant stress recently. That can exacerbate pregnancy symptoms." I almost laugh. Significant stress seems like an understatement when there's a cartel leader hunting you down. "You could say that." Dr. Miller nods, her expression softening slightly. Stress isn't ideal during pregnancy, but many women experience difficult circumstances and deliver perfectly healthy babies. Today, we'll check to make sure everything is progressing normally. She sits on a rolling stool beside the examination table, pulling the ultrasound machine closer. "I'll need to examine you first, then we'll do the ultrasound. Have you had one before?" "No," I say, suddenly nervous. This makes it real in a way nothing else has. Not the positive pregnancy test, not the morning sickness, and not even telling Roland. Dr. Muller's examination is quick and professional. She checks my blood pressure, listens to my heart and lungs, and palpates my abdomen with practiced hands. "Everything seems normal so far," she says, making notes on a tablet. "Now for the ultrasound. This will give us a better picture of what's happening inside." She pulls out a bottle and warns, "This gel will feel cool on your skin." Despite the warning, I flinch when the cold gel hits my abdomen. Dr. Muller places the transducer against my skin and moves it slowly, her eyes fixed on the monitor. Her expression changes, her brow wrinkling while she moves the transducer across my abdomen. She pauses, pressing slightly harder in one spot, then moves to another. The silence stretches uncomfortably long. "Is something wrong?" I ask tightly. She holds up one finger, signaling me to wait as she continues to study the screen, her concentration absolute. My imagination runs wild in the silence. No heartbeat, abnormalities, or something terribly wrong with my baby. "Ms. Stankoven," she finally says, turning the monitor slightly so I can see it better. "I'm detecting something unexpected." My heart drops. "What is it? Is the baby okay?" "The baby is fine," she says, then corrects herself. "The babies are fine." "Babies?" The word comes out as a whisper. Dr. Muller points to the screen. "Here," she says, indicating a flickering pulse of light. "This is one heartbeat." Her finger moves slightly. "And here's another." She shifts the transducer again. "And here is a third." I stare at the screen, uncomprehending. "3? "Yes, Ms. Stankoven. You're carrying triplets." The room seems to tilt around me. "That's not possible." "It is," she says firmly, her voice steady and clinical. "Based on what I'm seeing, these appear to be identical triplets. They're sharing one placenta." "Identical?" I repeat, as if the word is foreign on my tongue. "Yes. This is extremely rare, occurring approximately 1 in 200,000 pregnancies. The embryo split twice during early development." She points to the screen again. "See these 3 separate amniotic sacs? Each contains one fetus." I watch the 3 distinct flickers on the screen. 3 heartbeats, 3 babies, 3 lives growing inside me. The reality crashes over me in waves. 7 weeks with triplets. Dr. Muller takes measurements on the screen. They appear to be developing normally, though they're measuring slightly smaller than a singleton would at this stage, which is typical for multiples. My mind races, calculating. 1 baby had seemed manageable, a connection to Roland I could navigate, perhaps even leverage for my freedom someday, but 3? 3 babies means I'm permanently bound to the Tarasov family, to Roland and his world of luxury intertwined with violence. This pregnancy will require specialized care. Multiple pregnancies carry higher risks like premature labor, gestational diabetes, and preeclampsia. You'll need more frequent monitoring than a typical pregnancy. I nod mechanically, still fixated on the 3 flickering lights. "I'll prescribe a specialized prenatal vitamin formulation for multiple pregnancies. Your nutritional needs will be significantly higher. You'll need to increase your caloric intake by about 600 calories per day. That's 200 per baby above the normal pregnancy recommendation." The clinical details wash over me as I try to process what this means for my future. 3 children, 3 tiny humans who will depend on me completely. 3 innocent lives I'll need to protect from Salo and anyone else who might target Roland or me. "Would you like to hear the heartbeats?" I nod, not trusting my voice. She adjusts something on the machine, and suddenly, the room fills with a rapid whooshing sound. 3 distinct rhythms, slightly out of sync with each other. The sound pierces through my shock, making this impossible situation undeniably real. "Strong heartbeats," she says with approval, "approximately 160 beats per minute for each, which is perfect for this gestational age. 3 heartbeats. 3 lives that began the night Roland and I reconnected, the night that was supposed to be our final goodbye." A strange warmth spreads through me, unexpected and powerful. I'm creating something miraculous that's never been part of my life plan as a nomadic con artist. A family. "I'll print some images for you." Dr. Muller presses buttons on the machine. "I'd like to see you again in 2 weeks. With multiples, we'll monitor more frequently than with a singleton pregnancy." She hands me tissues to wipe the gel from my abdomen, then turns to prepare the printouts. I clean myself mechanically, my mind still trying to catch up with this new reality. "Mr. Tarasov will want to arrange for a maternal fetal medicine specialist. says Dr. Mueller as she hands me several glossy images. I can recommend several excellent doctors who specialize in high-risk pregnancies. I take the images, staring at the 3 distinct shapes. Each tiny form is labeled Baby A, Baby B, and Baby C. "I'll give you a moment," says Dr. Mueller, clearly noting my stunned expression. "Take your time getting dressed. I'll return shortly with your prescriptions and some information about multiple pregnancies." She leaves the room, and I'm alone with the ultrasound images and my racing thoughts. I trace the outline of each baby with my fingertip, who have completely upended my world in the span of minutes. My childhood never included dreams of motherhood. My mother and I moved constantly, changing identities and running cons. There was never stability and never a sense of home. The concept of family was fluid and mainly people who served a purpose in whatever scheme we were running. Now I'm carrying 3 babies who will look exactly alike. 3 babies who will need protection, stability, love. All things I've never truly had myself. What kind of mother can I possibly be? My entire life has been built on lies and deception. I've spent years perfecting the art of becoming someone else, of shedding identities like snakeskin. Even now, I'm living as Scarlet Cole, not Ivy Stankoven. Who will these children be? Tarasovs, with all the power and danger that name carries, or will they inherit my talent for reinvention, for disappearing when things get complicated? I place my hand on my still flat abdomen. 3 babies, Roland's babies, our babies. The door opens, and Dr. Mueller returns with a folder and several prescription sheets. "Here's information about multiple pregnancies," she says, handing me the folder. "And prescriptions for prenatal vitamins and iron supplements. I've also included some dietary recommendations." I take the papers, nodding. "Do you have any questions, Ms. Stankoven?" 1,000 questions swirl in my mind, but none I can articulate. "Not right now," I say. "That's understandable. This is a lot to process." She hands me a card. "My direct number. Call anytime with questions or concerns. I'll see you in 2 weeks, but contact me immediately if you experience any bleeding, severe cramping, or unusual symptoms." I dress quickly after she leaves, tucking the ultrasound images and prescriptions into my purse. My hands tremble slightly as I button my jeans that soon won't fit, as my body changes to accommodate 3 growing babies. When I emerge from the examination room, Danir and Kolya straighten from their positions against the wall. "Everything okay, Miss Ivy?" asks Kolya, scanning my face. "Fine," I say automatically, then reconsider. "Actually, I have some news for Roland. Is he back yet?" "No, Miss Ivy," Danir says. "Still in meeting. We'll take you home now." Home. The houseboat isn't home. It's a place of temporary safety. I'm carrying 3 lives who will need a real home, a place of permanence and security. We take the private elevator back to the garage, where the armored SUV waits. The drive to Lake Mead passes in silence as I stare at the ultrasound images, memorizing each tiny shape. "More security today than even earlier," says Kolya, as we approach the compound surrounding Roland's houseboat. I look up, noticing what I'd been too preoccupied to see. The perimeter has at least twice as many guards as yesterday. Armed men patrol the grounds, and a second checkpoint has been added at the entrance. "Mr. Tarasov's orders," says Danir, slowing for the first checkpoint. "After meeting with Verlard." My stomach tightens. Did something happen at the meeting? Danir and Kolya exchange glances in the rearview mirror. "Not for us to say, Miss Ivy," Kolya says finally. "Mr. Tarasov will explain." We pass through both checkpoints, the guards scrutinizing our vehicle despite recognizing it. Whatever happened with Salo, it's escalated the situation significantly. The SUV stops at the private dock where Roland's houseboat is moored. More guards stand at attention along the walkway. Danir opens my door, scanning the area before allowing me to exit. "Mr. Tarasov say to bring you straight to boat when you return," he says, leading the way down the dock. The houseboat looks the same as when I left this morning, a floating mansion of glass and steel, gleaming in the afternoon sun. Yet the atmosphere has changed, tension hanging in the air like the promise of a storm. I clutch my purse containing the ultrasound images, suddenly uncertain how to tell Roland about the triplets. One baby had shocked him enough. How will he react to 3? As we approach the gangway, I notice additional security cameras have been installed, their lenses tracking our movement. The door to the houseboat opens before we reach it, another guard nodding respectfully when I pass. Inside, the main living area is empty, except for Anya, who looks up from arranging flowers in a vase. "Miss Ivy," she says, her face brightening. "You're back. How was the doctor?" "Fine," I say automatically. "Is Roland here?" "Not yet. He said he'll return soon." She studies my face. "You look pale. Sit, and I'll bring tea." I sink onto one of the plush sofas, still clutching my purse. The ultrasound images inside feel like they're burning a hole through the leather. Anya returns with a tray holding a teapot and cups. "Ginger tea coming right up," she says, pouring a steaming cup. The tea smells of ginger and lemon, soothing and sharp at once. I take a sip, letting the warmth spread through me. "Thank you, Anya." She nods, her motherly gaze assessing me. "Is everything okay with the baby?" I hesitate, then decide Roland should be the first to know we're having triplets. "Everything's fine," I say, "just a routine checkup." Anya seems satisfied with this answer and returns to her flowers. I sip the tea, watching the security monitors on the wall. They show the perimeter of the compound, the dock, and the surrounding water, all heavily guarded. What kind of world am I bringing these babies into? A world where their father commands an army of armed men, where danger lurks at every turn, and where enemies plot our destruction. Yet also a world of privilege and protection, of power and possibility. These children will never know the uncertainty I grew up with, and never experience the constant fear of discovery, of having to flee in the night, unless Salo Verlard gets his way. The thought sends a chill through me despite the warm tea. I place my hand on my abdomen, a gesture that's already becoming instinctive. I will protect them. Whatever it takes, whatever I have to become, because these 3 innocent lives are my responsibility now.
The road back to the compound stretches longer than usual tonight. I sit in the back of my armored SUV, watching the desert landscape blur past the tinted windows. Keir sits beside me, his face illuminated by the blue glow of his tablet as he reviews security protocols. The meeting with Salo plays on repeat in my mind. "Take another detour," I instruct my driver, Pavel. "Circle back through Henderson before heading to the compound." Pavel nods, making the turn without question. The second SUV follows, maintaining formation. Standard procedure after any high-stakes meeting, but tonight it feels essential rather than precautionary. "The new security measures are already in place at the compound," says Keir, breaking the silence. "Dmitri confirmed installation of the additional cameras and motion sensors an hour ago." "Good." I stare out the window, watching the city lights fade as we head toward Lake Mead. "And the mountain property?" "I've sent a team ahead to prepare it. They'll be ready by morning." I nod, satisfied with his efficiency. Keir has been my right hand since we were boys, and his loyalty has never wavered. In our world, that kind of steadfastness is rare and invaluable. "Salo won't back down," I say, voicing what we both know. "He wants blood." "Then we'll give him war instead." Keir's voice is calm, matter of fact. "The Verlard have been testing our borders for months. Perhaps it's time they learned why the Tarasov name commands respect." The convoy makes another turn, doubling back through a residential area before continuing toward the compound. Pavel takes a different route than our arrival, weaving through side streets and commercial zones. After 30 minutes of strategic detours, the Lake Mead compound finally comes into view. The security gate opens as we approach, 2 armed guards checking each vehicle before allowing entry. I notice the new additions immediately. Additional guards patrol the perimeter, Upgraded surveillance cameras are mounted at strategic points, and reinforced barriers are at vulnerable access points. My instructions have been followed to the letter. Prepare guest rooms at the mountain house, I tell Kir as we pull up to the main building. We leave before dawn. The SUV stops, and my security team forms a protective formation as I exit the vehicle. The night air carries the scent of the lake, cool and clean compared to the city's pollution. Under different circumstances, I might appreciate the tranquility of this place. Tonight, it feels like the calm before a storm. Inside the houseboat, I head directly to my office. The space is a reflection of my tastes. Minimalist furnishings, strategic lighting, and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the water. I pour myself a generous glass of vodka from the crystal decanter on my desk, the clear liquid catching the light as it fills the glass. I take a long drink, letting the alcohol burn a path down my throat. The vodka is smooth, expensive, a small comfort in the face of what's coming. War with the Verlards means casualties, disruptions to business, unwanted attention from authorities. Under normal circumstances, I might consider it an acceptable cost of doing business. But circumstances are far from normal now. Ivy changes everything. I finish my drink and pour another before leaving my office to find her. The houseboat is quiet at this hour, most of the staff having retired to their quarters in the compound. My footsteps echo on the polished floors as I make my way to the library, where Denier informed me Ivy had retreated after dinner. The library door stands slightly ajar, warm light spilling into the hallway. I pause in the doorway, taking a moment to observe her without interruption. Ivy sits at the large mahogany table in the center of the room, ultrasound images spread before her like puzzle pieces. Her fingers trace the outlines of the images, her expression a mixture of wonder and fear. She looks up as I enter, her brown eyes meeting mine. How did it go? Not well. I place my glass on the table, careful to avoid the images spread on the table. Salo wasn't interested in negotiation. Ivy's expression tightens. What did he want? You. I see no point in sugarcoating the truth. He demanded I hand you over to him as restitution for his brother's death. Her face pales, but she doesn't flinch. And you said? I told him he would die before laying a hand on what's mine. I take another drink, the vodka doing little to dull my anger at the memory. He didn't take the refusal well. Ivy gathers the ultrasound images, stacking them carefully. Her hands tremble slightly, but her voice remains steady. So what happens now? War. I sit in the chair beside her, turning it to face her directly. Salo will come for you, and for me. He will target our businesses, our people, anything he can reach. Because of me. Her voice is quiet, resigned. Because of what I did to Gaspar. Because of his own arrogance and greed, I correct her. She doesn't look convinced. I never meant for Gaspar to die. I just wanted the diamonds. Gaspar Verlard was a fool who trusted the wrong woman. His death isn't on your conscience. Tell that to his brother. Ivy looks down at the ultrasound images in her hands. These babies aren't even born yet, and they're already in danger because of me. It's not, I trail off. Babies? Ivy looks up at me, her brown eyes wide and vulnerable. She spreads the ultrasound images across the table, arranging them in a neat row. Not baby, babies. She points to the first image. This is what I thought I was looking at when the doctor started the ultrasound. One baby. Her finger moves to the second image. Then she moved the wand and found this one. She taps the third image. And then this one. I stare at the black and white pictures, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. 3 distinct shapes and 3 tiny beings with beating hearts. Triplets? The word feels foreign on my tongue. Identical triplets. Ivy's voice trembles slightly. Dr. Miller says it's extremely rare. The egg split twice after fertilization. I pick up one of the images, studying the small form captured there. My child, one of 3. The reality of it crashes over me like an icy wave. 3 babies, I whisper. 3 babies, Ivy confirms. I'm still trying to process it myself. I look from the images to Ivy's still flat stomach, trying to reconcile what I know with what I see. 3 lives growing inside her. 3 children who will bear my name and be my blood. The doctor says they're healthy so far, Ivy continues, filling the silence. But multiple pregnancies are always higher risk, especially identical multiples. They'll need to monitor me closely. I reach for her hand across the table, needing the physical connection. Her skin is cool against mine, and her fingers feel too delicate. Inside her body, my children are growing. 3 of them. The thought is both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Show me, I say, gesturing to the images. Show me our children. I'm looking at the images, but I'm still not sure what I see. Ivy moves closer, arranging the pictures in front of us. The doctor labeled them Baby A, Baby B, and Baby C for now. She points to each tiny form. See these dark spaces? Those are the amniotic sacs. Each baby has their own, but they share a placenta. I trace the outline of one of the forms with my fingertip. So small and so vulnerable. Already depending on me for protection. Dr. Muller printed these for me. Ivy hands me another set of images. These show their heartbeats. I study the rhythmic patterns on the paper. 3 distinct heartbeats. 3 lives I'm now responsible for. It settles on my shoulders, heavy, yet somehow welcome. When you said you were pregnant, I shake my head, still processing. I never imagined this. Neither did I. Ivy laughs, a nervous sound. 1 baby was scary enough. 3 is... She trails off, searching for the right word. Overwhelming, I supply. Terrifying, she corrects, especially with Salo hunting us. The mention of Salo snaps me back to reality. The danger that seemed significant before now feels catastrophic. It's not just Ivy I need to protect now, but 3 innocents completely dependent on our survival. I stand abruptly, scraping my chair against the floor. We need to leave. Now. Ivy looks up at me, startled by my sudden movement. Leave? Where? The mountain property. It's more secure and more isolated. Salo will expect us to stay here. But no arguments, Ivy. I move to the door, already reaching for my phone to call care. Pack whatever you need. We leave in 30 minutes. Roland, wait! Ivy stands, gathering the ultrasound images. I need to understand what this means for us. I pause, turning back to her. What do you mean? 3 babies changes everything. I was barely coming to terms with 1. She presses a hand to her stomach. What does this mean for your plans? For your business? For us? I cross the room in 3 strides, taking her face in my hands. Her skin is soft under my palms, her gaze searching mine for answers I'm not sure I have. It means I protect what's mine, I tell her firmly. It means nothing in this world matters more than keeping you and our children safe. Even your empire, she challenges? Even that. The admission surprises me with its truth. The Tarasov name, the businesses, the power I've spent my life building, all of it seems secondary now to the safety of the woman before me and the 3 lives she carries. Ivy studies my face, looking for deception. Finding none, she nods slowly. Okay. The mountain house? I press a kiss to her forehead, lingering there for a moment. Pack only what you need. Anything else can be replaced. She steps away, gathering the ultrasound images with careful hands. I'll be ready in 20 minutes. I watch her leave the library, my mind already calculating risks and contingencies. The mountain property sits on 500 acres of private land, accessible only by a single road that can be easily monitored. The house itself is built like a fortress. Reinforced walls, bulletproof windows, state-of-the-art security systems. It's where I go when I need absolute privacy, when deals are too sensitive for even trusted associates to witness. Now it will be a safe place for my family. I dial Kier's number and he answers on the first ring. The mountain house, I say without preamble. How soon can it be ready? 2 hours for full security protocols, he says immediately. Basic security is already in place. We leave in 30 minutes, have the roads secured before we arrive. Understood. Kerr pauses. Is everything all right? I look down at the ultrasound image still in my hand. 3 tiny forms with 3 beating hearts. Ivy is carrying triplets. Kier's sharp intake of breath is the only indication of his surprise. I'll double the security detail. Triple it. And this stays between us for now. No one else needs to know the specifics. Of course. I end the call and move to my office, unlocking the safe hidden behind a painting of the Moscow skyline. Inside are emergency passports, cash in various currencies, and a satellite phone that can't be traced. I remove these items along with a small velvet pouch containing diamond, a universal currency that's easily transported. The pouch in my hand reminds me of the diamonds Ivy stole from Gaspar Verlard, the theft that set this entire chain of events in motion, the reason Salo wants her dead. I tuck the items into a leather messenger bag, adding a loaded Glock and extra ammunition. The gun is a last resort. I prefer to keep my distance from direct violence these days, delegating such tasks to those below me in the hierarchy. But with Ivy carrying my children, I'll take no chances. My phone buzzes with a text from Kerr. Advance team en route to Mountain House. ETA 45 minutes. I respond with a simple acknowledgement and continue my preparations. Within 15 minutes, I've gathered everything essential. The rest can be replaced. A soft knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. Anya enters without waiting for a response, her silver hair pulled back in its usual tight bun. Mr. Tarasov, I prepared food for the journey. She places a small cooler on my desk. Protein, complex carbohydrates, and plenty of water. Ms. Stankoven needs proper nutrition. I nod my thanks. You'll be coming with us, Anya. Pack whatever you need. Already done, she straightens her black jumpsuit. I took the liberty of preparing a bag for Ms. Stankoven as well. Practical clothing, toiletries, and prenatal vitamins. Very astute, I nod. I've raised a couple of my own children, Mr. Tarasov, along with helping your mother with you. I know what a pregnant woman needs. She gives me a knowing look, especially one carrying multiples. I frown. How? She shrugs. I'd pretend I'm wise and mystical, but I saw the ultrasound images when she was looking at them, waiting for you to come home. Very little escapes her notice. That startles a small laugh from me. Thank you, Anya. I zip the messenger bag closed. We leave in 10 minutes. I'll inform Ms. Stankoven. Anya pauses at the door. Congratulations, Mr. Tarasov. Children are a blessing. She leaves before I can respond, closing the door quietly behind her. Children. A blessing. The words seem incongruous with the life I've built. I've never considered fatherhood, never imagined passing on the Tarasov name to a new generation. Now, I'll have 3 heirs at once. I finish my preparations and head to the main living area where Keir is coordinating with the security team. He looks up when I approach, his expression serious. 2 SUVs, fully armored. Pavel and Mikhail will be in the lead vehicle. Danir and Kolya will accompany you and Ms. Stankoven in the second vehicle. 4 additional men will follow in a third. Good. I check my watch. Where is Ivy? Here. Her voice comes from behind me. I turn to see her standing in the doorway, a small duffel bag slung over her shoulder. She's changed into practical clothing. Dark jeans, a loose sweater, and sturdy boots. She doesn't look much like Scarlet Cole or the glamorous Ivy she was 3 years ago. Her brown hair is pulled back in a simple ponytail, and her face is free of makeup. She looks young and vulnerable, yet there's a determination in her eyes that reminds me why I was drawn to her from the beginning. Are you ready? I ask. She nods, resting one hand protectively on her stomach. As ready as I'll ever be. I cross to her, taking the bag from her shoulder. You shouldn't be carrying anything. I'm pregnant, not an invalid, she protests, but allows me to take the bag. Triplets, I remind her. Dr. Miller said, you need to be careful. You weren't even there, she mutters and rolls her eyes but doesn't argue further. I hand her bag to Danir, who takes it with a respectful nod. The vehicles are ready, sir, says Keir. Good, let's go. I pause. Make sure we maintain a strong presence here and have decoys go in and out a few times per week. I want to maintain the illusion Ivy and I are still here as long as possible. Got it. Keir lifts the radio to relay my instructions as we all start walking. We move as a unit toward the garage, security personnel forming a protective formation around us once we leave the houseboat. The compound should be safe, but we're still out in the open for that brief time. Ivy stays close to my side, her steps matching mine. I place a hand at the small of her back, guiding her through the door Keir holds open. The freestanding garage is well lit, holding 3 black SUVs idling in a row. Their engines purr quietly, windows tinted so dark they appear solid black. Men stand at attention beside each vehicle, weapons visible but not ostentatious. You'll ride with me, I tell Ivy, leading her to the middle SUV. Anya will join us. What about my guards? Ivy asks, glancing toward Danir and Kolya. They'll drive us. My guard and driver are taking the first SUV with Keir. I open the door for her. We'll have a full security detail at the mountain house. Ivy hesitates, looking up at me. Is all this really necessary? Yes. I don't elaborate. She knows the stakes as well as I do. She climbs into the modified SUV without further protest. I follow, settling beside her in the spacious back seat. Anya joins us moments later, sitting across from us on the other bench seat with the cooler at her feet. The SUV is more like a limousine on the inside so we can see her. The mountain air will be good for you, Anya tells Ivy, her tone matter-of-fact. Clean, fresh, and better for the babies. Ivy's eyes widen slightly. You know? Of course I know. Anya opened the cooler, removing a bottle of water and handing it to Ivy. Drink. Hydration is important. Ivy accepts the water with a bemused smile. Thank you, Anya. Kier takes the front passenger seat in the first SUV, clearly speaking quietly into his phone, though I can't hear anything. Once he shuts the door, I can't see him due to the tinting either. The convoy begins to move with our SUV in the middle position. Standard security protocol. The most valuable assets always travel in the middle vehicle. As we exit the compound, Ivy stares out the window at the lake receding behind us. Her expression is contemplative, one hand still resting on her stomach. What are you thinking? I ask her. She turns to me, expression serious. That everything has changed again. For the better, I say, covering her hand with mine. Is it? She looks down at our joined hands. 3 children born into this world of violence and power struggles that I escaped for a short time. She closes her eyes and moans softly. I brought this on myself, on them, with my actions. How can I keep them safe, being the kind of person I am? I wait until her eyelids open again, so our gazes lock. The kind of person you are can change. You have changed, Ivy. Clearly, you were tired of being a thief and con artist. You deliberately chose a quiet life as a librarian. You will be a good mother and will keep our children safe. They will be protected. Always. At what cost? Her voice is soft, not accusatory. What kind of life will they have, always looking over their shoulders? Always wondering who might be coming for them because of who their father is and mother was, even if I have changed? The question strikes deeper than I expected. I've never questioned my path and never regretted the choices that led me to become who I am. The Tarasov name commands respect and inspires fear. It's a legacy I've been proud to uphold. Now looking at Ivy, thinking of the 3 lives she carries, I wonder if that legacy is one worth passing on. They will have choices I never had, opportunities beyond what you or I could imagine. If they survive, she says bluntly, they will survive. My voice hardens with certainty. We will make sure of it. Ivy studies my face, searching for something. Whatever she finds seems to satisfy her because she nods slowly. I believe you. She squeezes my hand. But this changes things. You understand that, right? 1 baby was already going to transform your life. 3? 3 means I have more to protect, I finish for her. More reason to ensure Salo Verlard is no longer a threat. And how will you do that? She asks. I consider my answer carefully. Ivy knows what I am, what I do. She's no innocent to be shielded from the realities of my world. Still, there are lines I prefer not to cross in her presence. By whatever means necessary, I say finally. She accepts this with a nod, turning back to the window. The desert landscape passes by outside, harsh and beautiful in its darkness. We're heading into the mountains now, the road winding upward through increasingly rugged terrain. Be sure to subscribe to the channel so that we can keep bringing you these amazing books. Thank you.
The SUV climbs higher into the mountains, each turn revealing more of the dense forest surrounding us. I press my palm against the window, watching my breath fog the bulletproof glass. 3 lives grow inside me, and the reality of that still hasn't fully registered. How much farther? I ask, turning to Roland, who sits beside me, his attention divided between his phone and the passing landscape. 20 minutes. He doesn't look up from his screen, his thumbs moving rapidly across the surface. The road gets narrower ahead. I nod, returning my gaze to the window. The trees stand like silent guardians, their branches creating a natural canopy over the winding road. In another life, I might have found this beautiful. A scenic drive through pristine wilderness. Now I see only tactical advantages and vulnerabilities, places where Salo's men could hide, points where we could be ambushed. My mother's voice whispers in my memory, "Always know your exits, Ivy. Always have a plan." The SUV in front of us slows as we approach a sharp bend. 2 more vehicles follow behind, creating a protective convoy. Roland's security detail is nothing if not thorough. "The property isn't visible from the road," says Roland, finally putting away his phone. "That's by design. One way in, heavily monitored. And one way out," I add, "unless you count the helicopter." His gaze meets mine. "There are other ways. I'll show you once we're settled." The convoy makes a final turn, and the trees part to reveal a massive log structure nestled against the mountainside. Unlike Roland's modernist desert home with its sharp angles and glass walls, or the houseboat compound with its high fences, this building seems to grow from the landscape itself. It's rustic and unassuming at first glance. "It doesn't look like a fortress," I say. That's the point. The exterior is designed to blend in, but make no mistake, this is one of the most secure properties I own. The vehicles pull into a circular drive, and immediately, Roland's men fan out, establishing a perimeter. Danir opens my door, constantly scanning our surroundings. "Clear, sir," he says as Roland steps out beside me. The mountain air hits me, crisp, clean, and scented with pine. I inhale, savoring the freshness after hours in the car. My hand instinctively moves to my stomach, still flat but harboring our secret cargo. Roland notices the gesture. "Are you feeling all right?" "Just tired," I offer a small smile. "And hungry. Again." "The kitchen is fully stocked." He guides me toward the entrance, his hand at the small of my back. The massive wooden door swings open as we approach, revealing a surprisingly modern interior hidden behind the rustic facade. "Welcome to your new home," says Roland, "at least for now." The first night in the mountain house, I dream of Salo. In my nightmare, he stands at the foot of our bed, watching us sleep. His eyes are cold, calculating, and fixed on my stomach where our babies grow. He doesn't speak or move. He just watches with the patience of a predator who knows his prey is cornered. I wake gasping, my nightgown damp with sweat. Beside me, Roland stirs, tightening his arm around my waist. "Ivy?" His voice is rough with sleep. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." I slide from his embrace, walking to the bathroom. "Just a dream." In the harsh light, my reflection looks haunted. I splash cold water on my face, trying to wash away the lingering image of Salo's predatory stare. When I return to bed, Roland is sitting up, fully awake now. The sheets pool around his waist, revealing the tattoos that map his chest and arms. "Tell me," he says simply. I sit on the edge of the bed, keeping distance between us. It was just a nightmare. "About Salo." It's not a question. He knows me too well already. "Yes." I trace patterns on the silk sheets. "He was here, watching us." Roland reaches for me, pulling me back against his chest. His heartbeat is steady under my ear. "He won't find us here," he says, his voice rumbling through his chest. "And if by some miracle he does, he won't leave alive." The certainty in his voice should comfort me. Instead, it reminds me of the world I've brought these innocent lives into. A world of violence and vengeance, where safety comes at the price of blood. What kind of mother will I be? The question escapes before I can stop it. Roland's hand finds my chin, tilting my face up to his. The kind who protects her children at any cost. The kind who survives. His thumb traces my lower lip. The kind who loves fiercely. "You sound very sure." "I am." He kisses me then, slowly and deep, chasing away the shadows of my nightmare. "Now sleep. The babies need rest." I curl against him, letting his warmth envelop me. Sleep comes eventually, but Salo's eyes follow me into darkness. And the mountain house reveals its secrets slowly over the next few days. What appears to be a rustic hunting lodge from the outside is actually a technological marvel. The rough-hewn beams conceal state-of-the-art security systems, the antique furniture hides modern comforts, the seemingly simple windows are actually bulletproof glass designed to withstand high-caliber rounds. Roland gives me the tour himself, pointing out security features and escape routes with the precision of a man who has planned for every contingency. The tunnels run beneath the entire property, he says, leading me through what appears to be a wine cellar. He presses his palm against a section of stone wall, and a hidden door slides open, revealing a concrete passage lit by recessed lighting. This one leads to a bunker 200 yards east. The other exits half a mile down the mountain where we keep emergency vehicles. I step into the tunnel, noting the ventilation system and the emergency supplies stacked along one wall. You've thought of everything. I try. He closes the hidden door, returning us to the wine cellar. There's a helicopter pad on the north side of the property. If necessary, we can be airborne in under 5 minutes. And go where? I ask. If Salo finds us here, where else would be safe? Roland selects a bottle from the rack, examining the label. I have properties all over the world, Ivy. Places even my closest associates don't know about. Places to disappear to. He looks up, his expression unreadable. If necessary. The thought of leaving everything behind, starting over in some unknown corner of the world, should terrify me. Instead, I find it strangely comforting. I've reinvented myself before, and I can do it again for our children. By the end of the first week, the mountain house begins to feel less like a fortress and more like a home. I spend my mornings exploring the property, always with at least 2 of Roland's men shadowing me at a discreet distance. The grounds are extensive. Acres of forest, a natural spring that feeds into a stone-lined pool, gardens that will bloom in spring. In the afternoons, I retreat to the library, losing myself in first editions and rare manuscripts. Roland's collection is impressive. Classics, philosophy, history, and science. I wonder if he's read them all, or if they're just another status symbol, another possession to be acquired and displayed. I find my answer when I discover notes in the margins of a worn copy of Machiavelli's The Prince, noting observations in Roland's precise handwriting. He's not just a collector, but a reader and a thinker. It's in these small discoveries that I learn more about the man I've bound my life to than in all our conversations. One afternoon, I find him in his study, surrounded by screens displaying security feeds from around the property. He doesn't notice me at first. I watch him from the doorway. The groove of concentration between his brows, the set of his shoulders, and the way he absently twists the signet ring on his finger as he reads. This is Roland in his element, the strategist and the protector. "See something you like?" he asks without looking up. I smile despite myself. "Just wondering what has you so focused." He gestures me over, making room for me beside him. The reports are financial records, property deeds, and corporate structures, a complex web of businesses and holdings. I'm moving assets, creating distance between us and my more visible operations. Going dark? Temporarily, he nods, making us harder to track. I study the documents, recognizing the strategy. Shell companies within shell companies, offshore accounts, properties held by trustees. You understand this world better than most. My mother taught me well. I pick up one of the reports. Though she operated on a smaller scale. Roland watches me, his expression thoughtful. Tell me about her. About your childhood. The request surprises me. We've shared our bodies, and we're creating life together, yet we've barely scratched the surface of our pasts. What do you want to know? Everything. He leans back in his chair. Start with your first memory of the life. I close my eyelids, searching for the beginning. I was 4. We were living in Chicago in a penthouse apartment overlooking the lake, and I thought we were rich. There were fancy clothes, expensive toys, and a housekeeper who made me pancakes shaped like animals. You were rich. No. I opened my eyes, meeting his gaze. We were staying in the home of my mother's Mark, a commodities trader who spent weeks at a time traveling. She had convinced him she was an interior designer hired by his firm as a welcome gift. He gave her access to everything: his home, his schedule, and eventually his bank accounts. Roland's expression doesn't change. One morning I woke up and my mother was packing our bags. She told me we were going on an adventure. I was excited. I thought it meant the beach or Disneyland. I laughed softly at the memory. Instead, we drove nonstop to Seattle, changed our names and our appearances. I didn't understand what was happening, only that I couldn't talk about Chicago or the Lakeview or my old name ever again. How many times did you reinvent yourself? 12 cities by the time I was 18, 12 identities. I traced patterns on the desk surface. I was often homeschooled between moves. My mother said traditional education would only teach me to be a sheep, to follow rules created by people who wanted to control me. She wasn't entirely wrong. No, she wasn't. I meet his gaze again. She taught me to read people, to find their weaknesses, their desires. She taught me that everyone wants something: love, power, or validation. If you can provide it, you can own them. Valuable lessons, dangerous ones. I stand, moving to the window that overlooks the forest. She also taught me never to trust anyone completely, never to form attachments, and never to leave traces. The irony is, she broke her own rules. She trusted the wrong person and formed an attachment that clouded her judgment. And it got her killed. I nod, watching an eagle soar above the trees. At least, that's what I've always assumed. She disappeared when I was 18. No goodbye, no warning. Just gone, along with the money from our last job. Roland joins me at the window, his reflection appearing beside mine in the glass. You think she ran? No. The certainty in my voice surprises even me. She wouldn't have left me. Something happened to her. I saw her face that last morning. She was terrified, but also defeated. His hand settles on my shoulder, warm and solid. I could look into it. I have resources. The offer hangs between us, tempting and terrifying. Part of me has always wanted to know the truth. Another part fears what I might discover. No, I say finally. She's dead from the consequences of her own actions. The rest doesn't matter. I wake from a nightmare, gasping. They were never really here, I blurt out. Roland is right beside me, pulling me against him. The babies? I nod, still shaking. Just a nightmare. It is real, Ivy. His arm circles my waist. In less than 7 months, we'll hold our children. Our children. The phrase still sounds foreign to my ears. I've never imagined myself as a mother and never thought I'd create a family of my own. My life has been about survival, about the next score and the next escape. What if I'm terrible at this? The fear slips out before I can stop it. What if I don't know how to be a mother? Roland turns me to face him, his hands framing my face. You'll learn. We both will. Your childhood was different from mine. Your father was a brutal man who taught me through fear and pain. His voice hardens. I won't be like him. Our children will never know that kind of upbringing. The conviction in his voice reassures me. Whatever else Roland may be, criminal, killer, or ruthless businessman, he will protect what's his, and these babies are his as surely as they are mine. The nightmares continue into our 3rd week at the mountain house. They evolve, becoming more vivid and more terrifying. Salo finding us, Salo taking our babies, Salo killing Roland while I watch, helpless. I wake from one such dream, a scream caught in my throat. The bedroom is dark and the space beside me is empty. Panic grips me until I spot Roland standing at the window, a silhouette against the night sky. You should be sleeping, he says without turning. I slip from the bed, joining him at the window. The forest stretches below us, silver black in the moonlight. So should you. I have calls to make. Time differences. He wraps an arm around me, drawing me against his side. Another nightmare? Yes. He doesn't ask for details. He doesn't need to. We received intelligence today. Salo is still focusing his search on Las Vegas, and he doesn't know about this property. Yet. He won't find it. Roland's voice carries absolute certainty. Even if he did, he couldn't reach us here. The road is monitored at 12 different points. The property itself has motion sensors, heat detectors, armed guards. We're safe, Ivy. I want to believe him. I need to believe him. But experience has taught me that safety is an illusion, and security a temporary state at best. Come back to bed, I say, tugging his hand. The calls can wait until morning. He allows me to lead him back to the massive 4-poster bed that dominates the master suite. As we settle beneath the covers, his phone chimes with an incoming message. Ignore it, I whisper, pressing my lips to his jaw. For once, he does. During the day, I explore every inch of our mountain space, memorizing escape routes and identifying potential weaknesses in our defenses. Old habits die hard. The natural spring-fed pool becomes my favorite retreat. A secluded grotto surrounded by rocks and trees, its water is clear and surprisingly warm. I swim laps each morning, feeling my body change subtly as the babies grow within me. One afternoon, I discover Roland has ordered books on pregnancy, childbirth, and parenting. They sit on his nightstand, their spines cracked, and pages marked with sticky notes. The sight touches me more deeply than any grand gesture could. He's preparing, studying, and determined to get this right. That night, as we lie together in the darkness, I ask the question that's been haunting me since we arrived. Will we ever truly be safe, Roland? Will our children? He takes my hand beneath the covers. I can't promise absolute safety. No one can, but I can promise I will do everything in my power to protect you and them. And if it's not enough? He's silent for a long moment. Then we adapt. We move. We change identities if necessary. His fingers tighten around mine. But we stay together. Always. The promise settles over me like a blanket. It's not the guarantee of safety I crave, but perhaps it's something better. I turn toward him in the darkness, finding his lips with mine. Together, I agree. As his arms encircle me, drawing me closer, I push thoughts of Salo and danger from my mind. For tonight, at least, we're safe. It has to be enough. I stare at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, barely recognizing the woman looking back at me. Dark circles shadow my eyes, and my skin has a pallor that even the mountain sun hasn't been able to erase. I splash cold water on my face, trying to wash away the remnants of another restless night. 4 weeks in this mountain fortress, and I'm starting to feel like a prisoner rather than someone being protected. The irony of my situation isn't lost on me. I spent years running from my mother's dangerous lifestyle, reinventing myself as Scarlet Cole, mild-mannered librarian. I thought I'd escaped the criminal world for good. Now, here I am, deeper in that world than ever before, carrying the children of one of the most powerful men in the Russian Mafia. I dry my face with a plush towel and return to the bedroom, where Roland is already dressed, speaking rapidly in Russian on his satellite phone. He pauses when he sees me, his gaze tracking my movements as I cross to the closet. "Da, ya poнимаю," he says into the phone before ending the call. "Good morning." "Morning." I pull out a loose sweater and leggings, which is my uniform these days as my body slowly changes to accommodate our triplets. "Any news?" "Nothing concrete." Roland approaches, placing his hands on my shoulders. "How did you sleep?" "Fine." The lie comes automatically. His expression tells me he doesn't believe me, but he doesn't press. Instead, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a slim silver bracelet. "What's that?" I ask, though I already know. "A precaution." He takes my wrist, sliding the bracelet on before I can object. It clicks shut with a finality that makes my stomach clench. It has GPS tracking and vital sign monitoring. If anything happens, or if you're in distress or leave the property boundaries, I'll know immediately. I stare at the bracelet, fighting the urge to rip it off. So I'm tagged now? Like an animal? Like someone precious who needs protection. Roland's voice remains calm and reasonable, which only irritates me more. This isn't negotiable, Ivy. What happened to having a choice? I step back, creating distance between us. You promised me that when I came to you at the Win. That was before we knew about the triplets and before Salo's attacks escalated. Roland runs a hand through his dark hair, a rare display of frustration. I'm trying to keep you safe. You're trying to control me. Is there a difference right now? The question hangs between us, unanswerable because we both know he's right. Safety requires control in this situation. It doesn't make it any easier to accept. I turn away, pulling the sweater over my head. I'm going to the library. Unfortunately, I mean the small room in this house, not the Henderson Library, or anywhere that will let me escape the confines for a bit. Danier will accompany you. Of course he will. I don't bother hiding my bitterness. Heaven forbid I be alone for 5 minutes. Roland steps closer, turning me to face him. This isn't forever, Ivy. Once Salo is dealt with, then what? We live happily ever after? You become a legitimate businessman and I go back to being a librarian? I laugh, the sound hollow even to my own ears. We both know that's not how this works. His expression hardens. What do you want from me? I trail off, unsure how to articulate the tangle of emotions inside me. I want to not feel trapped. I want to know there's an exit strategy that doesn't involve someone dying. There isn't. His bluntness is startling. Not with Salo. He won't stop until he has what he wants. Me. You. The babies. My empire in ruins. Roland's hands cup my face, his touch gentler than his words. I won't let that happen. I close my eyelids, leaning into his touch despite my frustration. This is the impossible situation we've created. A family forged in deception and danger, with no clear path to safety. Just try to remember I'm your partner, not your possession, I say finally, opening my eyes to meet his gaze. The more you try to control me, the more I'll fight you. It's who I am. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. It's why I want you. He kisses me then, deep and possessive, as if trying to brand me as his. Part of me wants to resist, to prove my point about control, but another part. The part that's carrying his children, the part that wakes terrified from nightmares, surrenders to the security he offers. When we break apart, he presses his forehead to mine. 2 guards with you at all times. The tracking bracelet stays on. Those are my non-negotiables. And in return, you'll have access to the entire property, including the outdoor areas. You'll be included in all strategic discussions about Salo. He pauses. And I'll try to remember you're not something to be locked away. It's not perfect, but it's something. Deal. The mountain house has transformed in the 4 weeks we've been here. What was once a luxurious retreat is now a tactical headquarters. The dining room has become a command center, with encrypted communications equipment and digital maps displaying Salo's known locations and activities. The wine cellar now houses an impressive weapons cache. Security teams rotate every 8 hours, maintaining constant vigilance. I sit in the library pretending to read while Danier stands by the door, his presence a constant reminder of my new reality. The book in my hands, a first-edition Hemingway that would have thrilled me in my librarian days, fails to hold my attention. My mind keeps circling back to the same questions. How did I end up here? What kind of mother will I be to these children? Will they ever know a normal life? The door opens and Kolya enters, speaking quietly to Danier in Russian. Though I've picked up some of the language during my time with Roland, they speak too rapidly for me to follow. Is something wrong? I ask, setting aside my book. Danier shakes his head. Just a shift change, Ms. Ivy. Kolya will take over now. As Danier leaves, Kolya takes up position by the door, his expression impassive. Unlike Danier, who occasionally attempts conversation, Kolya is a silent shadow. I return to my book, or try to, but the words blur on the page. The tracking bracelet on my wrist catches the light, a constant token of my gilded cage. A knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. Anya enters, carrying a tray with tea and small sandwiches. "You missed lunch," she says, setting the tray on the table beside me. "The babies need regular nourishment." Despite my mood, I smile at her. Anya has been a surprising ally in this strange new life, treating me with a grandmotherly concern that transcends her role as Roland's housekeeper. "Thank you, Anya. I lost track of time." She makes a disapproving noise. "You spend too much time alone with your thoughts. It's not good for the little ones." "I'm not alone." I nod toward Kolya. "I have my shadow." Anya waves a dismissive hand. "That boy doesn't count. He doesn't talk." "I talk when there's something worth saying," Kolya says, surprising us both. Anya laughs, the sound warming the room. "There, see? Progress." She pours tea into a delicate cup. "Now eat, please. Mr. Tarasov is worried about you." "Mr. Tarasov is worried about his investments," I mutter, though I take a sandwich anyway. Anya gives me a sharp look. "That man loves you, whether you want to see it or not." He has a strange way of showing it. I lift my wrist, displaying the tracking bracelet. "Men like him don't know how to love gently." Anya sits in the chair opposite mine, settling in for what I suspect will be a lecture. "They only know protection through power." Is that supposed to make me feel better about being tagged like a pet? It's supposed to make you understand. She leans forward, her expression serious. "I've known Roland since he was a boy. I watched his father raise him with fists and fear. The fact that he's trying to protect rather than control is a miracle in itself." I take a sip of tea, considering her words. "Tell me about his father." Anya's eyes darken with memory. Rodion Tarasov was a monster wearing human skin. He beat Roland for the smallest infractions. A glass of water spilled or a homework assignment forgotten. Once, when Roland was 12, Rodion locked him in a closet for 2 days because he smiled at the wrong person during a business dinner. Horror washes through me at the thought of a child, Roland as a child, suffering such cruelty. How did he survive that? He had Kir. Anya's expression softens. Those boys protected each other. When Roland was punished, Kir would sneak him food and medicine. When Kir's father drank too much and became violent, Roland would create distractions, taking the blame for things Kir had done. They're more than employer and employee. They're brothers in every way that matters. Anya stands, smoothing her black jumpsuit. "Which is why you need to be patient with Roland now. Kir is out there hunting Salo, putting himself at risk to protect you and those babies. Roland is terrified of losing all of you." Her word settles over me. I've been so focused on my own confinement that I haven't fully considered what Roland is sacrificing or what Kir is risking. "I'll try, I promise, meaning it." Anya nods, satisfied. "Good. Now finish your tea. Mr. Tarasov wants to see you in the command center at 3. They've received new intelligence." After she leaves, I eat the sandwiches mechanically, my appetite gone despite the baby's needs. Kolya remains by the door, silent once more, but I catch him watching me with something like sympathy in his eyes. "How long have you worked for Roland?" I ask, surprising both of us with the question. Kolya shifts, uncomfortable with the direct address. 5 years. "And before that?" "I was nobody." His expression closes. "Mr. Tarasov gave me purpose." "He's good at that," I murmur, thinking of how Roland has reshaped my life for better or worse. Kolya nods once, then returns to his stoic surveillance. Conversation over. I finish my tea and check the ornate clock on the mantel. Nearly 3. Time to join Roland and his men in the command center to hear whatever new intelligence they've gathered about the man hunting us. As I stand, smoothing my sweater over my mostly still flat stomach, I wonder what my mother would think of me now. Would she be proud of how I've survived, disappointed that I've been caught? Or would she simply be practical, teaching me how to use this situation to my advantage? "Ready, Ms. Ivy?" Kolya asks, opening the door. I nod, pushing thoughts of my mother aside. Ready. The command center buzzes with activity when I enter. Men in tactical gear huddle around computer screens, speaking in rapid Russian. Maps and surveillance photos cover one wall. Salo's known associates, properties, business fronts. Roland stands at the center of it all, his presence commanding attention without effort. He looks up when I enter, his expression softening momentarily before returning to its mask of control. Ivy. He extends a hand, drawing me to his side. We've located one of Salo's weapon caches in Henderson. Keir is leading a team to intercept the shipment tonight. I study the satellite images on the main screen. Is that wise? Salo has to know you're watching his operations. It's a calculated risk. Roland zooms in on a warehouse complex. If we can disrupt his supply chain, we force him to expose himself. I nod slowly, hoping he's right. Night falls, bringing with it a storm that lashes the mountain with rain and wind. I sit in the command center with Roland, watching the operation unfold through body cameras and satellite feeds. Keir's team moves with precision, approaching the warehouse from the east as I suggested. No signs of activity. Keir's voice comes through the speakers, slightly distorted by the storm. Proceeding to entry point. Roland leans forward, tension radiating from him. Stay alert. This feels too easy. I grip the edge of the table. Despite my confidence in my assessment earlier, doubt now creeps in. What if I'm wrong? What if I've sent these men into a trap? On screen, Keir signals his team forward. They breach the warehouse door, moving swiftly into the darkness beyond. Multiple crates identified, Keir reports. Appears to be assault rifles, ammunition, no personnel present. Roland exchanges a look with me. Verify and withdraw quickly. Copy that. Keir's camera shows him approaching one of the crates, prying it open to reveal rows of weapons. Confirmation on contents. Beginning withdrawal. A flash of light cuts off his words, followed by the crack of gunfire. The body camera jerks wildly as Keir dives for cover. Ambush! He shouts. Multiple hostiles! Northeast corner! Roland is on his feet instantly. Deploy backup teams, now! The command center erupts into activity as orders are relayed. On screen, chaos unfolds. Keir's team returns fire, trying to create an exit path. We're cut off from the main entrance, Keir reports, his voice steady despite the danger, moving to secondary exit. More gunfire. A cry of pain as one of Keir's men is hit. Dimitri's down, says Keir, continuing to secondary exit. I watch in horror as the situation deteriorates. The backup teams are still minutes away. Keir and his remaining men are outnumbered, surrounded. There's a loading dock on the west side, I say, pointing to the building schematics. If they can reach it... They're trying, Roland says grimly. On screen, Keir leads his team through the warehouse, using crates for cover as they move toward the loading dock. They're making progress, almost there. Then Keir's camera suddenly spins, the image blurring when he's knocked to the ground. A boot comes into view, pressing down on his chest. The camera tilts up to reveal a face I recognize. Salo Verlard. Tell your boss I have a message for him, says Salo, his voice cold and precise. The feed cuts to static. Silence falls over the command center, broken only by the frantic communications of the backup teams still en route. What happened? I ask, my voice hardly audible. Where's Keir? Roland doesn't answer. His face has gone completely blank, a mask that hides whatever storm is raging beneath. One of his men approaches cautiously. Sir, backup teams are reporting the warehouse is empty. No sign of our men or the hostiles. Track Keir's phone, his watch, anything, Roland orders, his voice terrifyingly calm. Already trying, sir. All signals have gone dark. I reach for Roland's hand, needing to connect, to offer some comfort. He allows the touch but doesn't respond to it. Sir, calls another man, we're receiving a transmission, video feed. Put it on screen, Roland commands. The main display flickers, then shows a dimly lit room. Keir is on his knees, blood streaming from a cut above his eye. Salo Verlard stands behind him with a gun pressed to Keir's head. Tarasov, I believe I have something of yours. Roland steps forward, his expression carved from stone. If you harm him, you'll what? Hunt me down? Kill me? Salo laughs. You were already planning to do that. Now I have leverage. What do you want? Asks Roland, though we all know the answer. Salo smiles, a predator's grin. A trade. Your right hand for your whore. Don't do it, says Kier, earning himself a brutal strike to the face from Salo's gun. Silence. Salo returns his attention to the camera. You have 24 hours to decide, Tarasov. Your brother in arms, or the woman who betrayed you once already. Choose wisely. The feed cuts off, leaving us in stunned silence. Roland turns to me, his eyes cold with a fury I've never seen before. Get her out of here, he orders his men. Secure the room. Now. Roland, wait, I begin, but strong hands are already gripping my arms, pulling me toward the door. We'll discuss this later, he says, turning back to the command center displays. Right now, I need to think. As I'm escorted from the room, I catch a glimpse of the security feed from the warehouse. It shows the brutal firefight, and Kerr fighting desperately before being overwhelmed by superior numbers, dragged unconscious into a waiting van that disappears into the night. The image burns into my mind as the door closes behind me, sealing me away from the decisions being made about my fate and Kerr's.
I slam my fist against the wall of the command center, the impact sending a jolt of pain up my arm. Good. Pain keeps me focused. Pain reminds me I'm still alive while Kier is God knows where, suffering at the hands of that snake Verlard. Report, I demand, turning to face the team of analysts hunched over their screens. The room buzzes with frantic activity. Phones ring constantly. Keyboards click in rapid succession. Voices murmur in Russian, English, and Spanish as my people work every contact, every lead, and every possibility. The air smells of coffee and sweat. Tension thick enough to cut with a knife. We've identified the vehicle that transported Kerr after the ambush, says Mikhail. He points to grainy footage on his monitor. Black SUV with stolen plates. Last seen heading south on Interstate 15. Track every traffic camera along that route. Find where they went. On it, boss. I pace the length of the room. My phone rings, and I snatch it from my pocket. Speak. It's Nikolai. We found one of Verlard's men at the Tropicana. He's not talking yet. Make him talk. I keep my voice low and controlled. Use whatever means necessary. Understood. I end the call and continue pacing. My mind races through scenarios, calculating risks and weighing options. The rational part of my brain works methodically, but underneath burns a rage so intense it threatens to consume me. Kier isn't just my right-hand man. He's my brother in every way except blood. The only person who stood by me through everything. The only one who knows all my secrets, all my weaknesses, and has never used them against me. Sir, calls another analyst, we've intercepted communications between Verlard's lieutenants. They're moving something valuable to a warehouse in North Las Vegas tonight. Kerr? They didn't specify, but the security protocols match what we'd expect for a high-value hostage. I nod sharply. Prepare a team. Full tactical gear. I want eyes on that warehouse within the hour. Yes, sir. The door to the command center opens and Ivy steps inside. Her face is pale, her eyes wide with concern. Her hand rests protectively over her stomach, where our 3 children grow. The sight of her momentarily calms the storm inside me. Any news? She asks, clearly hesitant after I had her escorted out before. I gesture for her to come closer, feeling more in control now, at least in some ways. Possibly. We may have a lead on where they're holding him. She crosses the room to stand beside me, careful not to interfere with the operations underway. Is there anything I can do? Stay safe. That's all I need from you right now. Her expression hardens slightly. I'm not helpless, Roland. I want to help find Kier. You're carrying our children. That makes you the most valuable target Verlard could hope for. I lower my voice so only she can hear. If he gets his hands on you, I'll burn this entire city to the ground to get you back. Don't make me do that. She studies my face, then nods once. At least let me review the security footage. I might see something your people miss. I consider her offer. Ivy's skills are unique. She notices details others overlook, understands the psychology of criminals in ways even I sometimes don't, and keeping her involved might prevent her from doing something reckless on her own. Fine, work with Mikhail, but the moment we have actionable intelligence, you step back. Agreed. I turn to address the room. Continue monitoring all channels. I want updates every 15 minutes. No one sleeps until we find Kerr. The team acknowledges my orders with nods. I place my hand on the small of Ivy's back and guide her towards the door. I need a moment, I tell her quietly. We walk in silence through the hallway to our private suite. The house is crawling with my men. There are guards at every entrance, snipers on the roof, and patrols circling the perimeter. No one gets in or out without my knowledge. Inside our suite, I close the door and lean against it, momentarily allowing the mask to slip. Kier's absence crashes down on me. For the first time in years, I feel uncertain and vulnerable. The last time I experienced this sensation was when I woke up and realized Ivy had conned me 3 years ago. Ivy approaches cautiously. Talk to me, Roland. There's nothing to say. Verlard took Kier. I'm going to get him back, then I'm going to tear Verlard apart piece by piece. There's more to it than that. She sits on the edge of our bed. I see it in your face. Talk to me. I move to the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to peer outside. The mountains rise majestically against the darkening sky, indifferent to the human drama unfolding within their shadow. Kier and I grew up together, I say finally. His father, Pasha, was my father's right hand for 30 years. Our families were intertwined before we were born. You never talk about your childhood. I let the curtain fall back into place. There's not much to tell. My father was a hard man. He believed strength was everything, and weakness was unforgivable. And Kier? A memory surfaces. Kier and I, no more than 10 years old, standing in my father's study while Rodion loaded a pistol. Our first shooting lesson, I say, the scene playing out vividly in my mind. My father took us to an abandoned warehouse and set up bottles on a fence, handed each of us a Makarov pistol, and told us not to come home until we'd emptied our clips and hit at least half our targets. Ivy's eyes widen. How old were you? 10. Kerr was 11. I moved to the small bar in the corner of the room and pour myself some vodka. I was terrified, but not of the gun. My father had been showing me weapons since I could walk. I was afraid of disappointing him. I take a slow sip, letting the alcohol burn down my throat. My hands shook so badly, I missed the first 5 shots. My father stood behind me, his disappointment radiating like heat. Each failure made me more nervous, which made me shoot worse. I stare into the glass, seeing not the clear liquid, but that day 26 years ago. Then Kier stepped up, hit 8 out of 10 on his first try. My father praised him, asked why I couldn't be more like Pasha's boy. That must have hurt. It did. When it was my turn again, I was so angry and embarrassed I could barely see straight. Missed every shot. I drained the glass. My father walked away, told Pasha to drive us home when we were finished, said he couldn't stand to watch such weakness. Ivy remained silent, waiting for me to continue. After he left, Kerr came over to me. Didn't say a word about what happened. He just showed me how to stand, how to breathe, and how to focus. We stayed there for hours. By the time we left, I could hit 8 out of 10, just like him. He helped you. He saved me. If I'd gone home a failure that day, I don't finish the sentence. We both know what my father was capable of. That was the first time, but not the last. I set down my empty glass and moved to sit beside Ivy on the bed. The mattress dips under our combined weight. When we were teenagers, I mouthed off to one of my father's captains, disrespected him in front of his crew. My father found out and ordered me to his office. My jaw tightens at the memory. Before I could get there, Keir intercepted the captain in the hallway and provoked him into an argument. By the time my father heard about it, the story had changed. It was Kerr who had disrespected the captain, not me. He took the blame for you. He took the beating for me. 3 broken ribs and a dislocated shoulder. I inhale and exhale sharply. When I visited him afterward and tried to apologize, he just shrugged and said, "Better me than you," like it was nothing. Ivy reaches for my hand, intertwining her fingers with mine. Her touch anchors me, reminding me I'm not alone in this fight. There was another time, 5 years ago. We were negotiating with the Italians during a big dinner at the Bellagio. All the families represented. Sounds tense. It was. Millions of dollars at stake, with territories being divided. I remember the opulent private dining room, the false smiles, and the hidden weapons. The waiter brought drinks. Nothing unusual, and I always drink the same thing at these functions. Macallan, 25, neat. Ivy listens intently, her thumb tracing small circles on the back of my hand. Keir was seated next to me. Just as I reached for my glass, he knocked into me and spilled the drink all over the table. I shake my head at the memory. I was furious. I made a scene and embarrassed him in front of everyone. Ordered another drink. What happened? The second drink came. Keir apologized, made a toast to peace between our organizations. Everything proceeded normally. I pause, the reality of how close I came to death that night still chilling. Later, in the car, he told me the truth. He'd noticed the color of the whiskey was slightly off. Too dark. Too opaque. He'd recognized immediately that someone had poisoned my drink. He saved your life. Without saying a word, without drawing attention, he created a distraction that looked like clumsiness, preserved the negotiations, and kept me alive. I stand again, unable to sit still with the memory so fresh. We never discovered which family was behind it. Keir insisted on handling the investigation personally. 3 weeks later, a consigliere from the Barzini family disappeared. Keir never confirmed it was him, but the attempts on my life stopped. You trust him completely. With everything, my business, my secrets. I look directly at her. My family. The word hangs between us. Family. Something I never thought I'd have, never thought I'd want. Now, with Ivy carrying our children, it's all I can think about, and Keir is part of that family. We'll find him, Ivy says firmly. Salo is smart, but he's also arrogant. He'll make a mistake. He already has. My phone vibrates with an incoming message. I check it quickly. The team is ready. We have eyes on the warehouse. Ivy stands, determination written across her face. What's the plan? I'm going to oversee the operation personally. If Kier is there, I want to be the first person he sees when we get him out. And if he's not, then we capture everyone in that warehouse and make them tell us where he is. My voice drops to a dangerous whisper. One way or another, Kier comes home tonight. Ivy steps closer, places her palm against my cheek. Be careful. I need you to come home too. I cover her hand with mine, turn my face to press a kiss to her palm. I will. Stay here. Stay safe. Mikhail will keep you updated. I'll continue reviewing the footage. Maybe I'll find something useful. I nod, then pull her into my arms, holding her tightly against me. Her body fits perfectly against mine, and I breathe in her scent, committing it to memory. I'll be back soon, I promise, releasing her reluctantly. As I turn to leave, she catches my arm. Roland, Kier is strong. He'll hold on until you get there. I know. I open the door, my resolve hardening. That's what family does. I know Salo's game. Taking Kier alive isn't just a move against my organization. It's personal. He wants me unbalanced, desperate, and making mistakes. The kind of mistakes that get people killed. The mountain safe house buzzes with activity as I stride through the main hall. Guards patrol the perimeter, their weapons visible. Inside, my analysts work around the clock, tracking every lead, every whisper that might tell us where Kier is being held. Double the security rotation, I tell Dmitri, my head of security, 4-hour shifts instead of 8. I want everyone alert. Yes, sir, says Dmitri. We've added snipers on the ridge and motion sensors in the tree line. I nod, satisfied. The mountain property is remote enough to be defensible but close enough to Las Vegas that I can move quickly when we locate Kier. If we locate him. Number when. I refuse to consider alternatives. In the command center, maps cover the walls. Red pins mark large properties across the southwest. A sprawling ranch in Arizona, 3 warehouses near the Mexican border, and a compound outside Phoenix. Any one of them could be where they're holding Kier, if not at the warehouse we're approaching tonight. My father's voice echoes in my memory. A leader who can't protect his own is no leader at all. Rodion Tarasov was many things. Brutal, calculating, and merciless. But he understood loyalty. He demanded it absolutely and rewarded it generously. Betrayal, however, was unforgivable. I was 12 when he taught me that lesson. A lieutenant in our organization had been selling information to a rival family. My father discovered the betrayal and arranged for me to witness the consequences. The memory surfaces with perfect clarity of the warehouse on the outskirts of Moscow, the bitter cold seeping through my coat, and my father's hand heavy on my shoulder as he forced me to watch. You must see this, Roland, he said. This is what happens to men who forget their oaths. The traitor knelt on the concrete floor, hands bound behind his back. He'd been beaten, his face swollen and bloody, but he was conscious, aware of what was coming. My father circled him slowly. You were like a brother to me, Alexei. I trusted you with my business, my home, and my family. Rodion, please, the man begged. I have a wife, children, and I have a son. My father gestured to me. What lesson should I teach him today? That betrayal has no consequences? That a man's word means nothing? The traitor's gaze found mine, pleading. I wanted to look away, but knew my father would see it as weakness. "This is the price of betrayal," said my father, drawing his pistol. "Never forget what you owe to those who stand with you." The gunshot echoed through the warehouse. I didn't flinch. Didn't cry. My father would have seen that as weakness too. Later that night, alone in my room, I vomited until my stomach was empty. But I understood the lesson of loyalty above all else. Now, 24 years later, that lesson drives me. Keir has stood with me through everything. My father's assassination, my rise to power, countless threats and challenges. His loyalty has never faltered. I won't let him down. "Sir," Anton's voice pulls me from my thoughts. "We have movement at the warehouse. A black SUV arrived 10 minutes ago." I lean over his shoulder, studying the grainy satellite image. "Can you identify the occupants?" "No, but the vehicle matches the description of the one used in Keir's abduction." "How many men inside the warehouse?" "Heat signatures suggest at least 6, possibly more in the lower levels if they're shielded." I straighten. Decision made. "Let's go." "You're not going yourself," says Dimitri, more statement than question. "I am." "Sir, with respect, that's exactly what Verlard wants, to draw you out." "I'm aware of the risk." "Then you're aware it's tactically unsound. We can send a team?" "This isn't a debate, Dimitri." My tone ends the discussion. "Prepare the team. I'll lead it myself." He nods stiffly. "Yes, sir." As dawn breaks, I shower and dress in tactical gear. Black pants, a reinforced vest under a dark shirt, and combat boots. I strap a knife to my ankle and a pistol to my hip. Standard equipment for a reconnaissance mission, though I hope not to need either. Ivy is awake when I return to our bedroom. She sits on the edge of the bed, watching me prepare. "How long will you be gone?" she asks. "A day at most. The warehouse is 3 hours from here. We'll observe, gather intelligence, and return to plan our next move." "And if Keir is there?" "Then the mission parameters change." I check my weapon one final time. "But that's unlikely. This is reconnaissance only." She stands and approaches me, straightening my collar in a gesture so domestic it momentarily disorients me. It's a life I never imagined for myself. "Come back to me," she says simply. I kiss her, trying to convey everything I can't say. That she has changed me. That the future I once saw as merely an extension of my father's legacy now holds something more. I will. I leave her there, forcing myself not to look back. Sentiment is a luxury I can't afford today. Today I need to be the man my father trained me to be, calculating, ruthless, and focused solely on the objective. The team waits by the vehicles. 6 of my best men, heavily armed despite the mission's observational nature. They stand straighter as I approach, ready for my orders. "We move in 3 vehicles," I tell them. "Standard convoy protocol. Communications on secure channel 2. If we're compromised, we fall back to rendezvous point Alpha." Questions? There are none. These men have worked with me long enough to understand my expectations. Let's move. I turn toward the lead SUV, phone vibrating in my pocket. I check the display, and it's a secured number. One of my intelligence contacts. This had better be important. "Tarasov," I answer. The voice on the other end is urgent, speaking rapidly in Russian. As I listen, the world around me seems to slow. I end the call and stand motionless, processing the implications. The team watches me, waiting for direction. "Sir?" Dimitri prompts. "Is there a problem?" "Change of plans," I say, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me. "Everyone, inside, now." An email awaits that Salo promises will change everything.
Less than 10 minutes after Roland left the cabin, the doctor arrives to check on me. Moments later, I sit at the kitchen table, my hands wrapped around a mug of herbal tea. Dr. Mueller sits across from me, her stethoscope draped around her neck, her medical bag open on the chair beside her. She'd popped in, to my surprise, though I'm sure Roland arranged it, probably before Keir was taken. "Your blood pressure is higher than I'd like," she says, making notes in my chart. "The babies are developing normally, but you're showing signs of stress that concern me." I stare into my tea. "I'm fine." "You're not fine, Ivy." Dr. Mueller closes her chart with a snap. "You're carrying triplets in a high-risk pregnancy while living in what amounts to a military compound. That's not an ideal environment for any expectant mother." "It's not like I have a choice." I push away the mug. "Salo wants me dead, and he wants my babies dead too. This is the safest place for us right now." Dr. Mueller sighs, removing her glasses and cleaning them with the edge of her blouse. "I understand the circumstances are unusual, but my concern is medical. Your cortisol levels are elevated and that can affect fetal development. What do you suggest? A spa day? Meditation?" The sarcasm slips out before I can stop it. "Actually, yes." She doesn't react to my tone. "Stress reduction techniques would be beneficial. Prenatal yoga, deep breathing exercises." "While Keir is being held captive and tortured? While Roland is planning a rescue mission that could get him killed?" I shake my head. "I appreciate your concern, doctor, but relaxation isn't on the agenda right now." Dr. Mueller packs her equipment methodically, her movements precise. "I'm not just talking about your comfort, Ivy. Prolonged stress during pregnancy increases the risk of preterm labor, low birth weight, and developmental issues. These are medical facts, not suggestions." Her words hit as I place a protective hand over my growing belly. "I understand. I do. But this situation isn't going to change anytime soon." "Then you need to find ways to manage within it." She snaps her bag closed. "For your sake and theirs." Before I can respond, the sound of feet approaching draws my attention. Through the window, I see 7 men in tack gear returning on foot, just as they left a little while ago. "They're back early." I rise from my chair. Dr. Mueller glances at her watch. "I should go. I have other patients to see." "I'll walk you out." We move toward the door just as it swings open. Roland enters first, his face a mask of stone. Behind him, his men file in silently, their expressions grim. No one speaks. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut. "What happened?" I ask, scanning the group. "Where's Keir?" Roland's eyes meet mine briefly before sliding away. He doesn't answer as he walks past me toward his office. "Roland?" I call after him. The slam of his office door is my only response. Dr. Mueller touches my arm. "I should leave you to deal with whatever this is." I nod distractedly, my gaze still fixed on Roland's closed door. "Thank you for coming, doctor." "Remember what I said, Ivy. Find ways to manage your stress, even in these circumstances." She hesitates. "Especially in these circumstances." I show her out, watching as one of Roland's men escorts her to her car. When I turn back, the remaining security team has dispersed throughout the cabin, checking systems and speaking in hushed tones. No one will meet my gaze. "What happened out there?" I ask Denier, who's checking the security monitors. He shakes his head. "Not my place to say." "Did you find Keir? Is he—" "Talk to Roland!" He cuts me off, his voice firm but not unkind. I stand in the center of the living room, suddenly feeling like an outsider in this strange, militarized household. The men move around me, going about their security protocols, while behind his closed door, Roland deals with whatever happened on their mission alone. Hours pass. Roland doesn't emerge from his office. I prepare lunch, but no one has much appetite. The security team takes shifts eating, their conversations minimal. By evening, the silence in the cabin has become oppressive. I knock on Roland's door. "Roland, you need to eat something." No response. "I'm coming in," I announce, turning the handle. The door is locked. I press my forehead against the cool wood. Please don't shut me out. Whatever happened, we can face it together. Silence. That night, I lie awake in our bed alone, staring at the ceiling. Around midnight, I hear Roland's office door open. His footsteps move through the cabin, pausing outside our bedroom door. I hold my breath, waiting for him to enter, but after a long moment, he moves away. The clink of glass against glass tells me he's pouring a drink in the kitchen. I slip out of bed and make a decision. If Roland won't tell me what's going on, I'll have to see what I can learn on my own. I wait until he's back in his office, door closed again, before searching his nightstand for a secure satellite phone. It's one of several he keeps in the house. My heart beats erratically when I power it on, praying he hasn't changed the access code since he showed me how to use it in case of emergency. The screen unlocks. I exhale slowly, then begin dialing a number I haven't used in years. Mario? It's Selena. I use an old alias, the name he would know me by. I need your help. Mario Delgado, a forger based in Miami, owes me for helping him escape a sting operation 3 years ago. He's surprised to hear from me but agrees to make some calls. Next, I contact Eliza Verity, a retired jewel thief who specialized in analyzing security patterns. She's more cautious, asking questions I can't fully answer, but eventually agrees to look into Salo's known properties and movements. Each call feels like stepping backward in time. The careful persona I've built as Scarlet the librarian falls away, replaced by the confident, manipulative woman I once was. The woman who could talk her way into or out of anything. The woman who survived by her wits and never needed anyone's protection. My final call is to Rafael Ortiz, a former fence now living in Belize. Rafael has connections throughout Central America, including within various cartels. If anyone can get information on Salo's operations, it's him. Ivy Stankoven, he drawls when he recognizes my voice. I thought you were dead. Not yet, though not for lack of trying on some people's parts. What do you need that's worth coming out of retirement for? I lick my lips. Information on Salo Verlard? He responds with a long pause. That's dangerous territory, even for you. I'm aware. I'm also desperate. Raphael sighs. Give me 48 hours, and Ivy, this makes us even for Barcelona. Agreed. I end the call just as I hear footsteps approaching the bedroom. Quickly, I power down the phone and return it to its place, slipping out the side door seconds before Roland enters through the main one. He's still distant and haunted. I can sense something terrible has happened, but without him talking to me, I don't know what. For the next 2 days, I wait anxiously for my contacts to report back. Roland continues his downward spiral, drinking more and sleeping less. The distance between us grows, filled with unspoken words and mounting tension. On the morning of the 3rd day, Raphael calls back. I have something, though not about the missing hombre you're trying to locate, he says without preamble. A collector in Argentina recently acquired black diamonds matching the description of those stolen from Gaspar Verlard 4 years ago. They were purchased through a broker with known connections to the same Antwerp dealer you used to fence the gems. I tremble slightly. You're sure? As sure as I can be without seeing them myself. The collector is a reclusive type who only deals with trusted intermediaries. This could be leverage, I say, more to myself than to him. Maybe Salo would consider a trade. Be careful, Ivy. Salo isn't known for fair trades. He takes what he wants and leaves bodies behind. I know who he is. The memory of his cold eyes and cruel smile flashes through my mind. Thank you, Raphael. Consider us even. Don't contact me again. Some ghosts should stay buried. The line goes dead. I sit on the edge of the bed, mind racing. If Salo is rebuilding, those diamonds might still hold value beyond their monetary worth. Symbolic value, perhaps, or connections to buyers still waiting for their promised goods? Would he trade Kier for them without requiring my life as payment too? It's a long shot, but it's something. A bargaining chip we didn't have before. In my heart, I doubt it will satisfy him, but I have to try something. I need to tell Roland. Despite the risk of his anger at my going behind his back, this information is too important to keep to myself. Kier's life depends on it. I find Roland in his office once again, staring blankly at his computer monitor. His face is pale, his expression vacant. When I approach, he doesn't look up. "Roland, I need to talk to you about something." He doesn't respond. I move closer, touching his shoulder gently. He flinches at the contact. "Roland, what's wrong?" When he doesn't answer, I tilt the monitor in my direction, seeing images that make my stomach lurch. Morning sickness hasn't been too bad, but I have the urge to vomit. On the screen, Kier is bound to a chair, his face bloody and swollen. More images follow, documenting escalating torture. The final image shows Kier slumped forward, a bullet hole in his temple, blood pooling beneath him. "He's dead," says Roland, his voice eerily disconnected. "Salo sent me the email the day we were going to conduct the raid, then subsequent emails as the torture escalated until he killed him today." I stare at the screen in horror, unable to process what I'm seeing. Kier, strong, loyal Kier, reduced to this, and he didn't say anything to anyone for 3 days, while his best friend was being tortured slowly to death. I imagine him watching the screen, filled with helpless anger and deep despair. It's horrible, and I wonder for a second if Roland can recover from this. Roland scrolls down, revealing another image. It's an aerial photograph of our cabin, taken recently enough to show Dr. Miller's car in the driveway. The timestamp is less than an hour ago, sent a couple of hours after the final email documenting Kier's death. He also knows where we are. My hand flies to my mouth. How? Does it matter? Roland closes the laptop with deliberate care. He's coming for us next, for you. The coldness in his voice makes me shiver. This isn't grief. It's something darker and more dangerous. The part of Roland that makes him human seems to have shut down, leaving only the ruthless strategist behind. "We need to leave," I say, already calculating escape routes, safe houses, and contingency plans. "No." When he looks at me, his eyes are empty of emotion. "Running won't solve this. It's time to end it." "What are you planning?" He doesn't answer, just staring through me as if I'm already gone.
I'm vaguely aware of Ivy's presence, but unable to look away from the screen, watching the videos play in loop for what must be the 100th time since I received the first one 3 days ago. Kier's face, contorted in agony, his body, broken and bleeding, his eyes defiant until the very end when the light finally leaves them. The room around me fades away. The mountain safe house, with its luxurious furnishings and state-of-the-art security, means nothing now. The walls that were supposed to protect us have been compromised. The safe house I built for Ivy and our unborn children is nothing but an illusion. I press play again. The videos start with Kier strapped to a metal chair, his face already bruised, one eye swollen shut. Salo's voice comes from off-camera, asking questions about our location, our security protocols, and our evacuation plans. Kier remains silent. Then the torture begins again. "Turn it off," says Ivy, her voice stronger now. "You don't need to keep watching this." I do. My voice sounds foreign to my own ears. Hollow. Dead. This is what happens to people who are loyal to me. Ivy reaches past me and turns off the screen. Enough. Now I look at her. Her face is pale, her brown eyes wide with a mixture of horror and determination. Her hand rests protectively over her swollen belly, where our 3 children grow. "We need to leave," she says. "Now. Salo knows where we are, and your plan to stay and fight isn't the right one for us right now." I ignore her effort to prod me to leave the cabin, too focused on the screen and what's happened to Kier. He's coming for us. Instead of playing the video, I pull up the final email that delivered the photo of our cabin. The message is simple. I'm coming for what's mine. You can't hide her forever. How did he find us? She asks, leaning closer to read the message. This place is supposed to be completely secure. Someone talked. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Or Keir broke at the end. You think Keir gave up our location? I don't know. I run a hand through my hair, tugging at the roots. It doesn't matter if he did. I don't blame him. You saw what they did to him. I don't either if he did. Ivy places her hand on my shoulder. We need to go. If Salo knows where we are. I know. The fog in my mind clears slightly. She's right. Whatever grief I'm feeling, whatever rage, it has to wait. Ivy and our children are what matters now, and I'm not in the right headspace to risk a full confrontation with Salo. Pack only what you need. We leave in 30 minutes. She nods and turns to go, but pauses at the door. I'm sorry about Keir. I know how much he meant to you. The simple acknowledgement cracks something inside me. I turn away, not wanting her to see my face. When the door closes behind her, I pick up my phone and call Denier, my new head of security, since Keir won't be returning to the role. I bite back a sob so I can speak. Evacuation Protocol Alpha, I say when he answers. 30 minutes. Full blackout. No digital communications after we leave. Yes, sir. The secondary location is ready. Number, we're not using any of the planned locations. Assume all of them are compromised. There's a pause on the line. Where then, sir? The penthouse in Vegas, well removed from my name or corporations. It's not in any of our official records. No one will look for us there. I end the call and stand, my legs stiff from sitting for so long. In the master bedroom, Ivy is already packing, methodically placing clothes and toiletries into a small suitcase. Only essentials, I remind her. These are essentials. She gestures to the case. I'm carrying 3 of your children, remember? What fits today might not fit tomorrow, so I have to have some options. The sharpness in her voice cuts through my numbness. She's right to be angry. I've failed to protect her, just as I failed to protect Keir. We'll take everything you need for the babies. I move to help her pack, but my hands are unsteady. I drop a bottle of prenatal vitamins, sending pills scattering across the floor. Damn it! I kneel to gather them, but the simple task overwhelms me. My vision blurs. Ivy kneels beside me. I've got it. She collects the pills efficiently, returning them to their bottle. When she looks up at me, her expression has softened. You're not okay. It's not a question. I will be. The lie comes automatically. Once you're safe. Roland. She takes my hand, her smaller one warm against my cold skin. Talk to me. There's nothing to say. We need to leave. There's plenty to say. Keir was your brother in everything but blood. You're allowed to grieve him. The word grieve hits me like a physical blow. Grief implies acceptance, and I'm not ready to accept that Keir is gone. We don't have time for this. I stand abruptly, pulling away from her touch. Finish packing. I need to coordinate with security. I stride towards the door, needing to escape her perceptive gaze, but her next words stop me cold. You don't have to be strong all the time, not with me. I turn back, a denial ready on my lips, but the understanding in her eyes silences me. For a moment, we just look at each other across the room, the air between us heavy with unspoken words. The memory hits me without warning of Keir pushing me down as the crack of a sniper rifle echoed across the Las Vegas Strip 3 months ago. It had been a business meeting with the Italians that should have been routine. I'd stepped out onto the restaurant's balcony to take a call, and Keir had followed, always vigilant, always watching. "Get down!" he'd shouted, lunging toward me. I'd felt the bullet pass where my head had been seconds before and heard it strike the concrete wall behind us. Kerr had saved my life that day, just as he had countless times before. Now he's gone, and I couldn't save him. Roland. Ivy's voice pulls me back to the present. She stands in our bedroom, one hand on her swollen belly, the other reaching toward me. "Talk to me." The words stick in my throat. I've never been good at vulnerability and openness. My father taught me that weakness gets you killed in our world. Kerr was the only one who ever saw behind the mask. And now, there's nothing to say. I move to the window, scanning the perimeter of the property. Security teams are already loading equipment into armored SUVs, destroying hard drives, and burning documents. "We need to leave." "That's not true." Ivy's reflection appears in the glass beside mine. "You're grieving." "I don't have time to grieve." My voice comes out harsher than I intended. "Salo is coming. He knows where we are. Every minute we stay puts you and our children at risk." "And what about you?" She places her hand on my arm. "What about your risk?" I turn to face her. "I don't matter." "You matter to me." She doesn't look away. "You matter to our babies." Something cracks inside me, a hairline fracture in the walls I've built around my emotions. I look away, unable to bear her gaze. Kerr was my brother. The words escape before I can stop them. Ivy says nothing, just giving me space to continue. I move to the bed, sitting heavily on its edge. Some pills are still scattered on the floor. Such a small thing, yet it feels like a metaphor for my life. Everything is falling apart and impossible to put back together. 3 months ago, he spotted a sniper during a meeting downtown and pushed me out of the way just in time. I stare at my hands, seeing Kerr's blood on them, though they're clean. If he'd been half a second slower, I'd be dead. "And now you couldn't save him." Ivy's voice is soft as she sits beside me. "I should have known Salo would target him. I should have kept him here, protected. Kerr wouldn't have stayed behind while you were in danger. You know that." She's right. Kerr would never have agreed to remain at the safe house while I went out into the field. His place was at my side, always. "The last thing he said to me," my voice breaks, "before he left for that reconnaissance mission, he said, 'Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it.' He promised me." Ivy takes my hand. He didn't want to break that promise. Salo made him break it. Rage flares hot and bright, momentarily burning away the grief. "I'm going to make Salo pay for that." "Not today." Ivy squeezes my hand. "Today, we get to safety. We protect our family. What's left of it. Our family." The word strikes me with unexpected force. Kerr was family. Ivy is family. The 3 tiny lives growing inside her are family. I've spent my entire adult life building an empire, accumulating power and wealth. But what good is any of it if I can't protect the people I love? I keep seeing his face. The admission cost me, each word dragged from somewhere deep and raw. In those videos, the way he looked at the camera at the end, he knew he was going to die, but he was still trying to tell me something. What do you think he was trying to say? I close my eyes, picturing that final moment. Kerr's battered face, one eye swollen shut, blood streaming from his split lip. The defiance still burning in his gaze as he stared directly into the camera. "Run," I whisper. He was telling me to run, to get you somewhere safe. Ivy leans her head against my shoulder. Then that's what we'll do. For Kir. For Kir, the man who stood beside me when my father was assassinated, who helped me rebuild the Tarasov Empire from the ashes, who taught me that loyalty wasn't just about duty or obligation, but about choice.
I press my forehead against the cool glass windows, staring at the glittering Las Vegas skyline. The Strip stretches before me like a neon river, pulsing with life and energy I can see but not touch. 14 stories below, people move through their lives unaware of the drama unfolding above them, unaware of me, trapped in this gilded cage. Beautiful view, I murmur to no one. The penthouse is silent except for the soft hum of the air conditioning. 2 weeks in this place, and I still find new corners to explore. The space is massive, over 10,000 square feet spread across 2 floors, connected by a floating staircase of glass and steel that looks like it belongs in an architectural magazine. I push away from the window and wander through the great room. Italian marble floors cool my bare feet. Custom furniture in shades of cream and gray creates conversation areas I've never used, and original artwork hangs on walls. I recognized a Basquiat yesterday that must be worth millions. All this luxury, and I'd trade it in a heartbeat for the freedom to walk outside without fear. My hand drifts to my growing belly. At 14 weeks, the pregnancy is becoming more noticeable since the triplets make me show earlier than a single baby would. Your daddy has good taste in prisons, I say to my belly. The elevator chimes, announcing an arrival. My body tenses automatically before I recognize Roland's distinctive footsteps. Heavy, measured, and confident. I've learned to distinguish his from the others, the security team that rotates through, the household staff, and the occasional business associate brave enough to visit. I don't turn around when he enters the room. Instead, I continue staring out at the city lights, watching his reflection approach in the darkened glass. Dr. Miller will be here in 20 minutes, he says. His voice is deeper than usual, rougher around the edges. He hasn't been sleeping well. None of us have since Kir's death. I nod, still not turning. I'll be ready. He moves to stand beside me, his own reflection joining mine in the window. The contrast between us is stark. Me in leggings and an oversized sweater, him in a tailored suit that probably costs more than most people's monthly salary. His black hair is perfectly styled, but new lines have appeared around his eyes. Grief has marked him. The security team swept the building again this morning, he says. Everything is clear. It always is. Roland sighs, a rare display of weariness. Ivy. I know. I finally turn to face him. I know you're doing everything you can. The past 2 weeks have shown me a different side of Roland. Behind the ruthless businessman, behind the calculated crime lord, there's a man who mourns deeply for his friend. A man who checks on his staff personally, making sure they're coping with the loss. A man who spends hours on the phone with Kir's mother in Russia, arranging for her care and comfort. You should eat something before the appointment, he says, scanning my face. You're pale. I had some toast earlier. That's not enough. The morning sickness is worse when you don't eat regularly. Dr. Muller was very clear about that. I want to argue, but he's right, so I follow him to the kitchen, which is a chef's dream of stainless steel and marble. The refrigerator is always stocked with fresh food, prepared daily by a chef who comes in the morning and leaves before I wake up. Roland pulls out a container of fruit salad and a yogurt, placing them on the counter in front of me. It's such a domestic gesture from a man who commands an empire of violence and power. Thank you, I say, picking up a fork. He watches me take a few bites before seeming satisfied. I have a meeting after your appointment. I should be back by dinner. Another shell company? A ghost of a smile crosses his face. Something like that? Since Kir's death, Roland has been restructuring his organization, creating more layers of protection, and distributing power so there's no single point of failure. He doesn't tell me the details, but I hear enough from the security team's conversations to piece things together. Will you be here for the ultrasound? I ask, trying to keep my voice neutral. His expression softens slightly. Yes, I want to see them. Them. Our babies. 3 tiny lives that have somehow become the center of this dangerous world we inhabit. The elevator chimes again, and Roland's hand moves instinctively to his waist where he carries a gun, but it's only Danier, the head of security since Kier's death. Dr. Miller is on her way up, says Danier. She passed all security protocols. Roland nods. Set up the equipment in the East Suite. Danier disappears to carry out his orders. Roland turns back to me. Finish your breakfast, he says. I'll meet you there. He leaves me alone in the kitchen. I force down a few more bites of fruit, my appetite diminished by the upcoming appointment. Not because I don't want to see my babies. I do, desperately, but because each milestone makes this situation more real, more permanent. I rinse my dishes and head to the East Suite, one of 5 bedrooms in the penthouse. This one has been converted into a medical examination room complete with an ultrasound machine that probably cost more than most people's cars. Dr. Muller is already setting up when I arrive. Ivy, she greets me warmly with her faint Swiss accent. How are you feeling? Tired. Nauseated sometimes. The usual, I guess. Any spotting? Cramping? No. Good. She pats the examination table. Hop up and we'll take a look at those babies. I climb onto the table as Roland enters the room. He nods to Doctor Muller and takes a position near my head, not quite touching me, but close enough that I can smell his cologne. This will be cold, warns Dr. Muller as she squirts gel on my exposed belly. I flinch at the sensation, and Roland's hand moves to my shoulder, a brief touch of reassurance before he withdraws again. These moments of tenderness have become more frequent since Kier's death, as if the loss has stripped away some of his carefully maintained control. She presses the ultrasound wand against my abdomen, moving it in practiced motions as she studies the screen. The room fills with a rapid, whooshing sound of heartbeats, fast and strong. There they are, she says, turning the screen so we can see. Baby A, Baby B, and Baby C. All looking good. The image is clearer than at my last ultrasound. 3 distinct forms, no longer the bean-shaped blurs of earlier scans. I can make out heads, bodies, and tiny limbs moving in their private ocean. They're bigger, I whisper. Growing right on schedule. Let's measure them. She takes various measurements, typing notes into the machine. I glance at Roland and find him transfixed by the screen, his expression unguarded for once. Wonder, fear, and determination are all visible in the intensity of his gaze. My heart stutters in my chest as I look at the screen, the 3 distinct forms of my babies now clearly visible. The question hangs in the air between us, heavy with possibility. Do you want to know the sex? Asks Dr. Miller. I can tell with reasonable certainty at this point. I turn to Roland, searching his face for an answer. His gaze remains fixed on the screen, those tiny moving forms reflected in his intense blue gaze. The past weeks have changed him. Grief weighs on him visibly. Yet in this moment, I see something else breaking through the hardened exterior he presents to the world. What do you think? I ask him softly. He curls his fingers around mine. It's a small gesture, but from him it speaks volumes. Da, he says, his voice low and certain. I want to know. I nod at Dr. Muller. We'd like to know. She smiles while adjusting the ultrasound wand slightly on my gel-covered belly. Since you're having identical triplets, they'll all have the same sex. The placental structure is easier to see this time and definitely confirms they're identical. All the same, I whisper, trying to wrap my mind around it. 3 identical little people who will grow up looking exactly alike. I've known that for weeks, but hearing further confirmation makes it even more real. I have a particularly good view of Baby B right now. Dr. Muller points to the middle form on the screen. She moves the wand again, zooming in on the image. Congratulations, she says with a warm smile. You're having 3 boys. Boys, I repeat, the word feeling strange and wonderful on my tongue. 3 boys. Roland makes a sound. something between a laugh and a gasp. So uncharacteristic that I turn to look at him in surprise. His expression is transformed, the hard lines of his face softened by something I've rarely seen there, pure unguarded joy. "Sons," he says the word reverently. "3 sons." The emotion in his voice brings a lump to my throat. In all our discussions about the babies, about the pregnancy, and about our future, I've never heard him sound quite like this, like he's been given something precious beyond measure. Dr. Mueller continues her examination, pointing out features on the screen. Here's baby A's spine perfectly formed, and baby B's heart is strong and regular. Baby C is a bit camera-shy today, but I can see his limbs moving well. I try to focus on what she's saying, but my mind keeps circling back to the same thought of 3 little boys who will have Roland's dark hair and perhaps my brown eyes. 3 little boys who will grow up in this strange, dangerous world we inhabit. They're measuring right on track for 14 weeks, she says, typing notes into her tablet. All 3 are developing at roughly the same rate, which is excellent news. Is that common? I ask. For triplets to develop equally? With identical triplets, it's what we hope to see. Sometimes one can lag behind, but your boys are all growing beautifully. She wipes the gel from my stomach with a warm towel. Your blood pressure is still a concern, though. It's running higher than I'd like. Roland's attention snaps to her. Is that dangerous? It's something we need to monitor closely, she says, her tone professional but gentle. High blood pressure in pregnancy can lead to complications like preeclampsia, which is particularly risky in multiple pregnancies. What can we do? Asks Roland, and I hear the edge in his voice revealing his need to fix, to control, and to protect. Rest, reduced stress. Dr. Mueller gives me a pointed look. I know that's easier said than done in your current situation, but it's essential for both Ivy and the babies. I'll make sure she rests, says Roland firmly. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. I'm right here, you know. Dr. Mueller smiles at our exchange. I'm prescribing more frequent monitoring. I'd like to see you weekly from now on, Ivy, and I want you to use the blood pressure cuff I'm leaving with you to take readings twice daily. I nod, pulling my shirt down over my growing belly. I can do that. Good. She hands me a small device. This will store the readings automatically. I'll check them at our next appointment. Roland takes the blood pressure monitor from my hands, examining it with the same intensity he brings to everything. Is there anything else we should be doing? Dietary changes? Medications? For now, just the monitoring and rest. If her numbers continue to rise, we'll discuss medication options. Dr. Mueller begins packing up her equipment. Ivy, I'd like you to start keeping a food diary. Make sure you're getting enough protein and calories for 4. 4? I ask, momentarily confused. You and 3 growing boys, she says with a smile. They're taking everything they need from you, so you need to replenish accordingly. The reality of it hits me again of 3 lives completely dependent on me, 3 boys growing inside me, taking what they need from my body to form theirs. It's terrifying and miraculous all at once. I'll make sure she eats properly, he says, helping me sit up on the examination table. This time I do roll my eyes. Again, sitting right here? Dr. Mueller laughs softly. I'll leave you 2 to discuss your new parenting dynamic. I'll be back next week, same time. She pauses at the door. And congratulations again. 3 healthy boys is something to celebrate. When she's gone, I turn to Roland, who's still standing beside the examination table, his expression thoughtful. 3 boys, I say, testing the words again. What do you think about that? Roland's hand moves to my stomach, resting lightly on the curve. The gesture feels intimate in a way that transcends our complicated relationship. My father would have been pleased, he says quietly. The Tarasov name will continue. Is that important to you? I ask, genuinely curious. The name? It's all I have of him, Roland admits, his voice low. The good and the bad, the legacy he built, and the one I've tried to reshape. I cover his hand with mine, feeling the warmth of his palm against my belly. These boys will be more than just their name. They'll be their own people. Yes, he agrees, his gaze meeting mine. They will be, but they will also be Tarasovs. They will carry that weight, whether we want them to or not. The reality of what that means hangs between us. Our sons will be born into Roland's world of power and danger, of enemies and allies, of wealth and violence, a world where their father's name will open doors and paint targets on their backs in equal measure. We'll protect them, I say. The words a promise to Roland, to myself, and to the 3 tiny lives inside me. With everything we have. I hear the absolute certainty he would tear apart anyone who threatened his children in his voice. I slide off the examination table, and Roland's hand remains on my waist, steadying me. As we leave the makeshift examination room, I place my hand on my stomach, thinking of the 3 little boys growing inside me. 3 sons, 3 Tarasovs. The thought is both terrifying and exhilarating. I wake in the middle of the night, my body sensing something wrong before my mind catches up. The penthouse is too quiet, and there are no security guards murmuring into their comms. There's no household staff preparing for tomorrow, just the distant hum of the air conditioning and the faint sounds of Las Vegas traffic 14 stories below. I slip out of bed, pulling on a silk robe over my nightgown. The cool fabric slides against my skin as I pad barefoot through the darkened hallway. My hand instinctively moves to my belly. The great room is dark except for the glow of the Las Vegas Strip filtering through the wall of windows. The curtains are open, revealing the city spread out below like a river of neon cutting through the desert darkness. And there, silhouetted against the view, sits Roland. He doesn't turn when I enter, though I know he hears me. A crystal tumbler of amber liquid dangles from his fingers, and an open bottle of whiskey sits on the side table beside him. The ice in his glass has long since melted. "You should be sleeping," I say, moving closer. Roland doesn't respond. His profile is sharp against the window, his features carved in shadow. He takes another sip of whiskey, the movement mechanical. I stop a few feet away, suddenly uncertain. In the 2 weeks since Kier's death, Roland has been mostly a ghost in his own home, present physically but absent in every other way. He handles business calls, meets with his lieutenants, makes plans and gives orders, but something vital is missing. The fierce, commanding presence that defines him has dimmed, like a light with failing batteries. "I keep seeing them," he says suddenly, his voice rough from whiskey and silence. Every time I close my eyes. I move closer, perching on the arm of a nearby chair. "The videos?" He nods once, sharply. Kier knew what they would do to him. He knew, and he still refused to give them what they wanted. The video of Kier's torture and execution haunts me too. "He was loyal to the end," I say softly. We're still not sure if he eventually gave Salo our mountain location, but I bear no ill will if he did after seeing what he went through in that disturbing montage Salo sent Roland. "Loyal." Roland's laugh is bitter. He was loyal to a fault and it got him killed. Even if he cracked, it still got him killed, because Salo was never going to let him leave alive. Knowing me is what got him killed. "That's not on you." "Isn't it?" Roland turns to look at me. I put him in that position. I made him my right hand and painted the target on his back. I've never seen Roland like this. Raw and vulnerable, with his usual iron control fractured by grief and guilt. The man before me isn't the calculated crime lord or the ruthless businessman. He's just a man who's lost his oldest friend. Kier chose his path, I say, just like you chose yours, just like I chose mine. Did we? Roland swirls the whiskey in his glass. Or were our paths chosen for us the moment we were born? I think of my mother teaching me to pick pockets before I could tie my shoes. I think of Roland's father, grooming him for power through brutality and fear, and I think of Kier, raised to serve the Tarasov family from birth. Maybe, but we still make choices within those paths. Kier chose loyalty. He chose you. Roland drains his glass and sets it down with a sharp click against the table. And now he's dead. The finality in his voice sends a chill through me. I've seen Roland angry, seen him calculating, and seen him passionate. I've never seen him hopeless. I move without thinking, crossing the space between us and kneeling in front of his chair. I take his hand, which is cold from the whiskey glass. "Look at me," I say. He does, focusing his gaze on me with effort. "Kier is gone. Nothing will change that, but you're still here. I'm still here." I place one of his hands on my rounded belly. "They're still here." Something shifts in his expression as his hand spreads wider across my belly, warm and protective. "3 sons," he murmurs, wonder momentarily displacing the darkness in his expression. "3 reasons to fight. 3 reasons not to give up." Roland's other hand comes up to cup my face, his thumb tracing my cheekbone. The gesture is tender, almost reverent, and so unlike our usual interactions that it makes my breath catch. "Why are you here?" he asks, his voice low. "With me, in this life? You could have run when Salo first threatened you. You could have disappeared again." The question stuns me. Why am I here? Because Roland offered protection? Because I'm carrying his children? Because running would only delay the inevitable? "I'm tired of running," I say finally, the truth of it surprising me. I've spent my whole life looking over my shoulder, waiting for the past to catch up with me. Maybe it's time to stand and face it. He studies me, maybe searching for something in my expression. Whatever he sees makes his shoulders straighten slightly as some of the old strength returns to his posture. "Stand and face it together," he says, not quite a question. I nod, my throat suddenly tight. He slides his hand from my cheek to the back of my neck, drawing me closer until our foreheads touch. We stay like that for a long moment, breathing the same air and sharing the same space. It's more intimate than any of our previous encounters, more honest than any words we've exchanged.
The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. I stare at the map spread across my desk, red pins marking each potential Verlarda stronghold. 3 locations, 3 possible places where Salo might be hiding. My office walls are covered with surveillance photos, property records, and detailed maps of Las Vegas and the surrounding areas. Every inch of space is dedicated to finding the man who took my brother from me. The memory of the videos play in my mind again. Kier's face contorted in pain as Salo tortured him. I grip the edge of my desk. "Sir?" Danier stands in the doorway, his expression grim. The surveillance team at the Henderson warehouse reports movement. 3 SUVs arrived an hour ago. I straighten up, pushing the image of Kier from my mind. License plates, registered to shell companies linked to Verlard's operation. How many men? At least 12 visible, heavily armed. I nod, studying the satellite image of the warehouse Danier places before me. It's one of the 3 locations we've identified. It's an industrial property on the outskirts of Henderson, purchased 6 months ago through a series of shell companies that took my team days to trace back to Verlard. What about the other locations? The Lake Las Vegas property remains quiet. The downtown high-rise has regular activity, but nothing unusual in the past 24 hours. I circle the warehouse on the map with a red marker. Focus our resources here. I want round-the-clock surveillance. Every person who enters or leaves, I want to know who they are, where they go, who they meet with. Already in progress, Danier says. Kolya has 2 teams rotating shifts. Good. I move to the wall of photos, studying the faces of Verlard's known associates. What about the police commissioner? Still considering your offer. His daughter's medical bills are mounting. Increase it by 50%. I need him on our side when this gets messy. Danier nods and makes a note on his tablet. And Judge Harmon? He's ours. His gambling debts are too deep for him to refuse us now. I turn back to the map, tracing the route from the warehouse to our penthouse. Too close for comfort. Salo is deliberately operating in my territory, taunting me, and waiting for me to make a reckless move. No one enters this building without thorough vetting. No deliveries, no maintenance, and nothing else without direct authorization from you or me. Handled, sir. The new protocols are in place. I glance at my watch. 3:17 a.m. I've been working through the night again. Ivy will be worried, though she tries not to show it. Since the ultrasound, I've been torn between overwhelming joy and crushing fear. 3 lives to protect and 3 more reasons Salo can use against me. Get some rest, Denier. I need you sharp tomorrow. He hesitates. Sir, you should rest, too. You've been at this for 18 hours straight. I wave him off. I'll sleep when Salo is dead. He doesn't argue, but his disapproval is clear as he leaves the room. He's right that I'm no good to anyone if I'm exhausted, but every time I close my eyes, I see Kier's face. I hear his screams. Sleep isn't an option. I pour myself another glass of vodka, my third of the night, and return to the satellite images. The Henderson warehouse has a single access road, making it defensible but also creating a potential trap. 2 loading bays, roof access, and minimal windows. If Salo is there, he's chosen a fortress. My phone buzzes with a text from Mikhail, watching the downtown high-rise. Movement. 3 men leaving. Following now. I text back, identify and report. Do not engage. The last thing I need is another ambush. Kier died because we rushed in without proper intelligence. I won't make the same mistake again. I pull up the dossier on Salo's known associates, studying their patterns and weaknesses. Every man has a price or a pressure point. For some, it's money. For others, family. For men like Salo, it's power and reputation. A soft knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. I look up to see Ivy standing in the doorway, her hair tousled from sleep, wearing one of my t-shirts that drapes over her small frame and barely covers her thighs. Even with dark circles under her eyes and worry etched on her face, she's beautiful. You didn't come to bed, she says, her voice husky with sleep. I'm working. She steps into the office and scans the walls, taking in the photos, the maps, all the evidence of my obsession. You need to sleep, Roland. I need to find Salo. She moves closer, resting her hand on my shoulder. The warmth of her touch seeps through my shirt, reminding me of what we shared just yesterday after the ultrasound. The way she held me when the grief for Kier threatened to drown me. You won't find him if you're too exhausted to think straight. I cover her hand with mine, squeezing gently. I can't sleep. Not yet. She studies my face, then glances at the vodka bottle. And that helps? It dulls the edges. Ivy sighs and pulls up a chair beside me. Tell me what you're looking at. I hesitate, not wanting to burden her with this darkness, or to expose her to more danger than she's already in. The mother of my children should be protected and sheltered. You don't need to worry about this. Her eyes flash with irritation. I'm already worried. I'm already involved. Keeping me in the dark doesn't protect me. It just leaves me unprepared. She's right. Ivy isn't some delicate flower to be shielded from reality. She's survived in the criminal world on her own terms for years. She's cunning, resourceful, and stronger than most of my men. I point to the map. 3 possible locations where Salo might be operating. The Henderson warehouse shows the most activity, but it could be a diversion. Ivy leans forward, studying the satellite images. What about supply chains? Salo's cartel moves product, drugs, weapons, and people. They need distribution networks. We've identified several routes. I pull up another map on my tablet. They're moving cocaine through these channels and weapons through these. We've disrupted 2 shipments in the last week. She traces a finger along one of the supply routes. What about his allies? The Verlard cartel was nearly destroyed after what happened with Gaspar. Who's supporting Salo's rebuild? The Morales family in Arizona, the Changs in California, several corrupt officials here in Nevada. I pull out a folder with detailed profiles. We're applying pressure where we can. Judge Harmon is already compromised, and the police commissioner is close. Ivy flips through the profiles, her brow creased in concentration. You're building a trap. I'm cutting off his options. When he's isolated, he'll make mistakes. Or he'll get desperate, she counters. Desperate men are dangerous. So am I. She looks up at me. That's what worries me. I turn away from her gaze, uncomfortable with the concern I see there. I don't deserve her worry. I couldn't protect Kier, my oldest friend and brother. How can I promise to protect her? To protect our sons? You should go back to bed, I say, my voice rougher than intended. Not without you. Ivy, no. She stands, crossing her arms over her chest. You've been at this for weeks. You barely eat, and you don't sleep. You're driving yourself into the ground. And for what? So you can face Salo when you're too exhausted to think clearly? Her words strike a nerve. What would you have me do? Sit back while he plans his next attack? Wait for him to come for you? For our children? I want you to be smart about this. Kier wouldn't want... Don't! I slam my hand on the desk, making her jump. Don't tell me what Kier would want. Regret immediately floods me as I see the hurt flash across her face. This is what grief has done to me. It's turned me into someone who lashes out at the one person trying to help. I'm sorry, I say, reaching for her hand. I shouldn't have snapped at you. She allows me to take her hand but keeps her distance. I understand you're grieving. I understand you want revenge, but I need you alive, Roland. Our sons need you alive. The mention of our children softens me. I think of the ultrasound image now framed on my nightstand. I promise I'm being careful. This isn't just about revenge. It's about security. As long as Salo is out there, none of us are safe. Ivy steps closer, placing her palm against my cheek. Then let me help. I know how men like Salo think. I survived in this world by understanding people's weaknesses. I cover her hand with mine, turning to kiss her palm. You're already helping by staying safe, by taking care of yourself and our sons. Her expression hardens slightly. Is that all I am to you now? A vessel for your children? No. I pull her closer, resting my forehead against hers. You're everything, Ivy. Everything. She melts against me, wrapping her arms around my waist. Then trust me to be more than just something to protect. Let me be your partner in this. I want to refuse, to insist she stay completely removed from the danger, but that's not who she is. Ivy has never been a woman who sits on the sidelines. Tomorrow, I concede. We'll talk strategy tomorrow. For now, please go back to bed. The doctor said you need rest. She pulls back, studying my face. Only if you come with me. 1 hour, I negotiate. I'll come to bed for 1 hour, then I need to check in with the surveillance teams. Ivy nods, accepting the compromise. 1 hour of actual sleep, not just lying there staring at the ceiling. I'll try. She takes my hand, leading me towards the door. I allow her to guide me from the office. Salo is out there, waiting and planning. But for an hour, I'll try to set aside the rage and grief consuming me. In our bedroom, Ivy pulls back the covers and waits for me to lie down. I remove my shirt and pants, sliding under the sheets in just my boxers. She curls against my side, her head on my chest, resting her hand over my heart. "Close your eyes," she whispers. I comply, though I know sleep won't come easily. Somehow, my eyelids close despite my certainty they won't, and I'm swept into slumber. After that night, I start to allow myself to rest more regularly, mainly because Ivy insists on having me beside her for at least a few hours each night. This morning, I wake to the sound of Ivy's soft breathing beside me. For a moment, I allow myself to enjoy the peace. Her warmth against my side, the gentle rise and fall of her chest, in the curve of her belly where our sons grow stronger each day. She's almost 18 weeks now. The doctor says they're developing well, despite the high-risk nature of a triplet pregnancy. I slip from the bed, careful not to disturb her. She needs the rest, though she fights it at every turn, my stubborn, beautiful Ivy. The penthouse is quiet at this early hour. Through the windows, Las Vegas glitters below, still alive with the endless pulse of sin and opportunity. Somewhere out there, Salo Verlard plots his next move against me and my family. Nothing much has changed in the past 3 weeks, but I won't drop my guard until this stalemate ends and he's dead. I pour myself a coffee in the kitchen, checking my phone for updates from the night security team. 3 text messages from Denier confirm all remained quiet overnight. The world didn't fall to hell just because I slept for a few hours. The surveillance teams at the Henderson warehouse report no unusual activity, which is the same as their reports have been for the past 20 days. Mr. Tarasov? Elena, the nutritionist I hired for Ivy a couple of weeks ago when Anya wasn't able to keep up with the precise calculations for her needs, enters the kitchen with her tablet. I've prepared today's meal plan for Ms. Stankoven and given it to Anya. I nod, scanning the detailed schedule she presents. The protein content seems low. It's precisely calculated for her specific needs and the baby's development. Too much protein can strain her kidneys, which are already working overtime with the triplets. Fine. Make sure she eats everything. She skipped her afternoon snack yesterday. I'll remind her of the importance of consistent nutrition before I leave. Do more than remind her. Make sure she eats. My tone leaves no room for negotiation or acknowledgement that she's only on the clock for an hour or so each day, and meal preparation is Anya's area. Elena nods, her professional demeanor never slipping. Of course, Mr. Tarasov. As she leaves the room, Kolya enters, his expression serious as always. The security report, sir. I take the folder he offers, flipping through the detailed accounts of Ivy's movements yesterday. Time spent in the library, 2 hours. Gym, 45 minutes, which is too long in my opinion, though the doctor has approved light exercise, and a video call with Dr. Muller that lasted 30 minutes. She tried to access the secure elevator again, he says. I look up sharply. When? During your conference call with the Moscow contingent, she told Gregory she needed fresh air. And? He followed protocol, explained the security risk, and offered to accompany her to the rooftop garden instead. I close the folder. Double the guard rotation on the elevator. No one goes in or out without direct authorization from me. Yes, sir. I dismiss him with a nod and move to my office, where maps and surveillance photos still cover the walls. 3 weeks since Kier's death, and Salo remains elusive. The Henderson warehouse yielded nothing but low-level operatives, though I still have people watching it. The downtown high-rise appears to be a legitimate business front. The Lake Las Vegas property shows minimal activity. All remain under surveillance with no progress. My phone rings with a call from Mikhail. The informant checked out. Former Verlard associate pushed out during the restructuring after Gospar's death. He's desperate for cash and protection. Keep him secure until the meeting. I want to hear what he has to say myself. Understood. Location is set for noon at the abandoned factory in North Las Vegas. We've swept it twice. No surveillance devices and no ambush points. Good, I'll be there. I end the call and return to the bedroom. Ivy is awake now, sitting up against the headboard, resting her hand on her swollen belly. Even with sleep-tousled hair and tired eyes, she's stunning. Morning, she says, watching me carefully. She's learned to read my moods, to gauge the level of danger from my expression alone. How did you sleep? I cross to her side, placing my hand over hers on her belly. One of your sons thinks my bladder is a soccer ball. She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. You're leaving today. Not a question. She knows my patterns now. Just for a few hours? Business that can't wait. What kind of business? I hesitate. Ivy is too smart to be fed the sanitized version of events I'd prefer to give her, but knowledge is dangerous, especially now. I'm meeting someone who might have information about Salo. Her eyes sharpen with interest. An informant? Possibly. We'll see if his information is worth anything. I want to come with you. I pull my hand away, already shaking my head. Absolutely not. Roland, this isn't a discussion, Ivy. You're staying here where it's safe. She pushes herself up straighter, her jaw set in that stubborn line I've come to recognize. I know people's tells. I could help assess if this informant is legitimate. My men have vetted him thoroughly. Your men didn't spend months studying the Verlard brothers and their organization like I did before I targeted Gaspar. I turn away, unwilling to be swayed by her logic. The answer is no. You're almost 18 weeks pregnant with triplets. You're not going anywhere near a potential Verlard associate. She falls silent, clearly regrouping and planning her next argument. My Ivy never surrenders easily. We'll discuss this later, I say, heading for the shower. Elena has your meal plan for today and gave it to Anya. Make sure you follow it this time. Dinner is a tense affair. Ivy picks at her carefully prepared salmon, moving it around her plate more than eating it. I watch her over the rim of my water glass, noting the dark circles under her eyes and the tension in her shoulders. The informant was useless, I say, breaking the silence. Nothing we didn't already know. She looks up, surprise flickering across her face. I rarely volunteer information about my activities. What did he tell you? Salo is rebuilding his network mostly through the Chang family. He's focusing on weapons rather than drugs and has at least 3 properties in Las Vegas that aren't on official records. All things you already knew. Yes. She sets down her fork. Did he mention the diamonds? I hold back a sigh of impatience. Ivy thinks we can assuage Salo's thirst for vengeance if we return them somehow, but I know better. He doesn't want diamonds now. He wants blood. No. That's all I reveal, not bothering to tell her I didn't even ask about them. It's a dead end. I could have told you if he was holding back. Her voice is quiet but pointed. I would have seen it in his eyes and his body language. Ivy, no, listen to me, Roland. I've spent my entire life reading people. It's how I survived. It's how I stayed one step ahead of men like Salo, men like you. I set down my glass with more force than necessary. You're not a con woman anymore. You're the mother of my children. I'm both, and right now, the skills from my past could help protect our future. I'm protecting our future by keeping you safe. By keeping me prisoner, she pushes away her plate. That's what this is, isn't it? A luxurious cage. I can't leave without an armed escort. I can't make a phone call without someone listening. I can't even decide what to eat without Elena's approval. These are necessary precautions. They're excessive, and you know it. She gestures around the penthouse. You have men watching me 24 hours a day in a closed environment. The staff reports my every move to you. My internet access is monitored. My meals are controlled. What would you call that if not imprisonment? Protection, I snap. I call it protection. From what? From making my own decisions? From being your partner instead of your possession? Her words hit their mark. I stand abruptly, scraping my chair against the floor. You have no idea what we're up against. Salo won't just kill you if he gets the chance. He'll make you suffer first, like he did with Kier. I know exactly what Salo is capable of. I've been running from men like him my entire life. And now, you don't have to run anymore. Now, you have me. Do I? She stands too, one hand supporting her lower back. Because sometimes it feels like I've just traded one threat for another. At least with Salo, I know where I stand. The comparison stings more than I want to admit. You think I'm like Salo? I think you're so focused on controlling everything around you that you've forgotten I'm a person, not an object to be guarded. I haven't forgotten anything. I move closer, towering over her. I remember exactly who you are, Ivy. The woman who seduced Gaspar Villard and stole from him, leading to his execution. The woman who targeted me next, who stole my grandfather's ring and disappeared. The woman who spent her entire life lying and manipulating to get what she wants. Her face pales, but she doesn't back down. Yes, that's who I was. And that woman survived in a world of dangerous men by being smarter than them, by seeing the angles they missed, by understanding their weaknesses. And what's my weakness, Ivy? Is it you? Is it our sons? Your weakness is your fear. She says it softly, but the words land like a physical blow. You're so afraid of losing control that you're suffocating everything around you, including me. I turn away, struggling to maintain my composure. You don't understand what's at stake. I understand perfectly. Salo wants me dead. He wants our children dead. He wants to destroy everything you care about because you're keeping him from destroying me after I stole from his brother. Then you understand why these security measures are necessary. I understand why some of them are necessary. But this, she gestures around us, isn't protection, Roland. This is paranoia. Paranoia kept me alive when my father was assassinated. Paranoia built this empire. Paranoia is why we're still breathing while Kier is dead. At the mention of Kier, her expression softens slightly. I know you're grieving and blame yourself for what happened to him. I don't need your psychoanalysis. No, you need a partner. Someone who stands beside you, not behind you. Someone who helps carry the burden instead of becoming another one. You want to help? Then follow the security protocols. Eat the food Elena prepares. Stay within the protected areas of the penthouse. Let my men do their jobs. And what about my job? Am I just an incubator for your sons now? Is that all I'm good for? Don't be ridiculous. Is it ridiculous to want some control over my own life? To want to contribute to our safety instead of being treated like a child? I slam my hand on the table, making the dishes rattle. I've already lost Kier. I won't lose you too. The words echo in the sudden silence. Ivy stares at me, her eyes wide with surprise at my outburst. You won't lose me, she says finally, her voice gentler. But you might lose us in a different way if you keep this up. What does that mean? It means I didn't escape one prison just to enter another, even a gilded one. She steps closer, placing her hand on my arm. I love you, Roland. I want to build a life with you. But I need to be your equal, not your possession. It's the first time she said she loves me, but I'm not in the right frame of mind to appreciate that. You want equality in this? I gesture around us, at the evidence of danger that surrounds our lives. This isn't a normal relationship. This is survival. And we'll survive better together than apart. Let me help you. Let me use my skills and knowledge. Don't shut me out of the decisions that affect our family. Like the decision to meet with a potential Verlard informant? To put yourself directly in harm's way? Yes, exactly like that. I know Salo better than anyone. I could have told you if that informant was genuine. And if he wasn't? If it was a trap? What then? Then your men would have protected us, just like they're supposed to. I pull away from her touch. You're asking me to gamble with your life. With our sons' lives? She sighs heavily. I'm asking you to trust me. To see me as more than just the mother of your children. Trust? I laugh bitterly. You, of all people, are asking for trust? Her face hardens. Yes, me. The woman who chose to call you when Salo found me instead of running. The woman who's carrying your children. The woman who stayed by your side through all of this, even as you've turned our home into a prison. A prison designed to keep you alive. A prison nonetheless, she's shouting now, her control finally slipping. I can't breathe in here, Roland. I can't think. Every move I make is watched and reported. Every conversation is monitored. Every decision is made for me. This isn't protection. It's control. Call it whatever you want. It's necessary. It's destroying us. Her voice breaks slightly. Can't you see that? You're so focused on keeping me physically safe that you're killing everything else between us. Better that than the alternative. She shakes her head, tears gathering in her eyes. There's a middle ground. A way for me to be safe without being a prisoner. A way for us to face this threat together. There is no middle ground with Salo Verlard. There's only survival or death. Then we'll survive together, as partners, not as jailer and prisoner. I stare at the fierce, stubborn woman carrying my children. Part of me admires her strength and refusal to be cowed. Another part wants to lock her away where nothing can ever touch her. I can't lose you, I say roughly. I won't survive it. You won't lose me, but you need to trust me. You need to see me as an asset, not a liability. You're neither. You're everything to me. Then treat me like it. Treat me like your equal, not your possession. The request seems so simple, yet it asks me to relinquish the one thing keeping me sane: control. Control over her safety, over our environment, over the variables that could mean life or death. I can't, I say finally. Not with Salo still out there. Not after what happened to Kir. Her face falls, disappointment and anger warring in her expression. Then we have a problem because I won't live like this anymore. I won't raise our sons in an atmosphere of fear and control. You'd rather raise them in danger? I'd rather raise them with a father who sees their mother as a partner, not a possession. A father who understands that strength comes from trust, not control. Pretty words, Ivy, but pretty words won't stop Salo's bullets. Neither will turning our home into a prison. She steps back, creating distance between us. I'm done arguing about this. Either we find a way to work together, or what? My voice drops dangerously low. You'll leave? Go where? To Salo? Her eyes flash with hurt and anger. Is that what you think of me? That I'd endanger our children out of spite? I don't know what to think anymore. The woman I knew wouldn't ask me to risk everything we've built. The woman you knew was alone. She didn't have 3 lives depending on her. She didn't have someone she loved more than her own freedom. She places her hand on her belly. I'm not asking you to abandon security. I'm asking you to include me in it, to see me as an asset, not a burden. You're not a burden. You're precious to me, too precious to risk. Life is risk, Roland. You can't control everything. I can try. She shakes her head, tears finally spilling over. Then you'll lose everything you're trying to protect. The sight of her tears infuriates me, not at her, but at myself for causing them, at Salo for putting us in this position, at the world for being so dangerous that I must choose between her freedom and her safety. This conversation is over, I say, turning away. The security protocols remain in place. If you have specific concerns, bring them to Danir or Kolya. Roland, I said it's over. I slam my fist on the table again, harder this time. A glass topples, spilling water across the polished surface. I won't debate your safety. I won't gamble with our sons' lives. This is how it has to be until Salo is dead. She stares at me, her expression shifting from anger to something worse, resignation. Then you've made your choice? Yes. I choose to keep you alive, even if you hate me for it. I don't hate you, Roland. That's what makes this so painful. She wipes away her tears with the back of her hand. I love you, but I won't be your prisoner, not even a pampered one. You don't have a choice. We always have choices. That's what separates us from animals. She turns away, heading for the bedroom. I hope you find Salo soon, for all our sakes. I watch her go, anger and frustration boiling inside me. She doesn't understand. She can't understand what it's like to lose someone the way I lost Kir. To watch the life drain from his eyes, knowing you failed to protect him. I grab my jacket from the back of the chair. I need air and space to think. Sir? Danir appears in the doorway, alerted by our raised voices. Is everything all right? Watch her, I order, striding past him toward the elevator. No one enters or leaves without my direct authorization. Yes, sir. Where will you be? Out. I punch the elevator call button with more force than necessary. Keep me updated on her movements. The elevator arrives and I step inside, catching a glimpse of Ivy standing in the bedroom doorway, watching me leave. Her expression is unreadable, but her posture speaks volumes. Straight-backed, chin raised, and defiant even in defeat. As the doors close between us, I'm struck by the realization that in my desperate attempt to protect her, I might be pushing her away. But what choice do I have? I've already lost Kerr. I can't lose her too. The elevator descends, carrying me away from the woman I love and the argument that has no resolution. She wants freedom. I want her safety. In a world where Salo Verlarda exists, we can't have both.
The silence in the penthouse is deafening. I stand at the window, staring at the Las Vegas skyline through bulletproof glass. 20 stories below, people move freely along the strip, oblivious to the invisible cages some of us live in. My reflection stares back at me, a woman trapped in luxury, pregnant with triplets and desperate for control over her own life. It's been 4 hours since Roland stormed out after our argument. 4 hours of staff scurrying around me like I'm a bomb about to detonate. No one makes eye contact. No one speaks above a whisper. They're all loyal to him, not me. I press my hand against my stomach. 18 weeks pregnant with 3 little boys who deserve better than to be born into a war zone. Ivy? Anya approaches from behind, her silver hair pulled back in its usual neat bun. Would you like some lunch? I turn from the window. No, thank you, Anya. I'm not hungry. Her eyes flicker with concern. The babies need nourishment, even if you don't feel like eating. The babies will be fine for now. My tone is sharper than intended and I immediately regret it. Anya isn't my enemy. I'm sorry, I just need some space. She nods. Mr. Tarasov called. He'll be at the downtown office until late evening. Security protocols remain in place. Of course they do. I'm still a prisoner, just with nicer accommodations than most. Thank you for letting me know. I force a smile. Once Anya retreats to the kitchen, I move quickly to my bedroom. This might be my only chance. With Roland occupied downtown and the staff giving me a wide berth, I have a rare window of reduced supervision. I close the door and pull out the hidden tablet. My fingers fly across the screen as I compose a message to Ramon Ortiz, an old associate from my former life, who lives in Las Vegas but has ties to South America. He'll be more amenable to hearing from me than Raphael was, I think. Need to meet. Black Diamonds. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., Venetian. I hit send before I can second-guess myself. Ramon specializes in tracking stolen goods through black market channels. If anyone can help me locate the elusive El Bibliotecario and the diamonds, it's Ramon. My tablet buzzes almost immediately with his reply. Ivy? Thought you were dead. I'll be there. Booth and back. Come alone. Relief washes over me. A slight chance is better than none at all. If I can recover those diamonds, I might have leverage to negotiate with Salo, something valuable enough to end this war before my children are born into it. Now comes the hard part. I pull out the drawer of my nightstand and remove a small toolkit disguised as a makeup compact. Inside are the delicate instruments I haven't used since my con artist days. My fingers remember the motions, muscle memory taking over as I begin the methodical process of locating and neutralizing Roland's tracking devices. First, my phone. I carefully pry open the case to reveal the secondary tracker Roland had installed separate from the phone's GPS. With precise movements, I disconnect it without damaging the circuitry. When I'm done, the phone will still function normally, but it won't transmit my location. Next, my bracelet, my shoes, and my purse all contain miniature tracking devices. One by one, I disable them, creating a temporary blind spot in Roland's surveillance network. I work methodically for over an hour, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool air conditioning. When I finish, I sit back on my heels and exhale slowly. For the first time in months, I've created a small pocket of freedom. Now for the disguise. From the back of my closet, I pull out items I've been collecting piece by piece. Conservative clothing unlike my usual style, purchased through Anya during her shopping trips for my maternity wardrobe. A loose-fitting navy dress that conceals my small baby bump, a beige cardigan, sensible flats, nothing that resembles the clothes Roland buys me. I add a short brunette wig I'd hidden inside a hat box and a pair of non-prescription glasses with thick frames. The transformation is startling. In the mirror stands a woman Roland's men wouldn't look twice at. For the final touch, I apply makeup to dull my features rather than enhance them. Darker foundation, muted lipstick, and nothing that draws attention. The woman staring back at me looks like a corporate accountant, not the girlfriend of a Russian crime lord. I spend the next hour memorizing the Venetian's floor plan from memory. Main entrance, service corridors, emergency exits, staff-only areas. I identify 4 potential escape routes from the restaurant where I'll meet Ramon. If something goes wrong, I'll need options. My hand drifts to my stomach again, and doubt creeps in. What am I doing? These aren't just my lives I'm risking now. 3 innocent boys depend on me making the right choices. This is the right choice, I whisper to them. Doing nothing guarantees Salo will find us eventually. Your father thinks walls and guards will keep us safe forever, but that's not how this world works. I think of loyal, steady Kerr, tortured to death because of this feud. How many more will die if someone doesn't find another way? A soft knock at my door startles me. I quickly shove the disguise items under my bed. Come in, I call, composing my face into a neutral expression. Anya enters with a tray. I brought you some fruit and cheese, something light. Thank you. I accept the tray, genuinely grateful. That was thoughtful. She lingers, her gaze taking in my slightly disheveled appearance. Is everything all right, Ms. Ivy? Just tired. Pregnancy fatigue. The lie comes easily. Anya nods, though her expression suggests she doesn't entirely believe me. Mr. Tarasov asked me to remind you about your prenatal vitamins. Of course he did. Even from across town, he's monitoring my every move. I've taken them already. Another lie. Good. She moves toward the door, then pauses. The security team is changing shifts at 1 tomorrow. There's always a 15-minute overlap when they're briefing each other. My gaze snaps to hers. Is she helping me? Anya's face reveals nothing as she continues. The service elevator requires a key card after 12 p.m. The cleaning staff usually prop it open with a doorstop during their afternoon rounds. She knows. Somehow she knows what I'm planning. Why are you telling me this? I ask carefully. Her expression softens. I've worked for the Tarasov family since Roland was a boy. I've seen what happens when men like him try to cage what they love. She straightens her shoulders. Just be careful. Those babies need their mother. Before I can respond, she slips out, closing the door behind her. I sit frozen, processing what just happened. Anya is helping me. I have an ally in this gilded prison. With renewed determination, I finish my preparations. I set out clothes for tomorrow that will conceal my disguise underneath. I memorize the security rotation Anya mentioned. I study the service elevator location on the building schematics I'd secretly photographed weeks ago. By midnight, everything is ready. I slip into bed just as I hear Roland's key in the front door. His heavy footsteps cross the living room, pause at the bar where he undoubtedly pours himself a drink, then continue toward our bedroom. I close my eyes and pretend to be asleep when he enters. The mattress dips as he sits on the edge, and his hand gently touches my hair. I know you're awake, he says softly. I open my eyes, meeting his gaze. The anger from our earlier argument has faded, replaced by weariness. How was your day? I ask neutrally. Productive. He removes his tie, draping it over the bedside chair. We've identified 2 more possible locations where Salo might be operating. That's good. I keep my voice even, betraying nothing of my plans. Roland studies my face. I don't want to fight, Ivy. Neither do I. Then understand that everything I do, every restriction and every security measure is to protect you and our sons. I sit up, pulling the blanket around me. I understand why you think that's protection. I just disagree with your methods. He sighs, running a hand through his hair. What would you have me do? Salo wants you dead. He wants our children dead. Am I supposed to give you free rein to wander Las Vegas while he hunts you? Number. You're supposed to treat me as a partner, not a possession. Roland's jaw tightens. We're not having this argument again tonight. Fine. I lie back down, turning away from him. Good night, Roland. After a long pause, he finishes undressing and slides into bed beside me. He wraps his arm around my waist, splaying a hand protectively over my stomach. I allow it, knowing this might be our last peaceful moment for a while. Tomorrow, I break free. Tomorrow, I take action while Roland plays defense. As Roland's breathing deepens into sleep, I stare at the ceiling, mentally rehearsing every step of tomorrow's plan. The timing must be perfect, and the execution flawless. One mistake could cost me everything. Morning comes too quickly. I move through my routine as if nothing is different. Breakfast with Roland before he leaves, a check-in with Elena the nutritionist, and a brief call with Dr. Muller. All the while, I'm counting down the hours. When Roland kisses me goodbye, his lips linger on mine. I'll try to be home earlier tonight. I nod, ignoring the guilt that threatens to surface. Be safe. Once he's gone, the penthouse falls into its usual rhythm. Staff move efficiently through their tasks, security guards patrol the perimeter, and I pretend to read a book while watching the clock. At 12:30, I excuse myself to take a nap, a common occurrence given my pregnancy, so no one questions it. In my room, I quickly change into my disguise, layering it under a robe. I gather my purse, check that the tracking devices remain disabled, and wait. At 12:45, I hear the security team gathering for their shift change briefing, right on schedule. I slip out of my room and move silently toward the service corridor, heart thrumming like an engine. The service elevator is exactly where the schematics showed, and as Anya predicted, a doorstop holds it open during cleaning rounds. I slide inside, pressing the button for the ground floor, and hold my breath as the doors close. As the elevator descends, I remove my robe, revealing my disguise underneath. I adjust my wig, put on my glasses, and transform into a stranger. By the time the doors open in the service area, Ivy Stankoven has disappeared. I navigate through the back corridors of the building, following the path I memorized. No one gives me a second glance. I'm just another unremarkable woman in a city full of them. Outside, the Las Vegas heat hits me like a physical force after weeks in climate-controlled environments. I breathe it in, savoring the sensation of unfiltered air. Freedom, even temporary, tastes sweet. I hail a taxi rather than an Uber to avoid a digital trail and direct the driver to the Venetian. As we merge into traffic, I glance back at the towering building I've just escaped. From the outside, it looks like any other luxury high-rise. No one would guess it's a fortress designed to keep me in as much as to keep threats out. The taxi weaves through afternoon traffic, and I watch the city pass by my window, enjoying seeing people walking freely, laughing and arguing, living without constant surveillance. I've almost forgotten what that feels like, and I envy them. We arrive at the Venetian 15 minutes before my meeting with Ramon. I pay the driver in cash and step out into the controlled chaos of the casino entrance. The familiar sounds wash over me. Slot machines chime, dealers call bets, and the constant murmur of conversation fills the space. For years, this was my hunting ground, where I found marks and ran cons. Now it offers something else: anonymity. I move through the casino floor with purpose, not too fast, not too slow. I constantly scan for Roland's men or unfamiliar faces that might be Salo's. The restaurant is toward the back, past the high-limit tables where I once targeted wealthy businessmen. Approaching the restaurant, I remove my glasses and tuck them into my purse. Ramon needs to recognize me, despite the disguise. I spot him immediately, sitting in a corner booth with his back to the wall and a clear view of all entrances. In our world, some habits never change.
I slam my fist against the desk, sending papers flying. The security report stares back at me, mocking my supposed control over my own domain. What do you mean she slipped out the service elevator? The staff leaves it propped open while cleaning, and she timed her escape to coincide with our He stops when I let out a harsh grunt as the realization hits me like a bullet. She's gone. After everything. The security measures, the tracking, and the promises, she slipped away. Find her, I say, my voice dangerously quiet. Now. The security team scrambles into action. I pace the length of my office, rage building with each step. How could she be so reckless, so stupid, with Salo hunting us, with our children growing inside her? I stop myself. This isn't just about anger. It's fear. Raw primal fear that I might lose her and them. Sir, Danier interrupts my thoughts. We've tapped into the local FBI field office's facial recognition software. If she's still in Vegas, we'll find her. I nod, already reaching for my jacket. Keep me updated every 5 minutes. Where are you going? He asks, arching a brow. To bring my wife home. Venetian's Grand Canal shops buzz with tourists and gamblers, oblivious to the predators moving among them. My security detail fans out, maintaining distance but staying vigilant. I scan the crowd, searching for her face. My phone vibrates. Location confirmed, Danier's voice reports. Venetian, Bouchon Bistro, 2nd level. She's with a male subject approximately 50 years old, thin build, nervous demeanor. I'm 2 minutes out, hold positions. I take the escalator, controlling my breathing and my rage. The restaurant comes into view, elegant, intimate, and perfect for a clandestine meeting. I spot her immediately, even in a ridiculous disguise, since her profile is turned toward the window. Across from her sits a thin man in an expensive suit that hangs off his frame like it belongs to someone else. His gaze darts around the room, never settling. He must be a contact or an informant. He's definitely someone who operates in shadows. I approach slowly, watching their interaction. Ivy leans forward, intent on whatever he's saying. The man's hands tremble slightly as he pushes a folded paper across the table. Neither notices me until I'm standing beside them. Darling, I say, my voice honey over steel. What a surprise finding you here. Ivy freezes, her eyes widening. Roland? Won't you introduce me to your friend? I slide into the empty chair beside her, placing a possessive hand on her thigh under the table. A warning. A claim. The thin man's face drains of color. He clearly knows exactly who I am. Ramon, he whispers, his voice cracking. Ramon Diaz. Ramon, I repeat, extending my hand. A pleasure. I'm Roland Tarasov, Ivy's business partner. His hand is clammy when he shakes mine. Mr. Tarasov, I didn't realize that Ivy would be conducting business with me? I smile, all teeth. We're a package deal these days. Ivy's eyes flash with defiance, but she plays along. Ramon was just sharing some information about our mutual interest. Then by all means, continue, I signal the waiter. I'll have a scotch. Neat. Ramon looks like he might bolt, gaze darting toward the exit. Please, I say, my tone making it clear this isn't a request. I insist. He swallows hard. As I was telling Ivy, the diamonds changed hands multiple times after they left Mexico. The cartel tracked them through 3 intermediaries before losing the trail in Buenos Aires. Despite my dismissiveness toward recovering the diamonds, and I might have guessed that's what led her to evade security protocols, my interest sharpens. Argentina? Ramon nods, sliding the paper closer to us. There's a collector there, retired smuggler. They call him El Bibliotecario, the librarian. He specializes in items with complicated histories. Blood diamonds certainly qualify as complicated, says Ivy. He's acquired quite a collection over the years of pieces that can never be sold legitimately. The diamonds would appeal to him, not just for their value, but for their story. I study the paper that has coordinates and a map for a remote location in the Argentinian countryside. You're certain he has them? Not certain, no. But it's the most promising lead. Ramon's gaze dart between us. He's particular about who he deals with. He'll only meet with the original thief. Ivy stiffens beside me. Me? Yes, your reputation precedes you, Ivy. The woman who brought down Gaspar Verlard with a single theft. And the contact protocol? I ask. Ramon reaches into his jacket, producing a small card. This number, one call, no more. State your name and why you're calling. If he's interested, he'll arrange the meeting. I take the card, examining the single number printed on heavy stock paper. And your fee for this information? Already settled, says Ramon, glancing at Ivy. Ivy saved my life a few years back. My jaw tightens at the idea of her once putting herself in danger for such a questionable associate, though I'm far more upset that she's doing it again with our babies in her belly. One more question, I say, leaning forward. How did you find this information? Ramon shifts uncomfortably. I have specialized contacts. People who move in circles even your organization doesn't touch. And how do I know this isn't a trap? You don't, he shrugs. But El Bibliotecario has no love for the Verlards. They tried to strong-arm him years ago, and it didn't end well for them. The waiter arrives with my scotch. I take a slow sip, considering our options. If Ramon is telling the truth, these diamonds could be our leverage against Salo, though I still don't think they'll be enough to assuage him. If he's lying. A movement in my peripheral vision catches my attention. There's a man at the bar, watching us too intently, and another by the entrance, hands suspiciously inside his jacket. My security team has noticed too. I see Mikhail shift position, hand moving toward his concealed weapon. Ramon, I say casually, do you know if you were followed here today? His eyes widen. No, I was careful. I always... The window beside our table explodes inward, and Ramon's words cut off as his head snaps back, spraying a red mist across the white tablecloth. The sound of the shot follows a split second later. Down, I roar, grabbing Ivy and pulling her to the floor. The restaurant erupts in screams as patrons dive for cover. More shots ring out as my security team engages the attackers. I shield Ivy with my body, crawling towards the service entrance. Ramon's body slumps from the chair, his dead eyes staring at nothing. Move, I hiss in Ivy's ear. Stay low. We reach the kitchen as gunfire intensifies behind us. Chefs and waiters scatter as we burst through, heading for the back exit. Mikhail appears beside us, gun drawn. This way, he directs, leading us through a maze of corridors. Extraction team is at the loading dock. Ivy stumbles, her face pale. I wrap my arm around her waist, half carrying her forward. Stay with me, I urge. Almost there. We emerge into the harsh Nevada sun to find a black SUV waiting with doors open. Mikhail pushes us inside, jumping in after us as the vehicle peels away from the curb. Status? 3 hostiles confirmed, he says. Sniper on the mezzanine and 2 on the restaurant floor. Our team engaged and neutralized one. Police response incoming. Ivy trembles against me, her hands pressed protectively over her stomach. Ramon. Dead, I confirm, my voice hard. Headshot. Professional. Salo, she whispers. Yes. I pull her closer, checking her for injuries. Are you hurt? She shakes her head as sirens wail behind us while we merge onto the strip, blending with the traffic. My phone buzzes with updates from the team still at the Venetian, handling the aftermath. We need to get back to the penthouse, I say. Lock it down completely. Ivy pulls away from me, her eyes suddenly fierce. Number, we need to go to Argentina. What? That's insane. You're pregnant with triplets. We can't. We don't have a choice. She grips my arm. Salo is always one step ahead of us here. He has people in your organization, in the casinos, and everywhere. We'll never be safe in Vegas. And we'll be safer in a foreign country? Chasing diamonds that might not even be in the possession of some cryptic man called El Bibliotecario? It's our only leverage. You saw what happened back there. Salo isn't just hunting us anymore. He's toying with us, making us afraid. The truth of her words hits me. Salo could have killed us both in that restaurant. Instead, he killed Ramon, sending a message. I can get to anyone you talk to. I'm watching. I'm waiting. These diamonds are our only chance, Ivy continues. If we get them back, we have something Salo wants, something to negotiate with. I stare out the window at the passing cityscape, weighing our options. Stay and wait for Salo's next move, or take the fight to unfamiliar territory. El Bibliotecario will only deal with me, Ivy adds quietly. You know that. I turn to her, studying her face. This is the woman I fell for. The fighter. The survivor. If we do this, I say slowly, we do it my way. Full security detail, medical support, everything planned to the last detail. Hope flickers across her face. So we're going? The SUV slows as we approach a red light. Through the tinted windows, I watch pedestrians crossing the street. Tourists, families, and normal people living ordinary lives. A life my children might never know if Salo has his way. We need to move quickly, I say, decision made, before Salo realizes our plan. I'll have the jet ready within hours once the doctor clears you to travel. I want to warn her not to get her hopes up, but I don't. Thank you, she whispers, squeezing my hand. The light changes, and we accelerate forward. Behind us, police cars race towards the Venetian, sirens blaring. Argentina. A desperate gamble, but perhaps our only option now. The diamonds that started this bloody chain of events might be our only salvation. Mikhail, contact Dr. Muller. I need to know if Ivy can safely travel this distance and get Leonid to prepare the jet. Full security protocol. Yes, sir. Ivy leans against me, her breathing steadying. I'm sorry, she says quietly, for sneaking out and meeting Ramon alone. I should be angry. I was furious just hours ago. Now I'm simply grateful she's alive. We'll discuss your recklessness later, I say, pressing a kiss to her temple. For now, rest. We have a long journey ahead. The SUV turns onto a side street, taking an indirect route back to our building. I watch the mirrors for any sign of pursuit, already planning our next moves, security arrangements, travel documents, and medical contingencies for Ivy and the babies. Argentina might be our best hope, but traveling internationally with Ivy in her condition presents significant risks. The flight alone will be taxing. Then there's the unfamiliar territory, limited resources, and potential complications with her pregnancy. Yet staying in Vegas means waiting for Salo's next attack, wondering which of my people might be compromised, and watching over our shoulders every moment. I still don't think the diamonds will solve anything. But if I'm honest, it feels good to have any sort of plan and be doing something, even if it's probably a fool's errand that I'll only undertake if the doctor gives Ivy permission to travel. Finding this collector is a good idea, right? She gives me a confident grin, looking unburdened for the first time in weeks. Despite everything, I smile. Perhaps. Either way, from now on, we work together. No more solo operations. Understood? Understand, as long as you agree to the same stipulations. She nods, taking my hand again. Partners. The word hangs between us, loaded with meaning beyond business. Partners. Equals. A team. Partners, I agree, sealing the pact. The SUV continues through the city, carrying us toward an uncertain future. Behind us, a man lies dead. Around us, enemies watch and wait. Ahead, a desperate journey to a foreign land, chasing diamonds stained with blood. It feels futile, but I refuse to let Salo call the shots.
The morning of our departure for Argentina dawns with a sense of urgency that permeates the penthouse. Dr. Muller's approval for travel sits in my purse like a golden ticket, the medical clearance form stating I'm fit to fly despite my high-risk pregnancy. The triplets have been cooperative this morning. I've had no excessive nausea or discomfort as I dress in loose, comfortable clothes suitable for travel. "Ready?" asks Roland, appearing in the doorway of our bedroom. His face is a mask of controlled tension, gaze constantly moving, assessing. I zip my small carry-on bag. Yes. Roland crosses to me, placing his hands on my shoulders. His touch is gentle but firm, a reminder of his constant duality, the tenderness he shows me versus the ruthlessness he displays to the world. Once we recover those diamonds, we'll have leverage against Salo. This ends soon. He sounds almost like he believes that, though he's not been as good at hiding his skepticism as he believes. I have to cling to the hope because any plan is better than no plan, or so I tell myself. I nod, not trusting my voice. The stakes have never been higher. Not just for me, but for our sons. The security team waits for us in the living room, 4 men with military precision in their movements and weapons concealed beneath tailored jackets. Danier, the team leader, approaches with a tablet. The route is secure. We have 3 identical vehicles departing simultaneously from different exits. Decoys will be in 2 of them. Roland reviews the tablet, his expression giving nothing away. And the jet? Fueled and ready. Crew has been vetted twice. Good. Roland hands back the tablet. Let's move. We take the service elevator down to the underground parking garage. The air is cool and smells of concrete and motor oil. Our vehicle is a black armored SUV with bulletproof glass and waits with its engine running. 2 security men flank us as we approach, constantly scanning. Roland helps me into the back seat before sliding in beside me. The doors close with heavy, reassuring thuds. I run my hand over the leather seat, wondering if this will be the last time I see Las Vegas. Will our gamble pay off, or are we walking into a trap? The convoy moves through the garage in formation, emerging into the bright morning sunlight. Las Vegas Boulevard stretches before us, already busy with tourists and traffic despite the early hour. The Bellagio fountains dance in the distance. 20 minutes to the airfield, says Danier from the front passenger seat. I watch the familiar landmarks pass by. Casinos where I once worked cons, hotels where I stayed under different names. Las Vegas has been both prison and safe haven to me over the years. Now, it might be the last place I see before. The driver curses and slams on the brakes. Our SUV lurches forward, then back, the seatbelt tightening across my abdomen. I instinctively place my hands over my stomach, protecting my babies. "What's happening?" demands Roland, his body tensing beside me. "We're being boxed in," says the driver, his voice clipped. Black SUVs front and back. Through the windshield, I see it. A black vehicle identical to ours cutting across lanes, forcing us to stop. In the side mirror, another appears behind us, closing the trap. "Evasive maneuvers," Roland orders. "Get us out of here." The driver shifts gears, looking for an opening, but more vehicles appear on either side. We're surrounded. "It's Verlard," says Danier, drawing his weapon. "Has to be." Roland pulls me close, his arm a shield across my body as they force us to stop. Stay down. Men in tactical gear pour from the surrounding vehicles, weapons drawn. Tourists scream and scatter, clearing the street in seconds. Our security team responds, guns out, creating a protective barrier around our SUV. The first shots crack through the air. Our driver slumps forward, spraying blood across the windshield. Danier returns fire through his window, taking down one attacker before a bullet catches him in the shoulder. "We need to move," says Roland, his voice deadly calm. He reaches for his own weapon. "When I say go, we make for that hotel entrance." I nod, adrenaline sharpening my senses. The babies kick inside me, responding to my racing heart. More gunfire erupts, spiderwebbing the bulletproof glass of our SUV, but it holds for now. Our remaining security men fall one by one, outgunned and outnumbered. "Now," Roland kicks open his door, pulling me across the seat after him. We make it 3 steps before they're on us. Men in black tactical gear surround us, weapons trained on our heads. Roland pushes me behind him, his body a human shield. "Don't shoot!" I cry out. "I'm pregnant!" A man steps forward, his face obscured by a tactical mask. "On your knees, both of you." Roland doesn't move. "She's carrying triplets. Don't touch her." The man strikes Roland with the butt of his rifle, and he drops to one knee but doesn't fall completely. Blood trickles from his temple. "Roland?" I reach for him, but hands grab me from behind, pulling back my arms painfully. "Please," I beg. "I'm pregnant. Don't hurt my babies." My words fall on deaf ears. Rough hands force me to my knees beside Roland. The pavement scrapes through my pants, hot and abrasive against my skin. "Salo wants them alive," says someone. "Bag them." A hood comes down over my head, plunging me into darkness. The rough fabric catches on my nose and mouth, making it difficult to breathe. I struggle against the hands holding me, panic rising in my throat. "Stop fighting." Roland's voice comes from beside me, low and controlled. "Save your strength." Zip ties cut into my wrists as they bind my hands behind my back. The pressure on my shoulders sends pain shooting down my arms. I try to control my breathing, to stay calm for the babies. They drag us to our feet and push us forward. I stumble, unable to see, but hands catch me before I fall. Not gentle hands, just hands that don't want damaged goods. "Please," I try again. "I need medical attention. I'm carrying triplets." A voice close to my ear responds, accent thick with Mexican inflection. "Shut up or we gag you too." I fall silent, tears soaking into the hood. The sounds around me become my only guide. Car doors opening, traffic in the distance, the grunts of men as they force us into vehicles. I'm pushed onto a seat, Roland presumably beside me though I can't see or touch him. The vehicle moves, turning sharply enough to throw me against the door. Every bump and turn sends waves of nausea through me. The babies shift and kick, disturbed by the stress hormones flooding my system. I try to track our movements, an old habit from my con artist days. Right turn, straight for approximately 5 minutes. Left turn, highway on-ramp judging by the acceleration. But soon, the turns become too numerous and the route too circuitous. They're deliberately disorienting us. Time loses meaning in the darkness of the hood. Minutes stretch into what feels like hours. My back aches from sitting with my hands bound behind me. The nausea comes in waves, intensifying with each sharp turn. Finally, the vehicle stops. Doors open, and hands pull me out into heat that penetrates even through the hood. Desert heat, dry and intense. "Move!" commands a voice, shoving me forward. I walk blindly, guided by rough hands. The ground changes beneath my feet, pavement to gravel to what feels like a concrete pad. The sound of rotors grows louder and realization dawns. "A helicopter?" I ask, my voice muffled by the hood. No one answers, but the rotor noise confirms it. Hands lift me, not gently, and I'm placed on a hard seat. The vibration of the helicopter pulses through my body as the engines power up. "Roland?" I call out, desperate to know he's still with me. "I'm here," his voice comes from nearby. The helicopter lifts off, and my stomach drops with the sudden ascent. The nausea intensifies immediately, my pregnancy making me particularly sensitive to the motion. I swallow repeatedly, fighting the urge to vomit inside the hood. The flight is torture. Every change in altitude sends my stomach lurching. The vibrations rattle through my bones, making the babies tumble and kick in protest. I focus on breathing, on staying conscious, and on not throwing up. I try again to track our journey. The helicopter seems to change direction multiple times, flying for what must be hours. My mouth grows dry, my lips cracking from dehydration. No one offers water or bathroom breaks. The babies press against my bladder, adding another layer of discomfort to my misery. When we finally begin to descend, relief washes over me despite knowing we're heading into danger. Anything is better than this endless flight. The helicopter touches down with a jolt that sends pain shooting through my lower back. The engines wind down and hands pull me to my feet. My legs, numb from sitting so long, nearly buckle beneath me. "Walk," someone orders, pushing me forward. I stumble out of the helicopter, the ground solid but unfamiliar beneath my feet. The air that filters through the hood smells different. Dry desert air mixed with something vegetal and earthy. Desert plants, perhaps cacti or sage. We walk for what seems like several minutes, my captors guiding me roughly by the arms. The ground changes again, gravel to stone to what feels like tile. Our footsteps echo in a way that suggests large, open spaces, a building, then something substantial. The temperature drops as we move inside. Air conditioning raises goosebumps on my skin after the desert heat. The scent changes too, and I detect subtle notes of citrus and spice beneath the dominant smell of desert vegetation. We stop, and I hear doors opening. More footsteps approach, lighter, measured, and confident. "Remove their hoods," commands a voice I recognize immediately. The hood is yanked from my head, and I blink against the sudden light. As my vision clears, I take in my surroundings. I'm in a vast entry hall with soaring ceilings and terracotta tile floors. Exposed wooden beams cross overhead, and whitewashed walls display colorful Mexican artwork. Vibrant paintings of rural scenes and ornate crosses adorned with milagros decorate the walls. Salo Verlard stands before us, dressed impeccably in a light linen suit. "Welcome to my home," he says, his thin lips curving into what might be mistaken for a pleasant smile, if not for the coldness in his eyes. I apologize for the rough journey, but security precautions were necessary. I glance at Roland beside me. Blood has dried on his temple where they struck him, but his expression remains impassive and calculating. His men herd us into a different room, and when they shove me into a chair, I wince as zip ties dig into my skin. Salo circles us like a predator stalking wounded prey. The formal dining room of his Mexican estate stretches around us in opulent splendor, with hand-carved wooden chairs with intricate designs, a massive table that could seat 20, and place settings of fine bone china and crystal that catch the light from the ornate chandelier overhead. The walls display colorful murals depicting scenes from Mexican history, interspersed with religious iconography that seems to mock our predicament. My wrists burn where the zip ties cut into my skin. The ornate wooden chair I'm bound to might look beautiful, but its hard edges poke into my back. Beside me, Roland sits equally restrained, his face a mask of controlled fury. The only sign of his rage is the muscle twitching in his jaw as he tracks Salo's movements. "The great Roland Tarasov," says Salo, his voice smooth as silk while he completes another circle around us. He stops behind Roland, placing his hands on Roland's shoulders. "Do you know how many men would give their right arm to be in my position right now? To have the mighty Russian bear trapped and helpless?" Roland doesn't flinch at the touch. "If you're going to kill me, get on with it. Your monologuing is tedious." Salo laughs. "Kill you? So quickly? No. That would be inefficient." He moves to stand in front of us, adjusting the cuffs of his linen shirt. "Death is merely the endpoint of our journey together." My stomach turns as a wave of nausea hits me. The babies shift inside me, responding to my stress. I focus on breathing steadily, trying to stay calm for them. You see, Salo continues, picking up a crystal wine glass from the table and examining it in the light. This was never just about the diamonds your little thief stole from my brother, leading to his death. He sets the glass down with precision, though that was certainly the catalyst. Then what is it about? I ask, needing to understand what we're facing. Salo's dark gaze fixes on me, cold and calculating. Power, legacy, the natural order of things. He spreads his hands. The Tarasov family has dominated arms smuggling for too long. Routes that should belong to the Verlards have been under Russian control for generations. He walks to the head of the table, pulling out the chair and sitting down like a king at his throne. A servant appears silently, pouring red wine into his glass. When you stole those diamonds, Ivy, you created an opportunity. Gaspar's death left a vacuum. Our organization faltered. His fingers tap against the table. I had to rebuild from nothing while watching the Tarasovs continue to thrive. So this is about jealousy, says Roland, his voice flat. Salo's expression hardens. This is about correcting an imbalance. He sips his wine. And now I have the perfect leverage, the mighty Roland Tarasov in my dining room at my mercy. He stands again, unable to stay still, energy radiating from him like heat from a furnace. I'll dismantle your organization piece by piece. Your allies will turn against you when they learn you've been captured so easily. Your territories will be claimed by those who've waited for this opportunity. Your legacy will be erased. You overestimate your importance, says Roland. My organization doesn't depend on me alone. No? Then why has no one come for you yet? Salo spreads his arms. Where is your loyal Kier? Oh, that's right. His smile turns cruel. He's dead. Roland lunges forward against his restraints, scraping the chair legs against the tile floor. I will kill you for that. You're in no position to make threats. Salo walks toward me, reaching out to touch my face. I jerk away from his hand. Especially when I hold something so precious to you. Don't touch her, shouts Roland. Or what? Salo laughs. You'll glare at me more intensely? Your reputation has always exceeded your capabilities, Tarasov, the fearsome Russian, the untouchable crime lord. He bends down, his face inches from Roland's. When I kill you, I become a legend. The man who brought down Roland Tarasov. Many have tried, he says, his voice deadly calm. Their bodies fertilize the Nevada desert. Salo straightens, adjusting his suit jacket. They didn't have what I have. He gestures to me. Your weakness. My heart pounds against my ribs. The babies kick in response, a flutter of movement that reminds me what's at stake. Before I kill you, Salo continues, I want to see you broken. I want to see the mighty Tarasov on his knees begging for mercy. He moves behind me, placing his hands on my shoulders. And she's going to help me achieve that. Roland's gaze meets mine. Stay strong. We'll find a way out. His fingers dig painfully into my shoulders. I had someone on your medical staff and paid quite well for information. He circles around to face me. I knew about the pregnancy, of course, though I didn't expect you to be so... His gaze drops to my swollen belly. Advanced. My blood runs cold. What? Dr. Muller's assistant was quite helpful, sending me copies of your test results. He smiles, though he neglected to mention certain details. Roland's expression darkens. When we get out of this, I'll find everyone who betrayed us. Such confidence, Salo mocks. I admire that, even if it's misplaced. He turns back to me. Tell me, Ivy, does he know? Know what? I ask, though I suspect what's coming. Salo's smile widens. That you've placed a cuckoo in his nest? The implication hits me like a slap. What are you talking about? Come now. Salo leans closer. We both know your history, the men you've seduced and betrayed. Gaspar was just one in a long line, wasn't he? How can Tarasov be sure these children are his when you're clearly more pregnant than the timing of your reunion allows? Rage boils up inside me. You don't know anything about me or my children. Children? Salo's eyebrows rise. Plural? I realize my mistake too late. Salo didn't know about the triplets. How many? He asks, genuine curiosity in his voice. I clamp my mouth shut, refusing to answer. Salo sighs dramatically. Stubborn to the end. He walks to Roland, placing a hand on his shoulder. Did you know, Tarasov? Or has she kept secrets from you too? Roland's gaze never leaves Salo's face. I know everything I need to know. Do you? Salo circles back to me. Tell me, Ivy, how many children are you carrying? 1? 2 ? I glare at him, hatred burning through me. Tell me, he repeats, his voice hardening, or I'll have my men start breaking Tarasov's fingers one by one. 3, I spit out. I'm having triplets. Salo freezes, genuine surprise crossing his face. For a moment, his composed cruelty cracks, revealing something almost human underneath. Triplets? Yes, I say, lifting my chin. 3 boys. Salo recovers quickly, but I've seen the chink in his armor. How extraordinary. He walks back to his wineglass, taking a long sip. 3 heirs for the Tarasov Empire. He sets the glass down. Or perhaps... He turns back to us, a new calculation in his eyes. Perhaps one could be raised as a Verlard. The suggestion hits me like a physical blow. No. Why not? Salo spreads his hands. You have 3. Surely you could spare 1 for the man your actions made an orphan with no remaining family. Roland strains against his restraints, the chair creaking with the force of his movement. I'll kill you slowly for even suggesting it. You're not in a position to make threats, Salo reminds him. Besides, it would be poetic justice, don't you think? The son of Tarasov, raised as a Verlarde, taught to hate his own blood. You're insane, I say, my voice shaking with rage and fear. Number, I'm practical. Salo walks to the window, looking out at the desert landscape. Though on second thought, why bother with any of this complexity? He turns back to us. You'll be dead before you give birth anyway. The casual way he says it sends ice through my veins. My hands instinctively try to move to my belly, but the restraints hold them back. One of his men behind him visibly winces at his words. Your children will never draw breath. Salo continues, his voice detached, as if discussing the weather. Your legacy ends here, Tarasov. No sons to carry your name, no one to remember you once I've erased every trace of your existence. Roland's face remains impassive, but I see the fury building in his eyes. You talk too much, Verlard. Always have. Perhaps, Salo shrugs. But soon, I'll be the only one talking. You'll be silent in your grave, and your empire will be mine. He walks to the door, pausing with his hand on the knob. Soon, we begin dismantling everything you've built, piece by piece. His gaze meets mine. Starting with her. The door closes behind him, leaving us alone in the opulent dining room, bound and surrounded by the trappings of wealth that now feel like the decorations of a tomb. I turn to Roland, fear and determination warring inside me. We need to get out of here. We will, he says, his voice low and certain. He made a mistake bringing us here together. What do you mean? Roland's eyes are cold and deadly. He should have separated us. Now, we only need 1 plan instead of 2. I nod, understanding that whatever happens, we're together. I try to take comfort in that when his men return a short time later and cut us free, but only to relocate us to a study and tie us to new chairs. The engineered hardwood on the floor seems more resilient to stains than the delicate tile and frescoes in the dining room, and there's a discreet drain to the side, along with a slight sloping of the floor that will ensure all fluids naturally flow toward it. I don't fool myself that our change in location is a step for the better. This is the kind of place where one conducts or endures torture.
Be sure to subscribe to the channel so that we can keep bringing you these amazing books. Thank you. After he's kept us stewing for a while, the door to the study swings open, and Salo strolls in with the casual confidence of a man who believes he owns the world. "I hope you've been comfortable, Tarasov." Salo gestures around the room. "I wanted you to appreciate the setting, a civilized space for civilized negotiations. The study is impressive, containing walls lined with leather-bound books in glass-fronted cases, a massive mahogany desk dominating the center, and various weapons mounted on display. Medieval swords, ornate daggers, and what appears to be a 16th century flintlock pistol. The trappings of culture masking the reality of violence. He casually keeps his weapons of torture on display, and his torture room is open to everyone. It's the kind of cocky arrogance I hate. "I didn't take you for a reader," I say, keeping my voice level. Salo smiles, running his fingers along the spines of several books. "My father believed education separates men from animals. These belong to him." He pulls out a volume, flips through it, then returns it to its place. Most are first editions, quite valuable. "Now," he says, perching on the edge of his desk, "let's discuss business." There's nothing to discuss. I keep my gaze on Ivy, searching for signs of injury. "You've made a mistake, bringing us here." Salo laughs, the sound hollow in the book-lined room. "A mistake? No, Tarasov. This is the culmination of years of planning." He walks to Ivy, placing his hand on her shoulder. "Your woman is quite remarkable. Did you know she was the one who destroyed my brother?" Ivy stiffens under his touch, but says nothing. "She seduced him, stole from him, and left him to die." Salo's fingers tighten on her shoulder. "And now she carries your children. Life has a certain poetry, doesn't it?" I keep my expression neutral. "If you're planning to bore us to death with philosophy, at least offer a drink first." One of Salo's men steps forward, fist raised, but Salo stops him with a gesture. "Always the tough guy." Salo moves behind Ivy's chair. "I wonder if you'll maintain that attitude when it's her suffering instead of you." He nods to one of his men, who produces a knife and holds it against Ivy's throat. The blade gleams under the warm lighting of the study. "Don't," I say, the word escaping before I can stop it. Salo's eyes light up. There it is. The great Roland Tarasov does have a weakness after all. "What do you want?" I ask, though I already know. "Everything." Salo walks to a side table and pours himself a drink from a crystal decanter. "Your shipping routes, your distribution networks, your properties, your legitimate businesses, your contacts." He takes a sip. "Your empire." "You're insane." "No, I'm practical." He sets down his glass and approaches me. "The Verlard cartel was once the most powerful organization in South America. My father built it from nothing. My brother was meant to lead it into the future." His voice hardens. "Then he met your woman, and everything fell apart." "That has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with you now." Salo leans in close. "You took something that belonged to me. Now I'm taking everything that belongs to you." He straightens and snaps his fingers. Another man enters, carrying a tablet. "Let me show you something." Salo takes the tablet and turns it toward me. "This is footage from 3 weeks ago. Your warehouse on Industrial Road." The video shows one of my storage facilities exploding in flames. "And this," he swipes to another video, "is your shipment that never made it to Chicago." The screen displays one of my trucks being intercepted, my men forced out at gunpoint. "This one is my favorite." Another swipe. "Your friend Ansel Petrov. Remember him? The image shows Ansel shaking hands with someone whose face is just out of frame. He sends his regards, says your protection fees were getting too high. He's much happier with our rates. My stomach turns. Ansel has been with me for 15 years. You're lying, I say, but the doubt has already taken root. Am I? Salo smiles. What about Arseny Sokolov? Or the Wee brothers? Should I continue? I keep my face impassive, but my mind races. These are key allies and crucial parts of my network. If they've turned, you see, Tarasov, I've been dismantling your empire piece by piece, while you've been playing house with your pregnant thief. He gestures to Ivy. How many months along is she now? 6? 7? Will you live to see your children born? If you kill me, you'll never get what you want, I say. My organization doesn't run on paper. The access codes, the contacts, and the protocols are all up here. I shake my head. I'm counting on that. Salo returns to Ivy, standing behind her chair. He places both hands on her shoulders, and I fight to keep my expression neutral as his fingers move up her neck. That's why you're going to give me everything willingly. Don't give him anything, Roland, says Ivy, her voice steady despite the knife still at her throat. He'll kill us anyway. Salo chuckles. Smart girl, but incomplete analysis. He moves his hands away from Ivy and walks back to his desk. I don't need to kill you, Tarasov. I just need to break you. He nods to the man holding the knife, who lowers it from Ivy's throat only to press it against her arm. A thin line of red appears as he draws the blade across her skin. Ivy doesn't make a sound, but she closes her eyes briefly. Stop! I strain violently against my restraints. That's just a taste. I can make this much worse. Or... He retrieves the tablet and taps the screen a few times before turning it toward me again. I can make it stop right now. The screen displays a series of documents, transfer of ownership forms for my businesses, properties, and accounts. All I need is your electronic signature and authentication codes. Everything transfers to my shell companies. Clean, simple, and bloodless. And then what? I ask. You let us walk out of here? Then I let her live, Salo corrects. You, unfortunately, are a loose end I can't afford. Don't listen to him, she says. The moment you sign those, we're both dead. The man with the knife presses it harder against her arm, and she hisses through her teeth. Your choice, Tarasov, says Salo. Your empire or her pain. And before you decide, remember, she's carrying your children. How much suffering are you willing to let them endure? I look at Ivy, at the blood now trickling down her arm, at her eyes filled with defiance despite her situation. Then I look at the tablet, at the documents that would sign away everything I've built. How do I know you won't hurt her anyway? I ask. You don't, Salo admits, but right now, pain is certain. Sign, and at least there's a possibility of mercy. Don't do it, she says. He's lying. Salo sighs dramatically. Perhaps you need more convincing. He nods to the man with the knife, who moves the blade to Ivy's face. A scar here would be such a shame. Wait, I say, my voice sharper than intended. I need to think. Think quickly. My patience has limits. I study the room again, looking for anything that might help us. The mounted weapons are too far away. The guards are alert. The restraints are solid. Will you sign? No. The word comes out firm and final. I stare directly at Salo, refusing to break eye contact. I won't sign anything. Salo's expression darkens. He sets down the tablet on his desk with deliberate care, the gentle placement more threatening than if he'd slammed it. "Bring them," he orders one of his men, who immediately leaves the room. I glance at Ivy. Blood trickles down her arm where the knife made its shallow cut, but her eyes remain defiant. She gives me the slightest nod, a signal of solidarity that Salo misses as he paces the study. "You know, Tarasov, I expected more intelligence from you." Salo stops in front of a glass case, admiring the weapons inside. "Your reputation suggests a man who understands strategy, who knows when to fight and when to surrender." My reputation is accurate. I test my restraints again, searching for any weakness, which is why I know a losing proposition when I see one. The door opens and the guard returns carrying a wooden box. He places it on the desk in front of Salo, who opens it with the reverence of a priest unveiling a sacred relic. Inside lies a collection of knives, each nestled in custom-fitted velvet. Beautiful, aren't they? Salo lifts one, turning it so the blade catches the light. These belong to my grandfather and were hand-forged in Toledo. The Spanish made the finest steel in the world once. He tests the edge with his thumb, then selects a different knife, shorter, with an ornately carved handle. "This was my favorite as a child. The balance is perfect," he demonstrates with a quick flick of his wrist. "My father taught me to throw when I was 8 years old. Said a Verlard should know how to kill from any distance." I keep my expression neutral, though my mind races through scenarios, calculating odds, and searching for openings. The guards stand too far away to reach. The mounted weapons remain inaccessible. My restraints hold firm. "Did you know," Salo continues, approaching Ivy with the knife, "that the human body can survive remarkable amounts of trauma? The right cuts, in the right places, can cause extraordinary pain without risking death." He places the tip of the blade against Ivy's cheek, just below her eye. She doesn't flinch. "Stop," I say, my voice level despite the rage building inside me. "This accomplishes nothing." On the contrary, Salo traces the knife down to her jaw, not yet breaking skin. "This accomplishes everything. You see, Tarasov, I understand you now. Your weakness isn't just the woman, it's your pride, your need to maintain control. So I'm going to take both from you." He turns back to me, the knife still hovering near Ivy's face. "My brother died because of her." Salo's voice remains conversational, but his gaze grows distant. "They sent him back to us in pieces. A finger first, then a hand, an ear. Each day, another part of my brother arrived in a box." He moves the knife away from Ivy's face and slices through the sleeve of her shirt, exposing more of her arm. "They took their time, made it last 2 weeks. The blade presses against Ivy's skin, drawing a thin line of blood. She inhales sharply, but makes no sound. "I watched my brother die by inches, Tarasov. Now you'll do the same with her." My wrists strain against the metal cuffs, digging the edges into my skin. "This is between you and me, Verlard. She's pregnant. Even you must have some limits." "Limits?" Salo laughs, the sound hollow in the book-lined room. "I lost those when I opened the box containing my brother's head." He makes another cut on Ivy's arm, deeper this time. She bites her lip, refusing to cry out. I lock gazes with Ivy, trying to communicate reassurance even as rage threatens to overwhelm me. Her face is pale, but her expression remains steady, strong. She survived worse than Salo Verlard. "Your brother was weak," I say, drawing Salo's attention back to me. That's why she could manipulate him. That's why he failed your family. Salo whirls toward me, knife pointed at my chest. You dare! I dare because it's true. Gaspar was the golden child, wasn't he? Chosen to lead while you were pushed aside. But he wasn't strong enough, was he? Not like you. His hand tightens on the knife. You know nothing about my family. I know everything about families like yours. The favored son, the overlooked brother, the father who couldn't see which son truly deserved power. Salo's face contorts with fury. He strides toward me, knife raised. My brother was worth 10 of you. Your brother got himself killed over a woman and some rocks. Is that the legacy you're avenging? The knife slashes across my cheek, the pain sharp and immediate. Blood trickles down my face, but I maintain eye contact, refusing to show weakness. There, says Salo, his breathing heavy, soon you match. He returns to Ivy, his movements more erratic now. Wait, she says. I know where the diamonds are. He freezes before bringing the knife to her arm again. What? I know where the diamonds are. He hesitates, stroking the blade against her skin without breaking through the epidermal layer. Tell me, or I start removing pieces. Ivy looks directly at me, her gaze conveying a message I can't quite decipher. I sold them, she says, her voice steady. 3 years ago, to a buyer in Antwerp. Liar! Salo slashes again, cutting across her upper arm. The diamonds never surfaced. They never hit the market. Because I didn't sell them through traditional channels, Ivy says through gritted teeth. I had connections your brother never knew about. Salo raises the knife again, but his phone rings. He hesitates, then checks the screen. I need to take this. Don't go anywhere. He smiles at his own joke, then points to his guards. Watch them. If either moves, cut off something.
My wrists burn from the zip ties, and my shoulders ache from being bound in this awkward position. The babies shift inside me, responding to my stress with restless movement. I need to act now. My mother's voice whispers in my memory. Everyone has a weakness, Ivy. Find it, and you own them. I scan the room, taking in every detail with new focus. 2 guards remain with us. A young one with a fresh scar stands by the door, his posture rigid, but his gaze follows Salo's exit. He was the one who winced when Salo threatened my babies. The older guard leans against the wall opposite us, his weathered face impassive except for the slight downward turn of his mouth. I study the young guard more carefully. The scar on his cheek is pink and raw, maybe a month old. He taps his fingers against his thigh in an irregular pattern, betraying nervous energy. The older guard is harder to read. Experience has clearly taught him to mask his reactions, but there had been something. Yes, when Salo had pressed the knife to my neck, the older man's gaze had flickered to my belly before looking away, his throat working as he swallowed. Both men are probably Catholic, and I imagine seeing a pregnant woman threatened unnerves them. These are my openings. I shift in my chair, making a small sound of discomfort. The young guard glances at me, then quickly away. I do it again, louder this time, adding a gasp. Please, I whisper, my voice deliberately fragile. I need water. No one moves. The babies, I say, my voice cracking. Please, I haven't had water in hours. The older guard looks at me, then at the young one. Get her some water, Miguel. Miguel hesitates. Salo said, Salo wants her alive for now. Dead hostages aren't useful. The older man's voice carries authority. Miguel nods and leaves the room. One down, temporarily. The older guard approaches with measured steps, stopping a safe distance away. You'll get water. Don't try anything. I nod gratefully, letting tears pool in my eyes. Thank you. What's your name? He stares at me, suspicious. That doesn't matter. It matters to me, I say softly. You showed kindness. I'd like to know who to thank. A flicker of something crosses his face. Pride, perhaps. Eduardo, he says finally. Eduardo, I repeat. You have children? His expression hardens. Don't. I'm not trying anything, I say quickly. I'm scared. For my babies. They're innocent in all this. Eduardo's gaze drops to my belly, then back to my face. This isn't my business. 3 babies, I continue, my voice hushed. Triplets. Boys. They've never done anything to anyone. The door opens, and Miguel returns with a paper cup of water. Eduardo steps back, but I've seen what I needed, the slight softening around his eyes. Miguel approaches cautiously, holding the cup to my lips. I drink slowly, maintaining eye contact with him. Thank you, Miguel. He startles at the use of his name. How did you... Eduardo called you that, I say with a small smile. That's a nice scar. Recent? His free hand touches his cheek reflexively. It's nothing. Doesn't look like nothing. Must have hurt. Miguel's gaze darts to Eduardo, then back to me. Occupational hazard. Working for Salo seems to come with a lot of those, I say, my voice neutral. Miguel's expression darkens. You don't know anything. I know loyalty means nothing to him. Shut up, snaps Miguel, but there's no conviction in it. The door bangs open and Salo strides back in, his face flushed with anger. He's been arguing with someone on the phone. I can tell from the way he shoves it into his pocket. What's this? He demands, seeing Miguel with the water cup. Getting friendly with the prisoner? Miguel steps back quickly. She needed water, sir, for the babies. Salo's eyes narrow. The babies, he mimics cruelly. You think I care about her spawn? They're valuable to Tarasov, says Eduardo evenly. Dead hostages have no value. Salo turns his glare on Eduardo. Since when do you make decisions about my hostages? Just maintaining your investment, he says, his face expressionless. Salo stares at him for a long moment, then turns to me. Enjoying the hospitality, Ivy? Or should I call you Scarlet? It was Selena with Gaspar, wasn't it? So many names for such a small woman. I don't respond, keeping my gaze downcast, projecting vulnerability. Let him think he's broken me. Salo crosses to Roland, grabbing his hair and yanking back his head. Your woman is very quiet now, not so spirited anymore. Roland's face remains impassive, though I can see the fury burning in his eyes. Touch her again, and I'll remove your hands from your body. Salo laughs, releasing Roland with a shove. Big words from a man in zip ties. He turns back to me, his smile cold. Maybe I should show him how easily I can touch you. He approaches me slowly, theatrically, enjoying Roland's growing tension. I see my opportunity. I let the tears flow freely now, my shoulders shaking with sobs. Please, I gasp between heaving breaths. Please, I need to talk to you. Salo pauses, surprised by my sudden breakdown. Talk to me? About what? Not here, I whisper, glancing at Roland. Private, please. For my babies. Salo's eyes narrow with interest. What could you possibly have to say that your lover can't hear? I look up at him, letting desperation show on my face. Information about the diamonds, where they really are. The room goes still. Even Roland looks shocked. You're lying, says Salo, but I can see the greed in his eyes. Test me, I challenge softly. Ask me something only someone who knows would know. Salo studies me for a long moment. What color were they? Black, I say immediately. Black diamonds. 15 of them. The largest was 5.8 carats. I thank the universe that Salo doesn't realize I'd have that information from years ago, and it might not have any bearing on the present. Salo's eyes widen slightly. Please, I beg again. Just a few minutes alone, for my baby's sake. Salo glances at Roland, whose face has gone carefully blank. He's following my lead, though I can see the questions in his eyes. Miguel, stay with Tarasov, Salo orders. Eduardo, come with me. He gestures to me. Bring her to the office down the hall. Eduardo frees my feet and pulls me to a standing position. I stumble deliberately, making myself appear weaker than I am. Careful with the merchandise, snaps Salo. I need her coherent. As they lead me toward the door, I risk a glance back at Roland. His gaze meets mine, and I try to communicate without words. Trust me, I have a plan. Eduardo leads me into a small office down the hall, his grip firm on my arm. My mind races through possible scenarios, calculating risks and opportunities. The babies shift inside me, responding to my tension. I need to be smart about this, smarter than I've ever been. Salo follows us in, closing the door with a decisive click. It's a small sitting room. Sit, he commands, pointing to a chair. I lower myself carefully, keeping my bound hands behind me. The position is uncomfortable, putting pressure on my belly. I shift, making a small sound of discomfort that isn't entirely feigned. The zip ties, I say, nodding toward my wrists. They're cutting off circulation. My hands are going numb. Salo studies me, suspicion warring with curiosity. Eduardo, cut her hands free, but stay alert. Eduardo approaches with a knife, slicing through the plastic. Blood rushes back into my fingers, bringing painful tingles. I bring my hands around front, rubbing my wrists where angry red marks have formed. Thank you, I murmur, meeting Eduardo's gaze briefly. Salo sits behind the desk, leaning forward with his elbows on the surface. Now talk. What do you know about the diamonds? I take a moment as if gathering my thoughts. This performance needs to be perfect. Too eager and he'll suspect a trap, but too reluctant and he'll think I'm stalling. Before your men killed Ramon, he told me where the diamonds are, I say, my voice quiet but steady. Salo's eyes narrow. And you expect me to believe that? Ramon was notoriously tight-lipped. Ramon was also notoriously greedy, I counter, and he knew I had connections that could help him move the stones. What connections? People who specialize in moving high-value items across borders without questions. People my mother introduced me to years ago. Salo leans back, studying me. Go on. I inhale and exhale slowly, organizing the lie I'm about to tell. It needs to be detailed enough to be believable, but vague enough that I can't be immediately disproven. The diamonds are in Buenos Aires, I say, in a private vault facility called Seguridad Privada Internacional. It's in the financial district, a gray building with mirrored windows, very discreet and very exclusive. Salo's expression doesn't change, but I notice his fingers have stopped drumming on the desk. He's listening intently now. Ramon moved them there after the original deal went bad, I continue. He knew it would be the last place anyone would look because it requires biometric authentication to access, fingerprints, retinal scan, and voice recognition. The works. And whose biometrics open this vault? Salo asks. Mine, I say simply, and Ramon's, but since he's dead. Convenient, he says, skepticism evident in his tone. I shrug, wincing slightly as one of the babies kicks. Ramon was paranoid. He knew I had the connections to move the stones if necessary, but he also knew I wouldn't double-cross him because he had information that could hurt me. What information? He knew my real identity and about my mother's operations and her contacts, her marks. If I betrayed him, he'd expose me to people who would make you look like a saint. Salo considers this. So you're saying you can access these diamonds? Yes. The vault is registered under the name Maria Gonzalez, a false identity Ramon created for me years ago. The documentation is flawless. I can walk in, provide the biometrics, and access the vault. And why would you tell me this now? Why not tell Tarasov? This is the delicate part. I need to make my motivation believable. Because Roland would never let me go to Buenos Aires in my condition, I say, placing a protective hand on my belly. And because I want to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? The diamonds for our lives. Mine, my babies, and Roland's. You get what you want, and we walk away. No more war and no more bloodshed. Salo laughs, a harsh sound that bounces off the walls. You think I'd let Tarasov walk away after what he's done? Or you? I think you're a businessman, I say carefully. And continuing this war is bad for business. The diamonds are worth more than revenge. You underestimate how much I value revenge. Do I? I lean forward slightly. Or do I understand exactly how much you valued your brother? Salo's expression hardens. Don't speak of Gaspar. I have to, I say softly, because his death is part of why we're here, and I need you to know something. I never meant for him to die. Eduardo shifts his weight behind me, and I sense his attention sharpening. You stole from him, says Salo, his voice dangerously quiet. You seduced him, manipulated him, and stole what was his. Yes, I admit. I did. I wanted those diamonds, but I never wanted him dead. I liked Gaspar. He was kind to me. Kind? Salo spits the word. My brother wasn't kind. He was weak. He was human. He saw beauty in things you dismissed. He appreciated art and music. He told me once about a concert you both attended in Madrid, a violinist playing Vivaldi. He said it was the only time he ever saw you cry. Salo's face changes, the hardness giving way to something raw and surprised. How do you know about that? He told me. We talked, Salo. Really talked. I may have been working him, but that doesn't mean everything between us was a lie. I pause, letting my words sink in. This part isn't fabricated. I did genuinely like Gaspar. He was charming and surprisingly gentle for a man in his position. His death has weighed on me. The night before I took the diamonds, we had dinner at that little restaurant on Calle Ocho, the one with the blue door. He ordered paella and talked about how your mother used to make it better than any restaurant. He showed me pictures of you both as children. Salo's eyes widen slightly. This detail is also true. Gaspar had shown me an old photograph, yellowed with age, of two identical boys with serious expressions. He was proud of you, I continue. Proud of what you were building together. He wanted to make your father's legacy something greater. Stop, he says, but there's no force behind it. His eyes have a distant look, as if he's seeing those old photographs in his mind. I've carried the guilt of his death for 4 years, I say quietly. I never meant for him to die. I just wanted the diamonds. If I could go back and change it, I would, but I can't. All I can do now is try to make it right by giving you that for which you've been searching. The room falls silent. Eduardo stands motionless behind me. Salo stares at the desk, his fingers now still. The security at this vault, he finally says. Tell me more. I launch into a detailed description, drawing on my knowledge of high-security facilities and adding specific details that sound authentic, including the number of guards, the rotation of shifts, and the type of surveillance equipment. There's a corrupt customs official named Vargas who can be bribed to look the other way when transporting the diamonds back, I add. He prefers payment in euros, cash only, and he charges 20% of the value. Steep, but he's reliable. And how would we transport them? Diplomatic pouch is safest. I know a cultural attaché at the Brazilian embassy who moves items for the right price. He has a clean record and has never been caught. Salo listens, his expression thoughtful. I can see him mentally verifying my claims against what he knows of such operations. The details I'm providing are specific enough to sound legitimate but difficult to immediately verify. Once I get past the biometric stage, the vault itself requires a 6-digit access code that changes weekly. I continue. It's sent to a secure email address. I have the login credentials memorized and check the code each week. What's the current code? 847392, I say without hesitation. It changes on Thursdays at midnight. Today's Tuesday, so we have 2 days before the new code is issued. Salo nods slowly. And once inside? The diamonds are in a black velvet pouch inside a lead-lined box. The box is labeled with the name Esmeralda, Ramon's mother's name. It's his idea of a joke. 15 black diamonds, Salo muses. Worth just over 8 million on the open market, I finish. More to the right buyer. Salo studies me, searching for deception. I meet his gaze steadily, projecting sincerity. The babies move again, and I wince slightly, placing my hand on my belly. Are you in pain? Asks Eduardo unexpectedly. I glance up at him, surprised by the concern in his voice. Just uncomfortable. They're active today. Something flickers across Salo's face. Surprise or perhaps a touch of empathy. He has a weakness for family, for legacy. I can use that. Salo's expression softens almost imperceptibly. For a moment, I glimpse the brother Gaspar had described to me, the one who'd cried at a violin concert, who'd laughed at their mother's terrible jokes, who'd protected Gaspar from bullies when they were children. These babies deserve a chance, I continue. They're innocent in all this, just like Gaspar was innocent of my deception. Salo stands abruptly, turning to look out the barred window. His back is to me, his shoulders tense. If I find out you're lying, I'm not, I say firmly. I want this to end, Salo. I want my children to be safe. I want to stop running. He turns back to face me. You really think I'd let Tarasov live after what he's done to my operations? I think you're smart enough to know when to cut your losses, I say. $8 million can rebuild a lot of what you've lost. It can fund a new beginning, away from Tarasov's territory. Salo considers this, calculating. And if I decide to eliminate Tarasov anyway? Then you'll never find the diamonds, I say simply. The biometrics require me to be alive and conscious. Dead women can't open vaults, and I won't help you if you hurt him. Salo laughs, a genuine sound this time. You're either very brave or very stupid, Ivy Stankoven. I'm a survivor, I correct him. Just like you. He studies me for a long moment, then nods slowly. We'll go to Buenos Aires, and you'll open this vault. If the diamonds are there, as you claim, I'll consider your offer. And Roland stays alive until then, I insist. Unharmed, Salo agrees. For now. Relief washes through me, though I'm careful not to show too much. This is only the first step of my plan. When do we leave? I ask. Tomorrow morning. My private jet. Salo turns to Eduardo. Make the arrangements and find her something suitable to wear. She can't travel looking like this. Eduardo nods. Yes, sir. One more thing, I say. I need to see Roland before we go, to explain. Salo's eyes narrow. Why? Because if I suddenly disappear, he'll tear apart every building in Las Vegas looking for me. He needs to know I'm cooperating willingly. Salo considers this, then nods. 5 minutes, supervised. Thank you, I say, genuine gratitude in my voice. This is exactly what I needed. Salo moves toward the door. Eduardo, take her back to Tarasov. 5 minutes, no more, then bring her to the East Wing. She'll stay there tonight. Eduardo helps me to my feet. As I stand, I sway slightly, placing my hand on the desk for support. Are you all right? Asks Eduardo quietly. Just dizzy, I murmur. It happens sometimes with the pregnancy. Salo watches this exchange with an unreadable expression. Get her some water and food. I need her healthy for this trip. Yes, sir. As Salo opens the door, he pauses, looking back at me. If you're playing me, Ivy, I'll make you watch while I kill Tarasov slowly. Then I'll keep you alive just long enough to see your children born to watch them die before I kill you too. Eduardo grimaces at those words as I steadily meet Salo's gaze. I understand. Salo nods once, then leaves. Eduardo takes my arm gently, guiding me toward the door. You're taking a big risk, he says quietly. Yes, for my children. Wouldn't you do the same? Eduardo's expression softens slightly. Let's go. Your 5 minutes with Tarasov starts now. As we walk down the hallway toward where Roland is being held, I mentally review what I've accomplished. Salo believes my story. He's agreed to take me to Buenos Aires. Most importantly, he's agreed to let me see Roland. Now, I just need to figure out what to do to get us out of here in the next 5 minutes. No pressure.
I strain against the zip ties binding my wrists, listening to the muffled voices outside Salo's study, obviously coming from a nearby room. The door is cracked open just enough for me to catch fragments of conversation. 5 minutes, that's it, says a voice to Miguel, though I can't see who it is. Make sure he's secure. Salo says he'll go apeshit when he finds out they're taking the woman to Buenos Aires. I stiffen. Buenos Aires. That's where Salo plans to take Ivy. Away from me and away from any chance of rescue. I test my restraints again, the plastic cutting into my wrist. The young guard assigned to watch me shifts nervously by the door, his attention divided between me and the conversation outside. Why's he even keeping the Russian alive? The guard asks in a near whisper. Part of the deal with the puta. Maybe she chose him over the diamonds? The guard snorts. She's hot, though. I'd choose her over the diamonds. Shut up, pendejo. Just make sure he doesn't move. Their voices fade as they walk away. The guard turns back to me, fidgeting with his weapon. He's young, 20, maybe 21, with a patchy beard bisected by the fresh scar and anxious eyes. He's inexperienced. This is my opening. Water, I say, my voice deliberately hoarse. Please. The guard hesitates, glancing at the door. Shut up. I'm dying of thirst. Salo won't know. He shifts his weight, uncertain. Fine. Don't try anything stupid. As he turns to retrieve the half-empty paper cup of water he'd retrieved for Ivy earlier, I twist my right hand, positioning my thumb against the edge of the chair. Kerr taught me this technique years ago during a training exercise. The memory of his voice is crystal clear in my mind. The human body is remarkably adaptable, Roland. Pain is temporary. Death is permanent. I inhale sharply and wrench my thumb hard against the wooden arm of the chair, exhaling as the worst of the pain starts. The joint dislocates with a sickening pop. White-hot pain shoots up my arm, but I don't make a sound. The guard is retrieving the cup. With my hand now narrower, I slide it through the zip tie, ignoring the agony radiating from my thumb. My gaze lands on Salo's desk, specifically on the ornate letter opener lying beside a stack of papers. Silver with a pointed tip. Not ideal, but it will do. The guard turns, cup in hand. Here's your... I lunge forward, grabbing the letter opener with my free hand. Before he can react, I drive it deep into his throat. His eyes widen in shock as the paper cup showers water on the floor. Blood spurts from his neck, spattering warm droplets across my face. He makes a wet, gurgling sound as he collapses. I work quickly, using the letter opener to cut through the zip tie on my left wrist. The commotion has drawn attention. I hear shouting in the hallway and footsteps running toward the study. The first guard through the door catches a face full of the letter opener. He screams, clutching at his eye where the silver handle now protrudes. I grab his sidearm, a Glock 19, similar to what my own men carry, and put a bullet through his chest. The familiar weight of the pistol steadies me. I snap my thumb back into place, gritting my teeth against the pain. 2 more guards rush in, so I dive behind Salo's desk as bullets tear into the wood. Splinters fly around me. I wait for a pause in their fire, then rise up and squeeze off 3 shots. 2 find their mark. 1 guard drops immediately, and the other staggers backward, blood blooming across his shirt. The wounded guard raises his weapon again. I put another bullet between his eyes. The door bursts open once more. Salo enters, dragging Ivy with him. Eduardo follows close behind. Ivy's eyes widen when she sees me standing over the bodies, gun in hand. Let her go, I say, aiming directly at Salo's head. Salo yanks Ivy in front of him as a shield. Drop the gun, Tarasov, or I put a bullet in her spine. Eduardo raises his weapon, but Ivy chooses that moment to act. She drives her elbow hard into Salo's stomach. He doubles over, momentarily loosening his grip. Ivy twists free and ducks as I fire at Eduardo, catching him in the shoulder. Ivy, down, I shout. She drops to the floor while I empty 2 more rounds into Eduardo's chest. He crumples against the wall, leaving a smear of red as he slides to the floor. Salo recovers, lunging for his own weapon. I kick it away and grab Ivy's arm, pulling her behind me. This way, I say, backing toward the door, keeping my gun trained on Salo. Salo's face contorts with rage. You're dead, Tarasov. Both of you. Not today. I fire a shot that grazes his arm, though I was aiming for his heart, buying us precious seconds to escape into the hallway. The compound erupts into chaos. Alarms blare, and men shout in Spanish as Ivy stays close behind me as we move through the corridor. There's an exit through the kitchen, she whispers. I saw it when they brought us to the study. I nod, impressed by her awareness even in captivity. Stay behind me. We encounter 2 more guards at the end of the hallway. I take down the first with a clean headshot. The second manages to fire, the bullet whizzing past my ear before my return fire catches him in the throat. Take his gun, I tell Ivy, gesturing to the fallen guard. She hesitates only briefly before grabbing the weapon. I've never shot anyone before. Point and squeeze. Aim for center mass. The confined space of the compound works to our advantage. The narrow hallways prevent Salo's men from surrounding us. We move methodically, room by room, corridor by corridor. I lead, clearing each space before allowing Ivy to follow. In the dining room, 3 guards open fire from behind an overturned table. I push Ivy behind a solid oak cabinet and return fire, conserving ammunition with precise shots. 2 on the left, 1 on the right, I say. Ivy nods, her face pale but determined. She leans out and fires twice. Her shots go wide, but they force the guards to duck for cover. Not bad, I say. Try again. Breathe first. She inhales deeply, then fires again. This time, one of the guards cries out, clutching his leg. Good! Now stay down! I move to a better position and take out the remaining guards with quick, efficient shots. Years of training and survival have honed my instincts. Each movement is calculated, and each bullet finds its target. We continue through the compound, a deadly dance of advance and clear. Ivy follows my lead without question, her trust in me absolute despite betrayal, the lies, and danger. We move together with perfect synchronicity. The kitchen is just ahead, but so is Salo. He stands in the doorway, blood streaming from his wounded arm, with a semi-automatic rifle in his hands. You think you can take what's mine? He's almost snarling. First my brother, now my revenge? I push Ivy behind a concrete pillar as Salo opens fire. Bullets chip away at the concrete, sending dust and fragments flying. Your brother was weak, I call out during a pause in the gunfire. Just like you. Gaspar was worth 10 of you. Salo resumes firing, his rage making him careless. I wait for his magazine to empty, counting the shots. When he pauses to reload, I signal to Ivy, kitchen door, on my mark. She nods, grinding her teeth. Now! We break cover simultaneously. I fire at Salo, forcing him back as Ivy sprints for the kitchen door. A bullet grazes my shoulder, hot pain slicing through muscle. But I keep moving. We burst into the kitchen. Two cooks cower behind the industrial stoves. They raise their hands, clearly wanting no part of this fight. "Out!" I command, gesturing toward a side door with my gun. They flee without hesitation. Ivy moves toward the exit, but heavy footsteps behind us indicate Salo has followed. "The courtyard is just outside," she says, "but it's open space. We'll be exposed." I check my ammunition. 4 rounds left, so not enough for a prolonged firefight. We make a run for it. The vehicles are parked on the far side. Ivy's nods. We push through the door into the blinding desert sun. The courtyard stretches before us, a wide-open space surrounded by the compound's outer walls. Several vehicles are parked near a gate on the far side, and one is our ticket to freedom. We make it halfway across when Salo emerges from the kitchen. Blood soaks his expensive shirt, and hatred twists his face. "Stop right there!" he shouts. I push Ivy forward. "Keep going. Get to the cars." She hesitates. "Roland, go!" She runs toward the vehicles as I turn to face Salo. We circle each other under the merciless sun, both wounded but still deadly. "You and your whore destroyed everything I built," he says, aiming his rifle at my chest. "My brother, my business, and my reputation." "You did that yourself," I say, keeping my pistol steady despite the pain in my shoulder, "when you chose revenge over business." Salo laughs, a harsh sound like breaking glass. Says the man who tracked a woman across the country for a ring. "Not just for the ring." "No, for your pride. Your ego." Salo spits blood onto the dusty ground. "We're the same, you and me. Obsessed with what we can't have. The difference is I protect what's mine. You just destroy." Salo's finger tightens on the trigger. "And now, I'll destroy you." A shot rings out, but not from Salo's rifle. He staggers backward, surprise flashing across his face. Blood blooms on his chest. Ivy stands 20 feet away, her stolen gun still raised. Salo turns toward her, raising his rifle with a roar of fury. I don't hesitate, taking 3 shots in rapid succession, center mass. The bullets tear through him, each impact driving him back a step. He drops to his knees, rifle falling from his hands. "This is for Kier," I say, standing over him. Recognition flickers in his eyes. "He betrayed your location in the mountains and died screaming. I forgive him, and you owe me blood." I put the final bullet through his heart. His body crumples to the ground, blood pooling beneath him in the dust. For a moment, there's only silence. The desert wind whispers across the courtyard. Then Ivy is beside me, her hand on my arm. "We need to go," she says. "There could be more of them." I nod, the adrenaline beginning to ebb as pain takes its place. I search Salo's body, finding a satellite phone in his pocket. We move quickly to the nearest vehicle, which is a black SUV with tinted windows. "Keys?" she asks. I check the sun visor. Nothing. Check the others. Ivy runs to the next vehicle while I keep watch. The compound remains eerily quiet. Either the remaining men have fled, or they're regrouping for another attack. "Got them!" Ivy holds up a set of keys triumphantly. We climb into a dark green Jeep, and Ivy slides behind the wheel while I dial a number on the satellite phone to a secure line only my most trusted lieutenants know. "Identify," a voice answers. "Tarasov. Authorization code 739 Alpha." A pause. "Location?" I glance at Ivy, who mouths, "Northwest of Mexicali." northwest of Mexicali, approximately 30 miles from the border. Extraction needed. Coordinates? I check the Jeep's GPS. Sending now. Ivy starts the engine as I transmit our location. The gates of the compound stand closed before us. Ram it, I say. Ivy floors the accelerator. The Jeep smashes through the gates, metal screeching against metal. Then we're free, speeding across the desert with dust billowing behind us. ETA 4 hours, the voice on the satellite phone informs me. Proceed to the extraction point. Medical team standing by. Acknowledged. I end the call and turn to Ivy. Head north. My team will meet us at the border. She nods, her gaze fixed on the barren landscape ahead. Blood stains her clothes, some hers, and some not. The cut on her cheek has begun to swell, but she drives with steady hands, putting distance between us and the compound with each passing second. Are you hurt? I ask, scanning her for injuries. Nothing serious. You're the one bleeding all over the seat. I glance down at my shoulder. The bullet graze is deeper than I thought, and blood is soaking through my torn shirt. I've had worse. Ivy looks at me, then back to the road. You killed him. Yes. For care? For cure. For you. For our children. I reach across with my good arm and place my hand on her stomach. For all of us. She doesn't pull away from my touch. What happens now? Now we go home. The desert stretches endlessly around us, harsh and unforgiving, but for the first time since Kier's death, I allow myself to breathe, to hope. Salo is dead. His threat is eliminated. Ivy is safe beside me, the babies are safe inside her, and the threat from Salo is over. Finally, we can focus on truly living again.
I smooth my hand over the forest mural on the nursery wall, tracing the outline of a painted fox peeking from behind a tree. The morning sun streams through the east-facing windows, making the hand-painted woodland creatures seem almost alive. 3 identical cribs form a perfect triangle in the center of the room, each with matching forest green bedding and tiny stuffed animals waiting for their future occupants. "What do you think, little ones?" I whisper, resting my hands on my enormous belly. "Your daddy spared no expense." The triplets respond with a series of kicks and rolls that make my skin ripple visibly beneath my thin maternity dress. At 31 weeks, I look like I'm about to deliver quintuplets, not triplets. Dr. Miller insists this is normal for a multiple pregnancy, but nothing about this situation feels normal to me. I lower myself carefully into the rocking chair, positioned to catch the morning light, which is my favorite spot in our new home. The chair, like everything else in this nursery, was custom-made at Roland's insistence. The wood is smooth beneath my fingers, and the cushions perfectly supportive of my aching back. Our sprawling estate outside Las Vegas is nothing like the fortress-like desert compound or locked-tight penthouse. This place has actual neighbors, albeit wealthy ones with massive properties of their own. While the security is still extensive, it's less obvious. There are no visible guards at the gates, though they're there. There's also no bulletproof glass in the windows, though I've been assured they're reinforced. No panic room, though there is a safe area in the basement that Roland insists is completely different. The house itself is a beautiful modern desert mansion with clean lines and massive windows that frame the mountains in the distance. It's the kind of place I never imagined living in, and the kind of place my mother would have targeted for one of her cons. I rise from the rocking chair and move to the window, scanning the grounds out of habit. The landscaped gardens stretch toward the security fence, which is artfully disguised as a decorative wall. Beyond that, the desert extends toward the mountains with no signs of danger. "Still checking the perimeter?" Roland's voice comes from the doorway. I turn to see him leaning against the frame, arms crossed over his chest. He's dressed casually today in dark jeans and a gray Henley that stretches across his broad shoulders. His black hair is slightly tousled and his eyes are soft as they take me in. Old habits, I say with a shrug. Roland crosses the room and wraps his arms around me from behind, resting his hands on my belly. One of the babies immediately kicks against his palm. That one's going to be a fighter, he says, pride evident in his voice. They all are. They never stop moving. Like their mother. He presses a kiss to my neck. Always in motion. Always planning. I lean back against him, allowing myself to relax into his strength. These past months have changed us both. The Tarasov empire has been restructured, with legitimate businesses expanded, illegal operations more carefully concealed, and security protocols completely overhauled to eliminate any remaining Verlard sympathizers or informants. Roland has relaxed somewhat as well, treating me truly as a partner now without trying to control my movements. The nursery looks perfect, he says, surveying the room. You've done an amazing job. I never expected to enjoy it so much. I run my hand over the changing table, stocked with neatly folded onesies and diapers. My mother would laugh herself sick if she could see me now. Domestic was never a word anyone would use to describe Elise Stankoven. You're not your mother. No, I'm not. I turn in his arms, facing him, and you're not your father. It's something we've both struggled with, the legacies of our parents and the fear of repeating their mistakes. Roland's father was brutal and cold. My mother was manipulative and selfish. Neither of us had great role models for parenthood. Have you considered names yet? I ask, changing the subject. Roland's expression shifts to one of concentration. I've been thinking about it. In my family, there's a tradition of using the father's first name as the middle name for the firstborn son. So one of them would be something Roland Tarasov? Yes, but I'm not sure about the first names yet. He hesitates. What about your family traditions? I laugh. My mother changed our names so often I barely remember what's real anymore. The only constant was that she always called me Ivy, no matter what last name we were using. Then perhaps one of the boys should have Ivan as a middle name. It's the Russian equivalent. The suggestion touches me unexpectedly. You'd do that? They're your sons too. He tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. And you're my family now, Ivy. The only family that matters. A sharp pain cuts through my abdomen, making me wince. Roland's expression immediately shifts to concern. What is it? What's wrong? Nothing. Just Braxton Hicks contractions. Dr. Miller said they're normal. Roland doesn't look convinced. That's the third one this morning. You've been counting? Of course, I've been counting. He places his hand on my belly again. I count everything when it comes to you and the boys. Another contraction hits, stronger this time. I grip Roland's arm, breathing through it. That's it. I'm calling Dr. Muller. Roland pulls out his phone. It's probably nothing. It's not nothing. His tone brooks no argument. You're only 31 weeks. The C-section isn't scheduled until next week. While Roland speaks with the doctor, I walk slowly around the nursery, trying to ease the discomfort. The contractions are coming more frequently now, and I'm beginning to think this might actually be labor. The thought sends a spike of anxiety through me. It's too early. We're not ready. Dr. Miller wants us at the hospital now, he says, ending the call. The car is already being brought around. But the hospital bag isn't packed yet. Anya is packing it now. Everything on your list. He takes my hand. Let's go. The drive to the private medical facility where I first met the doctor is a blur of increasing contractions and Roland's tense profile as our driver navigates traffic with uncharacteristic impatience. We might be more legitimate now, but he wants me to give birth in a secure facility shared by all the local families. It's neutral ground, and I didn't bother arguing. By the time we arrive, the contractions are coming every 5 minutes, and I'm gripping the door handle so hard I'm cursing. Dr. Miller meets us at the entrance, her calm demeanor in contrast to Roland's barely contained panic. Let's get you inside and see what's happening, she says, helping me into a wheelchair. The medical facility is exclusive and discreet, catering to wealthy clients who value privacy and security. I see guards keeping watch and am reassured by the guns they carry, since I'm going to be so vulnerable. As far as I know, we have no active enemies anymore, but I won't take chances with our sons. Our suite looks more like a luxury hotel room than a hospital, with tasteful artwork on the walls and plush furniture for visitors. The medical equipment is state-of-the-art, but somehow less intimidating in these surroundings. Dr. Muller examines me quickly while Roland hovers nearby, his phone in hand as he issues rapid-fire instructions to his security team. "You're definitely in labor," confirms Dr. Muller, 4 centimeters dilated already. "But it's too early," I protest. "The boys are going to be fine." She pats my hand reassuringly. 31 weeks is early, but not dangerously so, especially with triplets. They're often born around this time. We'll need to do the C-section as planned, just a week earlier than expected. Roland moves to my side, taking my hand. "What do we need to do?" "We'll prep her for surgery immediately. The NICU team is already standing by." Dr. Miller looks between us. "Any questions before we begin?" I shake my head, another contraction stealing my breath. Roland squeezes my hand. "Will I be allowed to stay with her?" he asks. "Of course. We'll get you scrubbed in while we prep Ivy." The next hour passes in a whirlwind of activity. Nurses come and go, checking monitors and IVs. An anesthesiologist explains the spinal block procedure. Roland makes calls, ensuring our security protocols are in place at the hospital and coordinating with their own security. Through it all, the contractions intensify. Each one further notice that our sons are coming whether we're ready or not. When they finally wheel me into the operating room, I'm gripped by a sudden fear that has nothing to do with the surgery. What if I'm not cut out for motherhood? What if I'm more like my mother than I want to admit? What if I can't protect these tiny humans from the world Roland and I inhabit? Roland appears at my side, now dressed in surgical scrubs, his eyes visible above his mask. He takes my hand again. "I'm scared." The words slip out before I can stop them. "I know." He leans down, his forehead touching mine. "So am I, but we've faced worse together." "Not like this. This is different." "Yes, it is." He straightens up as the surgical team enters. "But we'll figure it out. We always do." The anesthesiologist administers the spinal block, and soon my lower body goes numb. A blue surgical drape is raised, blocking my view of the procedure. Roland sits by my head, holding my hand and murmuring reassurances in a mix of English and Russian. "You'll feel some pressure but no pain," says Dr. Muller from behind the drape. "We're starting now." I focus on Roland's face, on the love and concern in his eyes. This man who once terrified me, who once held me captive, is now my partner in every sense of the word. The journey that brought us here was bloody and dangerous, filled with betrayal and violence, but also with unexpected moments of tenderness and trust. "I can see the first baby," she says less than 10 minutes later. "Here he comes." A moment later, a thin cry fills the operating room. Roland's eyes widen, and his grip on my hand tightens. "Baby A is here," calls out a nurse. "Time of birth, 10:42 a.m. "Is he okay?" I ask, straining to see. "He's perfect," Dr. Muller assures me. 5 pounds even. The NICU team is checking him now. Before I can process this, she continues with the delivery. "Here comes baby B." Another cry, slightly stronger than the first. "Time of birth, 10:44 a.m., 5 pounds, 2 ounces. Roland stands up, trying to see over the drape without letting go of my hand. His face transforms with wonder. "They look exactly alike," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "Identical triplets," Dr. Miller confirms, "and here comes the last one." The third cry joins the chorus and tears stream down my face. Baby C, born at 10:46 a.m., 4 pounds, 14 ounces. All 3 boys are doing remarkably well for their gestational age. The NICU team works efficiently, checking each baby before wrapping them in blankets. One by one, they bring the boys to us, allowing us a brief moment with each son before taking them to the neonatal intensive care unit for further monitoring. The first baby has a shock of dark hair like Roland's and my brown eyes. His tiny face is scrunched in concentration as he blinks up at us. "He looks like you," I whisper to Roland. "He has your eyes," he says, gently touching the baby's cheek. The second and third babies are brought over in quick succession, each identical to the first. 3 perfect little boys, with Roland's features and my eyes. 3 new lives that Roland and I created together. 3 reasons to leave the past behind and focus on the future. As the nurses take the babies to the NICU, Dr. Mueller completes the surgery, closing the incision with neat stitches. Roland stays by my side, his expression one of awe and fierce protectiveness. "They're so small," he says, his voice uncharacteristically vulnerable, "but strong and resourceful." He kisses my forehead. "You did it, Ivy. You brought our sons into the world. We did it, and now the real work begins." Later, in the recovery room, Roland sits beside my bed, showing me photos he took of each baby. We discuss names, finally settling on Nikolai Roland, Alexander Ivan, and Kier Anton. "When can we see them?" I ask the nurse who comes to check my vitals. "They're doing well in the NICU. Once you're stable, we can take you there in a wheelchair." Roland's phone buzzes and he checks it quickly. "Security update. Everything is secure. Denier and Kolya are stationed outside, and we have men at all hospital entrances, coordinating with the facility's security staff." Old habits die hard for both of us. Even in this moment of joy, we're still scanning for threats and still planning escape routes. The difference now is that we're doing it together, protecting something precious that we both cherish. 2 hours later, a nurse helps me into a wheelchair, and Roland pushes me to the NICU. After washing our hands and donning gowns, we're allowed inside to see our sons. The 3 incubators are positioned side by side, with each containing a tiny bundle connected to monitors and IVs. The sight brings fresh tears to my eyes. "They're fighters," says the NICU doctor. "Their lungs are well developed for 31 weeks, and they're already showing strong vital signs. We'll keep them here until they can maintain their body temperature and feed consistently, but I expect them to thrive." Roland stands between the incubators, looking from one son to the next with an expression of wonder and fierce love. I've seen him negotiate million-dollar deals, order executions, and face down enemies without flinching, but the sight of his 3 tiny sons has rendered him speechless. "You can touch them," encourages the nurse. "Just reach through the ports in the incubator." I place my hand inside Nikolai's incubator first, gently stroking his arm. His skin is impossibly soft, and he turns his head toward my touch. Roland does the same with Alexander, his large hand dwarfing our son's tiny body. "Hello, little one," he murmurs in Russian. "Your papa is here." The smallest of the 3 grips my finger when I reach into his incubator. His hold is surprisingly strong for such a tiny being. "They know us," I say, amazed. "Of course they do." Roland moves to Kier's incubator. They've been listening to our voices for months. We stay with the boys as long as the nurses allow, talking softly to them and marveling at each tiny movement. When it's time to return to my room, I'm reluctant to leave. "They'll be fine," says Roland. "The best medical team in the country is watching over them, and so are we." Back in my room, fatigue finally catches up with me. The adrenaline of the day fades, leaving me drained but content. Roland sits beside my bed, resting his hand on mine. "Sleep," he says. "I'll be here when you wake up." "Promise?" "Always." He kisses my forehead. "You and the boys are my family now. Nothing will ever change that." As I drift toward sleep, I think about the journey that brought us here. From enemies to reluctant allies to lovers to parents. It wasn't the life I planned when I stole Roland's ring almost 4 years ago, but somehow it's become the life I want.
Epilogue. The morning light filters through reinforced windows, casting a gentle glow across the nursery, where my 3 sons sleep peacefully in their identical cribs. I stand in the center of the room, watching their tiny chests rise and fall with each breath, marveling at the miracle they represent. 4 months have passed since their birth, yet I'm still drawn here each morning, needing to confirm their existence isn't just a dream. Alexander, my firstborn, sleeps with his tiny fists clenched at his sides. Even in sleep, his face carries an intensity that mirrors my own. When awake, his eyes focus with surprising concentration for an infant, studying everything around him as if cataloging information for future use. Nikolai, the middle child, sprawls across his crib with limbs stretched in all directions. His curious nature shows in how his head turns toward any sound, his gaze tracking movement across a room. He reminds me so much of Ivy, with always observing and always calculating. And then there's Kerr, the smallest of my sons, but perhaps the strongest in spirit. Named after the man who was more brother than employee to me, he fought hardest to survive those first precarious weeks. The doctors worried about him most, but I never did. I recognized the fighter in him immediately. My gaze shifts to Ivy, asleep in the oversized rocking chair near the window. Her head rests against the cushioned back, her body curled into a position that somehow accommodates her petite frame in the massive chair. She's fallen asleep with the breast pump attached, which is a necessity when trying to provide as much breast milk as possible for triplets. Dark circles shadow her eyes, evidence of another night spent feeding our sons. She insisted on breastfeeding despite the doctors suggesting formula might be easier with triplets. My stubborn, determined wife. And she's doing it. The signet ring on my finger catches the light as I stroke Kier's tummy, pleasantly warm and rounded from his recent feed. The Tarasov family heirloom started everything between us. I twist it absently, remembering how its theft led me to hunt down a woman I thought I would destroy, only to discover she would become my salvation instead. What I once considered my greatest loss became the catalyst for finding everything I never knew I wanted. The war that consumed our early relationship is over now. The Verlard cartel lies in ruins, its territories either absorbed into my organization or neutralized completely. Former enemies now align themselves with the Tarasov name, recognizing the shifting power dynamics. Those who refused to adapt were eliminated, a necessary evil to secure my family's future. For the first time in years, I experienced something resembling peace, not the false security that comes from power and control, but genuine contentment born from having something precious to protect and nurture. The Tarasov Empire continues under my direction, though its priorities have shifted dramatically. Legitimate businesses receive more attention now. Violence, once my primary tool, is employed more judiciously. A network of charitable foundations launders not just money, but our family legacy, creating a more acceptable public face for my children's future. I look at the life I've built with Ivy, officially my wife since our private ceremony shortly after the triplets' birth. Everything I once believed important, money, power, and control pales in comparison to what I have now. Ivy stirs in the chair, her eyelids fluttering as she fights to stay asleep. Her body needs rest, but her maternal instincts keep her perpetually alert to any sound from our sons. I cross the room quietly, careful not to disturb this rare moment of tranquility. The chair is large enough for both of us. I had it custom-made specifically for nights like this. So I gently disengage the breast pump and refrigerate the bottle of milk before sliding in beside her, gently pulling her against my chest. She mumbles something incoherent, but settles against me, her body recognizing mine even in sleep. "You are my greatest conquest," I whisper against her hair. "Not because I captured you, but because you chose to stay when you could have run. You chose to build a life with me when you could have disappeared again. Her eyes opened slowly, focusing on my face. What time is it? Her voice is husky, with sleep. Early. Go back to sleep. She shifts to look at our sons. They're still out? All three. Ivy nods, relaxing against me again. I heard you talking. Just thinking out loud. Something about conquest? A smile plays at the corner of her mouth. I run my thumb along her jawline. I was reflecting on how different my life is now. How different I am. Roland Tarasov, getting sentimental in his old age. She presses a kiss to my palm. 37 is hardly old. Ancient compared to my 28. I smile at our familiar banter. The age gap between us used to concern her more than it ever concerned me. Now it's just another thing we tease each other about. Do you ever miss it? She asks after a moment of silence. Miss what? The old life, the power, the fear in people's eyes when you walked into a room. I consider her question carefully. I still have power. It's just directed differently now. That's not an answer. No, I don't miss it, I say honestly. Fear is useful for business, but it's a poor foundation for a life. What I have now is better. She studies my face, searching for any hint of deception. Finding none, she nods. Good, because there's no going back. Not with them. She gestures toward our sleeping sons. I wouldn't want to. Alexander stirs in his crib, making small noises that might escalate into cries. I extract myself from the chair and cross to him, lifting his tiny body before he can wake his brothers. Someone wants attention, I murmur, cradling him against my chest. His eyes, still brown like Ivy's, stare up at me with that intense focus that still surprises me. Ivy watches us from the chair. He looks more like you every day. Poor child. She laughs softly. Your looks served you well enough. I carry Alexander to the window, showing him the sunrise painting the mountains in the distance. Our home sits high above Las Vegas, offering views of both the natural landscape and the city below. Reinforced glass and state-of-the-art security systems ensure no one approaches without my knowledge. But from inside, it feels peaceful, rather than fortress-like. Your mother thinks you got my looks, I tell Alexander, who continues to stare at me with unnerving focus. But I see her in you too, in all of you. The stubbornness, definitely, says Ivy, joining us at the window. She leans against my arm, peering down at our son. Though that might be from both of us. Definitely both. She takes Alexander from me, pressing a kiss to his forehead before bringing him to a breast to let him latch as he starts to whimper. I never imagined this would be my life. A legitimate marriage, 3 children, and a home that isn't temporary. Regrets? I ask, though I know the answer. She shakes her head. Number just adjustment. I spent so many years running, it's strange to plant roots. You can still run if you want. I say it lightly, but we both know I'm serious. I'd find you, of course. Of course, she smiles. But I'm done running. This is where I want to be. Alexander makes a small sound of protest when the nipple rolls away despite his effort to latch. I think someone's hungry again. She settles back in the rocking chair, adjusting her robe to feed our son. I watch them for a moment, struck by how natural she looks in this role despite her initial fears about motherhood. Did I ever tell you about the first time I saw you? I ask, leaning against the window frame. She raises an eyebrow. At the casino, when I was playing the part of the tourist? Number before that. Her expression shifts to surprise. Before? I thought the casino was our first meeting. I shake my head. I saw you 3 days earlier. You were casing my hotel, watching the security patterns. You're making that up, but her tone suggests uncertainty. I never lie to you, Ivy. Not anymore. I move closer, perching on the arm of her chair. You were wearing a blue dress, pretending to be interested in booking a wedding reception. You spent 45 minutes with my event coordinator while your gaze cataloged every camera and every guard rotation. She stares at me, with Alexander still nursing contentedly. How did you know? Because I was watching the security feeds that day. Something about you caught my attention, the way you moved, confident, but trying to appear hesitant. The questions you asked, seemingly innocent, but probing for specific information. Why didn't you stop me then? Have me thrown out? I smile, remembering. I was curious. Most people who try to con my establishments are men, usually working in groups. A beautiful woman working alone? That was different. I wanted to see what you would do. So you let me walk right into your casino 3 days later. I did. I even made sure I would be there that night. She shakes her head, laughing softly. And here, I thought I was so clever, choosing my moment carefully. You were clever, just not as clever as you thought. Humility was never your strong suit, Tarasov. I lean down to kiss her forehead. Why be humble when I'm right? Alexander finishes feeding, and Ivy shifts him to her shoulder, patting his back gently. So you knew who I was before I approached you at the bar? I knew you were planning something. I didn't know what. And you still took me to your room, knowing I might be dangerous? I trace a finger along her cheek. The most dangerous things are often the most alluring. Her eyes darken slightly. You took a risk. So did you. I needed that ring. And I needed something real in a world of transactions and lies. I take Alexander from her as he drifts back to sleep, carrying him to his crib, even if it was just for one night. Ivy follows me, watching as I lay our son down. Do you think we would have found each other again if I hadn't gotten pregnant? It's a question she's asked before in different ways, a manifestation of the uncertainty that sometimes plagues her. Whether our relationship is built on genuine connection or merely circumstance and necessity. Yes, I say firmly. I would have found you, eventually. Your promise to let me walk away after our night at the Wynn. Yes, and I meant it at the time, but even as early as the next morning, I knew I'd have to find you again if you didn't return of your own accord. She looks unconvinced. One night isn't enough to build a life on. No, but it was enough to make me want more nights, more mornings, more of you. She studies our joined hands, brushing her thumb over my signet ring. I'm glad I stole it. So am I. Nikolai begins to stir in his crib, followed quickly by Kir, demanding attention and care. Our quiet moment is ending. I'll get them, she says, moving towards the cribs. I catch her arm, pulling her back for a kiss. I meant what I said earlier. You're my greatest conquest. She smiles against my lips. And you're mine, the infamous Roland Tarasov, brought down by a common thief. Nothing common about you, Moya Lyubov. We move together to tend to our sons, working in the synchronized rhythm we've developed over the past months. Alexander, having already eaten, remains sleeping as I lift Kier from his crib. He wraps his tiny hand around my finger, the one bearing the signet ring, settling near the Tarasov family heirloom that will one day belong to these boys, since I've already commissioned 2 duplicates, along with the empire I continue to reshape for their future. The ring catches the morning light, gleaming like the future I now believe is possible. A future where the Tarasov name is spoken with respect rather than fear. A legacy my children can inherit with pride rather than burden. Ivy glances up from Nikolai, catching my expression. What are you thinking about now? The future, I say simply. Our future. She smiles, understanding without needing more explanation. It looks bright from here. With my son in my arms and my wife by my side, I have to agree. I'm thrilled to have the life I never knew I wanted, but now can't imagine living without. Be sure to subscribe to the channel so that we can keep bringing you these amazing books. Thank you.